it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen.
Zombie Outbreak, Los Angeles, by Augustus Cordoba. Part 1. The radio hissed, sharp static slashing through the fog in Officer Darrell Atkinson's skull. 16 hours deep into a shift that wasn't supposed to happen, and the city felt wrong. South Central Los Angeles was no walk in the park at the best of times, but this was some new level bad shit. He'd been doing this long enough, 10 brutal years on patrol, to know when something in the air had curdled. Tonight, the darkness between streetlights looked hungrier. Shadows stretched too long and too slow. Unit 522, respond to a domestic disturbance at 1442 Elm Street, the dispatcher barked. There was something in her voice he hadn't heard before. It was strained, taut like a wire about to snap. Female caller reports husband attempting to break down bathroom door. Woman and child barricaded inside. Darrell keyed his mic. 522 responding. EDA 3 minutes. His grip tightened on the wheel. The bones in his fingers creaked. Lights on, no siren. Experience taught him when silence was the sharper weapon. The cruiser's clock blinked 11:32 p.m. Damn, he should have been home drinking cheap bourbon and passing out to reruns by now. But half the precinct had called out sick, and the rest looked like corpses, white-faced, dazed. Even Davis had puked in the bathroom earlier between calls. He said nothing, just wiped his mouth and stared at the floor like he was waiting for something worse. Every report tonight had bled weird. Fights, random assaults, behavior that didn't make sense. Witnesses described people moving wrong, talking in grunts, biting. One woman said her neighbor tried to eat her cat. The hospital had stopped answering their phones 2 hours ago. Darrell turned onto Elm Street. Identical little homes, trimmed hedges, kids' toys left in yards like someone hit pause on suburbia. 1438, 1440, 1442. The front door was wide open. Jagged wood splintered around the busted lock. Something black glistened on the white frame. Blood, most likely. A lot of it. Shit, Darrell breathed, yanking his flashlight from his belt. His fingers brushed his holstered Glock. Cold steel, comforting. Dispatch, 522 on the scene. Door's been forced, requesting backup. Only static answered him. He tried again. More static. The whole shift the radio had been stuttering like a dying thing. Another bad sign. Well, just one more, I suppose. The house loomed in front of him, still and silent, lit only by a single upstairs glow. He stepped forward. The porch light buzzed, a sickly yellow color. Moths spattered themselves stupid against it. The air was dense, clinging, and metallic with blood. "Police," he called, stepping inside. His voice fell flat, swallowed by the walls. A siren moaned far off, and then a sob. Small, close, and then a child's whimper. Darrell drew his Glock, low, ready. Flashlight beam cut through the dark like a scalpel. The living room was a wreck. Table flipped, glass shattered. Family photos tossed like garbage, frames cracked open like skulls. A massive TV torn from the wall. Bare wires hung like veins ripped out of flesh. Scuff marks gouged the wooden floor, heading toward the hall. Dark stains smeared along the same path. Blood. Too much of it. "Police. Mrs. Cohen, are you here?" Another sob, louder now, from upstairs. Then something or someone was slamming against a door, hard, repeatedly. No rhythm, just brute force and repetition. No human did that. Not like that. No, that was persistent, without thought, like a machine made of meat. His radio crackled again, and a dying voice bled through the static. "Officer down it. Doesn't make sense. Oh, aim for the..." Then silence. The hallway stretched ahead, narrow and dark. Family portraits lined the walls, smiling faces frozen in happier times. Darrell moved forward, finger on the trigger. Every step felt like trespassing into something worse. Darrell's flashlight swept the wreckage of a once perfect life. Smiling faces frozen in time. A wedding day, a boy clutching a trophy, Christmas morning wrapped in lights and joy. Lies, all of it. Staged happiness. The pictures glared back at him now like ghosts. A drip. Something wet struck his shoulder, cold and viscous. He tilted the light upward. A dark stain spread across the ceiling, pulsing like a wound. It oozed, bled. Something above was leaking. Then, silence. The banging upstairs had stopped dead. In the stillness, Darrell heard the breathing. It was ragged, sloppy, wet as drowned lungs fighting to work. It was coming from the top of the stairs. "Mr. Cohen," Darrell called, his voice like steel. "This is Officer Atkinson. Let's talk." A sound answered. Not words, not language. Something between a growl and a death rattle. Primal, hungry. Then footsteps, heavy, dragging. A door creaked, and a woman's voice, hoarse and cracked with fear. "Please, help us. He's not himself. Oh God, there's so much blood." Darrell mounted the stairs, slow and deliberate, Glock drawn but low. The beam of his light cut through the dark like a scalpel. The steps were slick with blood, some old, some fresh enough to shine. Halfway up, his boot halted on something solid. He looked down. A tooth, adult molar, torn free, root and all, dark with gore. The breathing grew louder. Top landing. He turned the light on. Left, bathroom door. Deep claw marks scored into the wood, jagged and raw. To the right, movement. A figure stood at the end of the hall, unmoving, head low, shoulders caved, naked chest streaked with red. Darrell's voice was iron. "George Cohen, show me your hands." The head snapped up. Too fast, just wrong. The light caught George's face, and Darrell's stomach twisted. The eyes were bloodshot, whites jaundiced and gone. Saliva mixed with blood dribbled from shredded lips. His teeth were splintered, and a chunk of his face was missing. But it wasn't the injuries that chilled Darrell. It was the emptiness. No pain, no rage, no soul. Just hunger. "Final warning, George. Hands where I can see them, on the ground." No answer, only that wet, stuttering breath. Like his lungs were learning to breathe all over again and failing. And then the radio screamed to life. "All units be advised. Multiple subjects, extreme aggression. Use caution. Deadly force." Cut off. Static. Then George lunged. Not ran, launched, like a corpse pulled forward on rotten strings. Legs bowed, jerking, but fast, so fast. His hands were out, bloodied, reaching for Darrell's throat. "Stop." Darrell stumbled back, heel slipping on blood. The stairwell yawned behind him. One wrong step and he'd fall. The flashlight went wild, beam cutting arcs through madness. George was closing the gap. Then those teeth snapped, too close. Gun up, No time, inches from death. The shot exploded. George took it directly in the chest. Square, clean. Blood sprayed backward, but George didn't stop, didn't even flinch. Another round punched into him. George staggered, but didn't fall. Hands like claws tore at Darrell's vest. His eyes were so close now, void of humanity, his skin pale and grey. And on George's shoulder, a bite. Angry, swollen, inhuman. Look, don't make me it. George lunged again, and Darrell fired. They hit the ground hard. Darrell's skull cracked against the wall, and his flashlight spun out of reach, throwing jagged, twitching shadows across the hallway. George collapsed on top of him now, all bone-snapping weight and animal fury, limbs thrashing like something broken and teeth gnashing inches from Darrell's throat. His breath, jeez, it reeked, like something long dead left out in the sun. Darrell jammed his forearm under George's jaw, muscles burning as he shoved him up, trying to hold that snapping maw back. George's teeth clacked like castanets, flesh trailing from beneath them, raw and wet. God damn it, get the fuck off me. Darrell drove his knee into George's gut, once, twice. No reaction. Nothing human left behind those eyes. George just kept clawing, kept biting, some sick instinct driving him forward, immune to pain, immune to reason. The bathroom door behind them rattled violently. A woman's scream cut through the chaos. "George, stop! Please, baby, stop!" But that thing, whatever it wasn't George anymore. Darrell could feel it in the skin, too cold, too stiff, too wrong. Like the flesh was faking being alive. He wrenched his pistol up between them, pressed it hard under George's chin. George bit down on the slide, teeth grinding on metal. For a second, Darrell thought he might bite straight through it. "I am sorry," Darrell whispered, and then pulled the trigger. The shot blew through George's jaw, burst out his cheek in a spray of blood, teeth, and bone. His body seized and then dropped like dead meat, pinning Darrell beneath the weight. The blood soaked in fast, warm and sticky, into his vest, his collar, onto his skin. Darrell lay there, gasping. George's blood dripped onto his face now. Somewhere nearby, muffled sobbing leaked through the bathroom door. He tried to move, but his limbs were sluggish and stunned. The shot had gone wide, too far off center. A fuck-up, one that might matter later. He shoved George's corpse off with a grunt, slid against the wall, chest heaving. His hands wouldn't stop shaking, but he fumbled for the radio. "Dispatch. Shots fired. 1442 Elm. Suspect down, I repeat." Static. Sirens in the distance. Too many sirens. And a voice, weak and breaking, drifted through the bathroom door. Is he dead? Please, my son, we're scared." Darrell stared at George's ruined face, at the gaping hole in his jaw, at the skin, grey and loose, and the swollen bite on his shoulder. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. "He's dead," Darrell said, forcing the words out. "But we need to get you out, now." As if on cue, a scream tore through the night outside, guttural, starving. Then another joined it, then another. The night was coming alive. Darrell tried to holster his gun, missed once, twice, and then finally got it. George's blood made the grip slick. The corpse sprawled like a broken puppet, a dark pool spreading underneath him. "Mrs. Cohen." Darrell's voice cracked, but he made it firm. "Stay in there. Don't open the door yet. Don't let the kid see this." "Okay," came the voice. "But please hurry. He's so scared." Darrell swept the flashlight over George's corpse again. The adrenaline hadn't faded yet, but his cop instincts were kicking back in. The blood wasn't right. It was too dark, almost black. And it moved wrong, thicker than blood, like oil. The bite wound had swollen grotesquely, black veins crawling out from it like roots. How long was George acting strange? Darrell asked. A pause. He came home early, said he felt sick. That was around noon. Her voice cracked. He had a fever. I tried to get him to go to the hospital, but he wouldn't. And then he started... Oh, God, he started... It's okay, Darrell said, voice tight. Take your time. Sheila's breath hitched. He started getting aggressive, confused. He couldn't talk right. Just those awful noises, deep, guttural, like something chewing through his throat. And her words broke apart into sobs. Then he went after Buddy, our dog. Well, she didn't have to finish that sentence. Darrell already knew. He killed him, she choked, ripped him apart with his bare hands. And that's when we ran upstairs. Jesus Christ, Darrell muttered, sweeping the flashlight down toward George's body, or what was left of it. His hands were a ruin, fingernails split and ragged, dried blood caked in the cracks, tufts of fur jammed beneath them. The fingers themselves bent like snapped twigs, some twisted the wrong way, shattered bones pushing up beneath skin. All the while, sirens wailed outside. But even they sounded wrong. Distant, then close, then gone. Somewhere else again. A pattern that didn't make sense. Oh, the screaming, though, that was getting closer. Darrell raised his radio. Dispatch, this is 522. Anyone copy? Only static. He pulled out his phone. No signal. Of course not. And a crashing sound came from downstairs. Glass shattered. Something big, something slow. What was that? Sheila whispered through the door. Stay quiet, Darrell barked. I'm checking it out. Gun up, flashlight leading. He started down the stairs. Blood on the wall. Some of it brand new. Another crash, closer this time, and then the breathing. Wet. Rattling. The same sound George had made. But now there were more of them. Multiple sources all around. Oh, fuck this, Darrell hissed. We're leaving. He spun toward the bathroom, and then froze. George's body was gone. The blood stain remained, but the corpse had vanished. Part 2. No, that was impossible. Darrell had shot him in the head. Dead was dead. Movement. He turned, and the flashlight beam caught him. George, standing at the end of the hall. Lurching upright, his body moving like it didn't remember how. The jaw still hung, shattered and crooked. A hole in his cheek leaked blood in slow pulses. Yet he stood, breathing and turning. Jesus, Darrell breathed. George's head snapped toward the sound. His face, what remained of it, twisted, not in pain, not in confusion, but hunger, animal, unnatural. His mouth gaped open wider than it should. His jaw stretched, cracked, unhinged. A low, sticky growl crawled up in his throat. Darrell raised the gun again. Stay down, George. Don't do this. But George didn't listen. He charged. Real fast this time, too fast. Like death had unchained him. Darrell fired, one round to the chest, but George didn't even flinch. Then another, a throat shot. Blood sprayed, but he still came, flailing arms, clawing hands, broken fingers reaching out. "Head!" Sheila screamed. "Hit the brain!" Darrell aimed and fired. The shot split George's forehead. The skull cracked. Grey matter burst out in a spray of blood. And then George dropped. And this time, he didn't get up. Darrell stood over the body, his chest heaving, gun trembling in his hand. He kept it trained on the corpse anyway. Couldn't trust it, not after what he'd seen. He'd been dead, then he hadn't. It was as simple as that. Downstairs, the noises were getting louder. Shuffling, dragging, wet animal sounds that tried to form words but never made it. Darrell backed to the bathroom door. "Mrs. Cohen, I need you to open up now." A soft click, and the door creaked open. Sheila stood in the doorway, early 30s, pale, eyes wide with terror. She clutched a little boy to her chest. Damien, maybe 6 or 7, face buried in his mother's shirt. "Oh, don't look, baby," she whispered. "Keep your eyes closed." Darrell gave them a once-over. No blood, no bites. For now, that was enough. "Right, we need to move," he said, voice low and grim. "Something's wrong, real wrong. The whole city's gone." Then a scream tore through the night, shrill, raw, and human. Then a wet choke, like someone drowning on their own blood. "Look, my car's out front," Darrell said, steadying his breathing. "We're going to walk there. Calm, quiet. Damien, can you be brave for me?" The boy gave a nod, his face buried in his mother's chest. "Good man." Darrell then turned to Sheila. "Listen. Stay close. If anything happens, you run. Don't stop. Don't look back, just run. Got it?" "Yes," she whispered. But what's happening? What's wrong with everyone?" Darrell didn't answer at first. He was thinking of George. George with half his skull gone, still coming to him. The teeth, the black blood, the raw power behind those broken fingers. Every dumb zombie movie he'd ever laughed at as a kid. Well, it didn't seem so funny now. "I don't know," he said finally, "but we've got to move." They crept toward the stairs. Darrell led with a flashlight and the gun, every step deliberate. Below, the sounds were louder now. Dragging feet, thick, sludgy breaths, things smashing into walls and furniture. Then his beam caught something. A woman staggered into view. Joggers torn, throat a shredded mess of meat. Her head snapped up at the light. Milky dead eyes, red-mouthed teeth, soaked in something fresh. "Back," Darrell hissed. "Back up, slowly." Her spine twisted backward with a crack, and her jaw dropped open wide, tendons flexing like wires. She let out a sound that didn't belong in any living thing, high and mournful, something out of a nightmare. Behind her, more of them. 3, maybe more, all twitching, convulsing, moving with the same broken rhythm, like puppets on a meat hook. "The bedroom," Sheila whispered. "There's a tree by the window. Damien used to climb it." Darrell nodded once. "Okay, go." They retreated, slow but sure. The infected things began climbing the stairs, joints popping as they bent in impossible ways. Flesh splitting, reforming, cracking, something driving them that didn't care about pain or damage. They reached the master bedroom. Darrell slammed the door and dragged a heavy dresser across it, muscles screaming. No lock, just wood and hope. The window was open, and curtains snapped in the night wind. The oak tree was close, thick limbs, enough to hold them. And a crash, and the door shuddered. Damn, they were here. "Damien, you first." Sheila helped her boy to the sill. He trembled but said nothing, eyes wide as he reached for the nearest branch. Darrell lit his path. The kid moved like a ghost in the dark. And another slam, and the door groaned. "Right, you next," Darrell barked. Sheila didn't hesitate. She climbed out, slower but sure, careful as the branch flexed under her. And then the door exploded. The dresser shattered, and they came through, mouths open, eyes wild. The jogger woman was first, then a man in a ripped business suit, blood crusted across his face. A teenager followed, stomach torn open wide, intestines half dragged behind him. Darrell fired. The jogger's head snapped back. She dropped, tangled in with the suited man, but the kid, well, he moved like lightning. He vaulted over them and hit Darrell square in the chest. They both went down hard, the gun jammed between them. The boy's breath hit Darrell's face, putrid, sweet like rot, and his teeth snapped, inches from Darrell's throat. Darrell slammed his knee up, trying to push him off, but the body was stiff, impossibly strong, locked tight with unnatural force. Something was in control, something that didn't understand being human anymore. More infected flooded in. Darrell could hear Sheila screaming from the tree. The teenager's teeth tore into his vest, trying to rip through, and Darrell knew if the kid reached skin, it was over. Darrell slammed his elbow into the thing's temple, once, twice, a third time. Bone cracked like dry timber, but the thing didn't stop, snarling, writhing, and relentless. His hand shot down to his ankle, fingers closing around cold steel. The snub-nosed .38 came free. He jammed it up under the infected teen's chin. The kid's head blew open like rotten fruit. Bone, brain, and blood sprayed across the floor. The body convulsed and then dropped limp. Darrell shoved it off and scrambled to his feet, his breath ragged. The businessman was already on him, mouth open, teeth shattered, hands clawing. Darrell didn't hesitate. One shot through the eye, another into the skull of the infected woman behind him. His revolver clicked then, empty. "Officer!" Sheila's voice tore through the chaos. "Please, come!" Darrell spun, saw the flood of infected spilling into the bedroom like a wave of rot. Their breath was a sick rhythm, wet and heaving. He dove for the open window, fingers catching the nearest branch just as clawed hands snapped at his legs. He didn't look back. Bark tore at his palms as he climbed down, the tree groaning under his weight. Above, the infected clustered at the window, faces lit in stark relief by the fallen flashlight. One dropped from the sill, hit the ground with a meaty thud. Another followed, then another. Well, they should have stayed down. They didn't. Bones cracked, joints popped, bodies twitched upright like marionettes yanked by some unseen hand. Darrell's boots hit the grass. Sheila and Damien were already sprinting toward his cruiser, light still strobing across the lawn. Shadows moved between houses, lurching, dragging, hunting. The air was thick with their noises, not speech, not human, just hunger. And a scream cut through it, a real one, human, but it ended too fast. "Get in," Darrell roared, sprinting to the driver's side. They slammed the doors shut just as the first infected slammed against the car. Bloodied hands smeared the windows. Darrell fumbled with the keys, slick with blood and sweat. The engine coughed, then caught. He dropped it into reverse. Tires squealed. The cruiser fishtailed across the lawn. Bodies hit the hood, bounced off the roof. He ran over at least two. In the mirror they twitched, and then stood back up. The radio hissed to life. "All units. Citywide emergency. Multiple casualties. No response from..." Static followed the rest. In the mirror, Sheila clutched Damien like she could shield him from the world, and her eyes met Darrell's. They were pale and terrified. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice like glass ready to shatter. Darrell stared past her, more infected moving between the houses, a tide of flesh and rage, blind to pain, deaf to reason. He gritted his teeth. "We survive," he said, and he floored the accelerator. The cruiser shot forward, engine screaming, and the night swallowed them. They tore past an abandoned Honda, its door hanging open, blood smeared thick across the glass. Darrell's hands shook on the wheel. George's blood was sticky on his skin, drying into a crust. "Dispatch, this is 522, he barked into the radio. "Multiple hostiles, extremely violent. We need backup, now." Only static answered at first, then fragments, broken voices, and panic. "Total chaos at Memorial. Behavioral changes within minutes. They're eating them." In the back seat, Damien whimpered. Sheila held him tighter. Her reflection was ghost white in the mirror. "Officer Atkinson, what's happening to everyone?" Darrell scanned the darkness. More shapes emerging, stumbling, twitching, moving like George had. A mechanical voice cut through the radio then, warped and half garbled. "This is not a test. The Office of Emergency Management has issued a city-wide alert. Unexplained outbreaks of savage violence have erupted across the whole area. Citizens are ordered to shelter in place. Do not approach, do not engage. Repeat, this is not a test." "Infected," Darrell muttered. The word tasted off, like something out of a bad horror flick. But he'd seen it, up close. The bites, the change, the unnatural power, the way they kept coming unless you took out the brain. Then a flicker of movement caught his eye, inside a house they'd passed. A family around a dinner table. Almost normal except for how they were hunched, feeding, tearing at something, someone. He floored the gas. "Where are we going?" Sheila asked. "Station," he said. "We get backup, gear up, and I get you somewhere safe." Even as he said it, he didn't believe it. The way the radio had gone dark, the way George had turned so fast after the bite. The station might already be gone. His phone buzzed, signal barely hanging on. A message from Martinez blinked through. "Don't come to station. Overrun." Chen bit, turned in minutes. Heading to emergency rally point. High school. Meet there. "Right, change of plans," Darrell said. And that's when the front tire exploded. The cruiser shrieked sideways, metal screaming on pavement. Darrell fought the wheel. No use. The car spun once and smashed into a parked sedan. The impact slammed him forward, seatbelt snapping his breath in half. "Everyone okay?" he gasped. "Yeah," Sheila choked out. Damien was crying, but alive. Darrell's door was bent shut. Through the cracked windshield he saw it. The trap. A spike strip, makeshift. Rusted metal and shattered glass bolted to wood. Damn. An ambush. Too late. Flashlights cut through the night. Beams danced across the cruiser, pinning them in place. Voices rang out. Rough, but human. "Got another one. Check for supplies. Watch for biters." Darrell drew his sidearm. "Mrs. Cohen, stay low. These are not cops." Figures emerged from the shadows. Civilians armed with bats, pipes, and crowbars. Their faces were pale with desperation. One had a hunting rifle. "Out of the car," the rifleman barked. "Hands where we can see 'em." "Hey, we're police," Darrell shouted back. "I've got civilians with me." "Don't care. Outside now." Darrell glanced back. There were more of them, surrounding the cruiser. No way out. 8 of them, maybe more. Listen, Darrell tried again. We're not infected. We're just trying to... But a scream cut him off. One of the looters went down, throat ripped open by a sprinting infected. The thing tore into him like meat. Blood sprayed, screams followed. The infected lifted its head, mouth dripping, eyes dead. And the mob broke. Oh, fuck, kill it! Gunfire erupted, sloppy and panicked. The creature dropped, but more surged from the dark, drawn to the noise. The looters scattered, shooting wild, screaming into the chaos. Darrell kicked his door once, twice. It groaned, and then cracked open just enough. He shoved out. Back door, he barked, quick and quiet. Sheila pulled Damien free, clinging to him. The boy's wide eyes reflected the strobe of gunfire and emergency lights. Another infected burst from the dark, a woman in bloodied scrubs, and she charged. Darrell fired. Chest shot, useless. Second shot, right between the eyes. She dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Right, this way. He led them through a narrow alley, dark and tight. Behind them, the ambushers were dying fast. Screams rose, gunshots flared. The trap they'd set turned out to be their own execution ground. The alley closed in around them, tight, filthy, and thick with shadow. Dumpsters lined the walls like rusted tombstones, and garbage slicked the ground, every step a risk. Darrell's flashlight caught the gleam of fire escapes above, broken windows papered over with yesterday's news and desperation. And somewhere ahead, glass shattered. "Officer," Sheila whispered, "your arm." Darrell glanced down. His sleeve was ripped, blood blooming through the fabric. It must have happened in the crash. He hadn't felt a thing. "I'm fine," he said. "It's not a bite." Sheila wasn't looking at him anymore. Her eyes were locked behind him. Darrell turned. One of the looters had staggered into the mouth of the alley, fingers clutching at his neck. Blood ran thick between them, dark and heavy. His eyes found Darrell's, panic, pleading. "Help!" he choked. And then he collapsed, hit the pavement hard. His body twitched, then thrashed. The sounds he made weren't human anymore. "Run," Darrell said, voice low and sharp. "Now." They ran. Behind them, the looters' death throes twisted into something wet and animal. Breathing, loud and ragged, not human, not anymore. Darrell's radio crackled then, one last gasp of authority through the static. "All emergency response units, be advised. City borders are sealed. Military checkpoint at Memorial Bridge. Fall back, repeat, fall back to Memorial Bridge. This is our last broadcast. God help us all." And then, silence. Static. Part 3. Darrell looked at Sheila and Damien, 2 civilians caught in hell. The kid's face was streaked with silent tears, but he wasn't making a sound. Smart. Sound brought them in. "What now?" Sheila asked. Darrell checked his Glock. 5 rounds. Maybe 20 more in the spare mag. The backup 38, empty. Behind them, the looter-turned creature dragged itself upright, twitching with hunger. Ahead, echoes of the infected bounced off brick and concrete. The city was bleeding out, dying in chunks, one bite at a time. "We survive," Darrell muttered, repeating what he'd said hours ago, though now it sounded dead. "We adapt, find their weakness. Then we get the hell out." The scream split the dark, joined by more, high, sharp, unnatural. The hunt had begun. Darrell slammed around into the chamber and moved. Point man again, leading them deeper into the dark, though alleys thick with shadow and blood. Every step took them further away from the world they'd known, closer to whatever this was becoming. The infection was spreading, the city was falling, and the night was just getting started. It led them through streets stripped of anything familiar. Fires bloomed in office towers, throwing jagged shadows across burned-out cars and shattered glass. Gunfire barked in the distance, and then silence. Screams that ended too fast. "Stay close," he whispered. They crept past an overturned delivery truck, its cargo doors hanging wide like a torn wound. Boxes of canned food spilled across the street, ripped, crushed. Inside the trailer, his light caught movement. Something squirming, crawling on twisted limbs. Wet breathing echoed from within. They moved faster. His arm throbbed with every heartbeat, blood soaking the bandage. Not deep, but enough. Enough to drip, enough to leave a trail. He'd seen what that did, how the infected smelled it. Their heads would snap toward it like wolves to fresh meat. Damien hadn't said a word since the alley. The boy walked like a ghost, one hand clinging to his mother, the other pressed tight over his ears. Smart kid. Yes, those sounds were worse than anything. The groans, the snarls, the clicking of the teeth. Then they turned onto Madison Avenue. Once the city's beating heart, now a graveyard. Abandoned cars lined the street, doors ajar, lights flickering, and beyond them, the black void of a city devouring itself. Some engines still idled in the street, headlights cutting pale, useless beams through the thick smoke. Other cars sat dead, doors flung open wide, their interiors painted in blood. A city bus lay on its side like a gutted animal, windows shattered, silence heavy around it. "Look, the precinct's 10 blocks north," Darrell muttered, checking his Glock. 4 rounds left. 20 more in the spare mag. It wasn't enough, not even close. Then, movement. A figure stumbled out from behind a jackknifed semi, dragging a twisted leg behind it. Its head snapped toward them with that sick, unnatural twitch, the kind only the infected had. Darrell's flashlight caught the glint of a badge. Police uniform, still intact. But the throat wasn't. No, it had been torn straight through to the spine. "Back," Darrell whispered. "Quiet." They moved slowly, retreating. The infected officer's head tilted, curious like a dog scenting prey. Then more came. 3, then 5, shambling from behind the wreck, moving in eerie, perfect sync. Broken marionettes on invisible strings. "Right. Other way," Darrell said. "Cut through it." An engine roared to life, and headlights exploded across the street. Darrell turned, blinded. A black SUV screamed toward them, swerving between burnt-out cars. "Get down," he barked, dragging Sheila and Damien behind a delivery van. The SUV plowed into the infected. Bodies flew, wet smacks against asphalt. It fished out but didn't stop, tires shrieking as it surged northwards. The things it hit? They got back up. Bones snapped back into place, heads jerked toward the retreating vehicle. They followed the sound, every single one of them, drawn like hounds on a scent. "Hey, they follow sound," Damien whispered, his first words in more than an hour. Darrell nodded. "That's right, buddy. We can use that." They moved south, hugging the walls, buried in shadows. Every few blocks they had to reroute. Streets blocked by wreckage, collapsed buildings, or swarms of the infected. The city's grid had gone, replaced by chaos and ruin. And an explosion lit the eastern sky. A chemical plant, maybe, or a gas main. Whatever it was, the blast wave shook the entire street. Car alarms screamed to life, hundreds of them, a chorus of electronic shrieks that drew monsters from every direction. "We need to get off the street," Darrell said. But before he could move, a body had slammed onto the hood of the car beside them. The infected man rolled off fast. His face was shredded, jaw dangling by strips of muscle, but his eyes, those stayed sharp, locked on. More poured from a shattered storefront behind him, glass crunching under their feet. "Run!" Darrell barked, and they sprinted north. Footsteps echoed. So many. Infected surged from alleys and doorways, drawn to the sound. Each new arrival triggered the next, until the street behind them boiled with motion, a tide of rot and teeth. The horde was on its way. Up ahead, Darrell spotted a pharmacy, security gate halfway down. This was a chance. "Right there," he pointed. Damien dove under first, small enough to roll through. Sheila followed, crawling on her stomach, elbow scraping. Darrell turned, raised the Glock and fired. 2 shots, both clean hits. One infected dropped, and another tripped over the body, tangling the horde up for a moment. He dove under the gate too. Fingers scraped his boots as he pulled through. The metal clanged behind him, then shook under the weight of impact. They're pushing through," Sheila shouted. "Help me." Darrell grabbed a display rack and rammed it against the gate. Sheila was already moving, dragging more shelves over. A vending machine toppled next, smashing to the floor. The gate bent inward under the force of the infected. Their faces were pressed through the bars, their teeth gnashing, eyes burning with fevered hunger. "Back of the store," Darrell barked. "Check for other exits." Then they froze. A new sound had joined the chaos, low, guttural, coming from inside. The sharp, brutal crack of a high-powered rifle split the chaos, then again and again. The rhythm was methodical, deliberate. Through the twisted bars of their barricade, Darrell saw bodies dropping, one after another, infected skulls bursting like fruit under the precision of perfect headshots. "Sniper," he muttered. "Someone's still breathing up there." Then came a new sound, rotors chopping the air like blades. A helicopter surged into view above the crumbling skyline, its searchlight sweeping the ruin-strewn street below. The beam lit up the horde in all its diseased glory, skin sloughing off bone, eyes milky and hungry. A voice boomed from the chopper's speakers, flat and unmerciful. "Attention survivors, the city is lost. Military extraction points have been established at Memorial Bridge and Central Station. This is your final warning. Sanitization begins at dawn." Sanitized? Sheila's voice cracked. Darrell didn't blink. "They're going to burn it. Cleanse it with fire." The chopper banked left, veering out of sight, but not before its light swept across a rooftop. A lone figure crouched at the ledge, rifle braced tight to shoulder. It was a sniper, still watching, still protecting. Below, more infected swarmed the streets, pulled in by the birds' thunder. The sniper didn't stop. No, his rifle spat death over and over, each shot painting the concrete red. "Well, we can't get to the precinct," Darrell growled. "Bridge or station. Well, which one's closer?" Then a scream tore through the air, close this time, and glass shattered at the rear of the pharmacy. "We've got company," Darrell said, gun up. "Loading dock." Sheila clutched Damien to her chest. "What do we do?" Darrell checked his Glock again. 2 rounds now, 20 more in the spare. Definitely not enough. Not even close. Outside, the sniper's rhythm never faltered. Their unseen guardian was still buying them precious seconds. "Well, we're not dying here," Darrell said coldly. "They're fast but dumb, drawn by noise, by blood. Can't solve problems. Headshots drop 'em." Glass exploded in the back again, and wet, ragged breathing echoed down the aisles of ruined shelves. "Right, there's a service ladder in the alley. If we make the roof, we might reach the sniper. The bridge is 15 blocks. We move fast, we may live. The first infected appeared then. A former security guard, uniform hanging in ribbons, holster empty, eyes dead. His head twisted toward them, jaws gnashing mindlessly. Right. Ready? Darrell asked. Sheila nodded, clutching Damien. The boy's cheeks were streaked with dirt and tears, but his eyes burned with something close to courage. The infected charged. Darrell fired. One shot, clean hit to the temple, and the body dropped mid-sprint. Then came the others, more shadows sliding between shelves, moaning and shrieking. Right, go. They burst through the back, the pharmacy collapsing behind them in screams and glass. The loading dock fell, and the infected swarmed, unstoppable. But outside, the rifle fire still barked, clean, relentless, a lullaby of violence in a dying city. Behind them, everything burned, and the dead roamed like a sickness with legs. But somewhere in the east, the fire hadn't come yet. Maybe salvation was there, if they reached it, if they lived. The night wasn't done with them yet. Part 4. They ran until the fire station loomed ahead, black brick and silence beneath a blood-red sky. Darrell pressed to the corner of the delivery shop, scanned the road, then waved the others forward. They hadn't heard the sniper in 3 blocks, not since the pharmacy fell, and the silence felt like death. He led them toward the side of the station, toward a plain steel door tucked beside shattered entrances. His flashlight beam pierced the small window. No movement, just blackness beyond. Good sign, he muttered. But even as he said it, the wind had shifted and brought the stench of rot. Then the handle turned too easily. Wait, Darrell hissed. There was blood. Fresh. The stench of iron hit him hard. Stay behind me. He pushed the door open with the barrel of his gun. Light swept forward, catching a hallway lined with busted gear lockers. Tactical vests torn open, helmets cracked, blood smeared in erratic patterns. A single boot print, heavy and wet, trailed away into the shadows. They moved slow, every step a test of nerve. The place was too quiet, too wrong. The silence felt thick, like the building was holding its breath. Even their own exhales sounded like betrayal. The break room yawned open to their right. Darrell's beam cut through overturned chairs and a table crusted with something black. The sandwich sat abandoned on a paper plate, turned green with mold. A flickering TV buzzed above it, cycling silent emergency warnings. Look, Damien whispered, pointing. Mounted near the ceiling was a first aid cabinet. Smart kid. Darrell climbed up, shattered the plastic with the butt of his flashlight, caught the door mid-fall. Inside there was gauze, antiseptic, trauma dressings. He stuffed everything he could into his jacket. Officer Atkinson? Sheila called, her voice trembling. There's a radio. Comms room was tucked behind the break area, walls lined with dead tech and rusted equipment. But the main console still blinked, alive for now. Darrell spun the dial, careful with the volume. Hiss, crackle, and then... Perimeter established. Firebombing begins at dawn. Multiple casualties at Memorial Bridge. Darrell went still. Damn, Memorial Bridge is gone, he muttered. Our best shot compromised. Try the station, Sheila said. He twisted the dial again, more static, then nothing. A map on the wall caught his eye. Emergency grid. He traced it fast. Where they were, where they needed to be. Central Station, 20 blocks away. Straight through the red zones, he whispered. It's suicide. Then a crashing sound answered him. Something deeper inside the station moved, metal scraping on concrete. Darrell killed the radio. The darkness swallowed him. He clicked off his flashlight. Wet breathing seeped into the silence. "Right, storage room, now," Darrell murmured. They backed into a side bay, and the door closed almost all the way. Through the gap, Darrell saw a shape lurch into view. It was broad, slow, hulking. His hand found something mounted on the wall. Cold steel. An axe. He gripped it. The infected firefighter dragged itself across the floor, still in full turnout gear. Its movements were jerky and distorted, head hanging sideways like it was broken, helmet split, grey skin slick beneath. Another figure joined it, faster this one and twitchier, same gear, same dead eyes. Both stopped and sniffed the air. They smelled blood. Darrell's blood. "Get back," he breathed. "We need..." Damien had stumbled, and a wrench fell to the ground with a clatter. Both infected turned. Then the door burst apart. 500 pounds of dead weight smashed into the room. Darrell shoved Sheila and Damien behind him, raising the axe just in time. The first one's helmet flew off, revealing a face torn in half by something long forgotten. It snarled, perpetually locked in rage. Darrell's swing caught it in the throat. The blade sank deep, but barely slowed it down. Clawed hands gripped his shoulders, pulling him into snapping teeth. Then the second firefighter flanked, moving fast. "Run!" Darrell roared, grappling the axe free. "Loading bay, now!" Sheila grabbed Damien and bolted, and the second infected turned to pursue them. Darrell kicked over a shelf, sending tools crashing into its path. But the first one wasn't done. No, not by a long shot. Equipment crashed down, snarling into the infected's gear as it lunged. Darrell was driven hard against the wall. Up close, the stench was overwhelming, rot, copper, and something worse, like meat left to fester in the dark. His breath hit his face like poison, and the jaws clicked with mindless hunger, teeth slamming just inches away. Only the axe wedged between them kept his face from being torn off. Darrell roared, slamming his boot into its knee. Something cracked, but the thing didn't stop. It just surged harder. Then the axe slipped, and teeth snapped where his throat had just been. He twisted away, and the creature's face smashed into the wall, spider-webbing the concrete. In a single desperate arc, Darrell tore the axe free and buried it into the infected skull. The edge cleaved bone and split brain. Grey matter sprayed the wall. The body dropped, twitching once, and then nothing. Then the second one came, free of the debris now, so fast, so big, and it barreled towards him. Darrell yanked at the axe. It was stuck. No time. He pulled his sidearm and fired. One last round. The bullet punctured into its face, tearing through skin and muscle, but missing the brain. It was still coming. Darrell dove aside as it tore through the shelving like it was made of straw. Steel and gear collapsed on top of it, buying him precious seconds. He scrambled to his feet, leaving the axe behind. Just 20 rounds in his spare mag, each one a screaming beacon for more infected. "Officer Atkinson!" Sheila's voice was distant, all the way from the loading bay. Darrell sprinted, slammed the door behind him. The metal groaned. The infected was already back on its feet, hurling the clapped shells off with raw, monstrous strength. Well, the loading bay looked like a war zone. Crashed vehicles, shattered lights, and a fire engine overturned like a toy. Sheila and Damien waved frantically by the half-open door, and Darrell ran to them. Behind him, the storage room door exploded outward, and the infected came through, armor shredded, face twisted, those milky eyes locking onto them with primal intent. "Quick, under!" Darrell barked, shoving Damien through the gap under the door, and then Sheila. He dropped and rolled through last as thunderous footsteps chased them out into the station's rear lot. The sky was orange now, sick and burning with the reflection of the city in flames. "There," Sheila pointed, an emergency vehicle still intact, keys dangling from the ignition. They bolted. The truck's fire door flung open and they piled in. Darrell twisted the key and the engine ground to life. But too late. The infected was on them, slamming against the truck, crawling onto the hood. Darrell shifted into reverse and slammed the bumper into the creature. It held on, climbing up. He hit the brakes hard, and the thing flew forward, smashing onto the pavement. And of course, it started getting up. Darrell threw it into drive and floored it. The truck rammed the creature against the wall, sickening impact. Still, it moved again and again. Metal shrieked, bones popped, until finally the skull gave way and the body slumped. Silence. Just there breathing, and the engine idling like a heartbeat. "Hey, you two okay?" Darrell asked. Sheila nodded, but Damien didn't speak. He held on tight and didn't cry. Darrell checked his watch. Less than 2 hours until dawn, till the military wiped this place off the map. The truck's radio crackled then, and a new broadcast looped. "Attention survivors. Memorial Bridge extraction is lost. Repeat, Memorial Bridge has fallen. All remaining civilians divert to Central Station. Military transports depart on the hour. This is your last warning. The city burns at dawn." Darrell stared at the map on the dashboard. Damn, Central Station was still 20 blocks through hell. But they had wheels, and a weapon, and a way out. "We're not dying here," he said, and this time he felt like he meant it. He slammed the spare mag into the Glock, 20 rounds. The axe rested on the seat beside him, scrubbed clean, the edge glinting under the cab lights. In the back they'd found a stash of bandages, flares, and a couple of dusty MREs. The burning city sprawled before them like a shattered graveyard, smoke and rot, ash and screams. But for the first time since this nightmare had begun, Darrell felt a flicker of something close to hope. "Ready?" he asked. Sheila gave him a hard nod. Even Damien, trembling in the back seat, managed a weak one. Darrell dropped the truck into gear. Somewhere ahead, past alleys choked with corpses and streets ruled by monsters, salvation might just be waiting. They had to bleed their way to it, though. The emergency truck growled through the dark like a beast set loose. Every intersection was a snarl of dead vehicles and twisted metal. The bull bar shoved the worst aside, but they were reduced to a crawl. Too slow. Dawn was closing in. "Please," a voice cut through the black, roaring close. "Help us." Darrell's hands tightened on the wheel. He'd driven past dozens already. Faces in windows, shadows screaming for mercy. Well, they could not save everyone. Stop and you risked it all. But this voice, it wasn't fading into the background. No, it dug in. A figure stumbled into the headlights. Young, bloody, limping, early 20s maybe. Torn clothes, eyes wide with desperate hope. He waved both arms like a drowning man. "Officer," Sheila murmured, "we can't just—" "Yeah, I know." Darrell braked hard. The guy's face lit up as the truck ground to a halt. Darrell grabbed the axe just in case. "Right, stay in the truck. Keep it running. If it gets bad, go." He stepped out. The young man stopped 10 feet out, hands raised high. "Thank God," he said, voice hoarse. I thought I was the only one left." "You're hurt." "Oh, not bit," the guy said quickly, shaking his head. "Crash. My dad, he got bit. Started changing. I had to run." "What's your name?" "Tyler. Please, look, there's others trapped in the car a block back. I was trying to find help." Gunfire cracked in the distance, and screams curled between buildings. "Show me," Darrell said. "Quick, quiet." They moved fast down a ruined side street. A sedan lay upside down, its roof flattened like a crushed tin can. Shattered glass glittered across the road. Inside, hands beat against fogged windows. "Hey!" A woman's voice it was, muffled but alive. Darrell swept the area with his light. "No infected here. Not yet." "Stand back," he barked, swinging the axe. Glass exploded. A woman and a boy crawled free, coughing and wide-eyed. "Thank you," the woman gasped. "I'm Sarah, and this is Kevin. We've been trapped for hours." "We're heading to Central Station," Darrell said. "Military evac. Come with us." There was a loud metallic crash, loud and close, that cut him off, and they all turned. Something moved fast from behind a dumpster. Low to the ground, limbs spidered wide, mouth hanging loose, swinging like a shattered hinge, and it screeched. Darrell raised the axe, but it was too fast. The thing slammed into Tyler, teeth first, driving him down, and his scream ripped the night apart. Well, Darrell brought the axe down, deep into the thing's skull. It twitched once, went still, but the blade stuck. Tyler writhed, clutching his shoulder, blood flooding through his fingers. "Oh, God!" he gasped. "Oh, God, no!" "How long?" Darrell asked, wrenching at the axe. "How long since your father turned?" Ty's face went pale. 20, maybe 30 minutes. He changed fast, real fast." Sarah pulled Kevin back, her eyes wide with panic. He's turning. We need to go." Ty jerked. His back arched, bones cracked like branches. His neck stretched too far, tendons bulging under the skin. It had already begun. The wound in Tyler's shoulder had already blackened, dark veins spiderwebbing under the skin like cracks in dead earth. Darrell saw it and didn't wait. "Run." They bolted, boots slamming against concrete, breath ragged. Behind them came that sound again, the wet guttural rasp of a thing that used to be human. Darrell glanced back. Tyler was already on his feet. His body jerked in stiff, unnatural spasms, his head twisted like a predator locking onto prey, eyes dead, lips peeled back. He was coming. A screech of tires tore through the street. A sedan exploded from a side road, nearly ploughing into them. It fishtailed, then vanished into the smoke. Never even slowed down. Well, more infected heard it. They poured from broken buildings and alley shadows, sniffing the air like wolves. Some turned toward the fleeing car, but others caught the scent of living blood. Darrell's blood. "There." Darrell pointed at a boarded-up convenience store. The windows were sealed with plywood and the door chained shut. No time for finesse. Darrell raised his Glock and fired. The chain snapped, clattering to the ground. "Right, in, now." They shoved through the door, and Darrell slammed it shut behind them, looping the chain from inside, just in time. Thuds hit the door, bodies heavy, angry, and hungry. "Hey, help me," Darrell barked. Sarah and Kevin helped drag metal shelves across the entrance. Each impact made the wall tremble. The plywood held, but wouldn't forever. Darrell swept his flashlight across the interior. Empty shelves, ransacked coolers, trash and glass. A few supplies might still be in the back. Maybe. A scream snapped him around. The ceiling tiles had split, and an infected dropped straight onto Sarah, teeth gnashing, claws raking. She fought back, blood on her hands, her eyes wild. Darrell's shot cracked the air, and the creature dropped, twitching. The echo inside the store was thunder. And outside, the pounding grew louder. "Yeah, you good?" he asked. Sarah nodded, pale and shaking. Then above them, the ceiling creaked again, and loose tiles trembled. "They're in the crawl space," Kevin whispered. Then a blast of metal and shattering glass stopped them cold. Part 5. A car had crashed through the storefront. The wall had caved and racks tumbled. Screams followed. Infected surged through the breach, a flood of limbs and rot. Back door, now. He fired into the crowd, headshots tight and clean, but there were just too many. They backed into the stockroom, cornered. The exit was blocked by a dumpster. Darrell and Kevin threw themselves at it, while Sarah watched the door, hands shaking, holding a wrench. Metal shrieked. The dumpster groaned, and it shifted just enough. Okay, go. Kevin squeezed through, and Sarah followed. Then a hand seized Darrell's leg, fingers like iron. He kicked, felt teeth skim his boot, but he broke free. Darrell reached for his last flare, struck it, and tossed it through the door. The magnesium burst ignited a puddle of spilled chemicals. Fire swallowed the stockroom. The infected screamed but kept coming, faces blistering, still crawling forward, while they ran. Behind them, the store became an inferno. Inside, the things burned but still clawed toward the light. Right, we're almost. Darrell choked, skidding to a stop. The emergency truck was under siege. Dozens of infected had surrounded it, fists pounding the armored glass. Inside, Sheila and Damien crouched, wide-eyed, waiting for the cracks to split open. Darrell cursed under his breath. New plan. He checked his ammo, 12 rounds now. Nearby, an abandoned police bike leaned against a lamppost, engine still hot. Past it, the road opened toward Central Station. They could hear train horns wailing through the city. The evacuation was still moving. Sheila! Darrell yelled. The infected turned at the sound of his voice. On my signal, drive. Straight to the station. We'll catch up. He fired 3 quick shots, clearing the driver's side door. Sheila heard, and the truck's engine howled. Then she floored it. Metal crushed bone. The beast was moving again. The vehicle vanished into the black, horns screaming into the night, luring the swarm away from Darrell's group. Right, that's our cue, he growled to Sarah and Kevin. Run. The motorcycle fired up on the first try, its rumble cutting through the chaos. Kevin jumped on behind Darrell, while Sarah climbed into a rusty grocery cart, rigged like a chariot of desperation. She grabbed the sides with white-knuckled fury. Right, hold on tight. Darrell popped the clutch, and the cart shrieked as the bike dragged it down the corpse-strewn street. Behind them, the infected spilled from the burning wreck of the store, howling and blistered, drawn to the roar of the engine. They tore through the streets, soaked in death, the cart bouncing hard over glass, limbs, and shattered stone. Every turn brought fresh hell, infected leaping from wrecked cars, bursting out of shadowed doorways, hands twisted and reaching. Darrell fired until the Glock clicked dry, and after that he used the bike itself, turning it into a blunt instrument of survival. Crushed bodies sent them spinning, flesh and bone thudding under the tires. And then he saw it. Central Station. A battered old fortress of red brick and steel, ringed with tanks and razor wire. Searchlights sliced the dark. Muzzle flashes blinked like lightning. They were close. Then, impact. Something slammed into the cart, an infected, screeching and gnashing. Sarah screamed as it lunged at her, teeth snapping for her face. She fought back, shoving it down, and the wheels crushed its skull. But more came, a pack of them, fast and hungry. Darrell gunned the engine, the frame vibrating like a live wire beneath them. Then Kevin pointed. The truck! They're at the line! Soldiers pulled Sheila and Damien through a breach in the barricade, and Darrell aimed straight for it. Oh, the swarm surged. Darrell didn't blink. The cart hit something hard, and Sarah almost fell out. Jump! He shouted. Sarah dove. Gunfire thundered from the barricade as soldiers opened up. Precise burst, dropping the charging infected. Kevin leapt free. Darrell slid the bike sideways, laying it down and skidding under the reaching claws. They had made it. Durrell rose to his feet, muscles screaming. Sheila ran to him, Damien stumbling behind. They were alive, bleeding and shaking, but alive. Inside the barricade, a soldier barked orders. "Train leaves in 10. City burns at dawn." They staggered through steel gates as the sky began to lighten, and behind them the horde still came, relentless and rabid. But not yet, not this time. They had survived. Central Station's Grand Hall had become a triage zone. Marble floors, once echoing with hurried commuters, now groaned beneath the wounded. Cots filled every corner. Blood stained the grouts. Medics moved like ghosts, checking vitals, injecting morphine, and quickly watching for the telltale signs. "Over here!" someone called. Officer Murphy leaned against a pillar, uniform soaked with blood. A medic wrapped his mangled arm. "Jesus, Durrell," he croaked. "You made it." Durrell guided Sheila and Damien to rest and then gripped Murphy's hand. "Damn, thought you were at Memorial Bridge." "Was," Murphy muttered, and he winced as the bandage tightened. "Place got hit hard, half the department gone. Bitten, dead, or worse." He looked away then. Chan didn't make it. Changed right there on the bridge. Fastest I've seen. It's mutating, man. Getting meaner. A scream tore across the hall, and everyone froze. A man writhed on the floor, limbs seizing, foam bubbling at his mouth. Durrell's eyes locked on the jagged bite on his wrist, already black, already crawling. "Hey, get him out!" someone yelled. Soldiers rushed in, dragging the convulsing body toward the doors. His spine then snapped backward, and his jaw cracked wide open, impossibly wide. Well, they got him out, just in time. Murphy exhaled, his voice low. "They're not taking chances anymore. One sign, just one, and you're out." He looked up at Durrell, his eyes haunted. "Can't let it spread. Not in here." In the evacuation zone, Durrell stood motionless, eyes scanning the chaos as medics in hazmat suits examined Sarah and Kevin under flickering floodlights. Kevin stared at the floor, jaw tight, mind somewhere deep in the carnage they clawed their way through. Sarah held his hand, whispering words too soft to matter in this place of blood and ash. The whole station echoed with agony. Cries of the wounded, the hollow sobs of lost children, the crackle of gunfire from just beyond the walls. Through the tall, soot-smeared windows, Durrell watched the city burn. Fires danced across rooftops like funeral pyres. Dawn was near, but when the sun rose, those fires would seem like matchsticks next to the inferno still to come. "Officer Atkinson?" A small voice cut through the noise. "Damien." Durrell turned. The boy pointed to a crowd near the entrance, where a new wave of survivors was being corralled and screened. I think I know him." Durrell followed the boy's gaze. A man in a shredded suit was shouting at the soldiers. "Please, my wife and my daughter, they're still out there. I have to go back." "Negative, sir," one soldier snapped. "No one leaves the secure zone." "That's Mr. Peterson," Damien whispered. "From my school. He's the principal." Peterson shoved forward. The soldiers grabbed him and held him down as he broke, sobbing like a man who'd just buried hope in the dark. Durrell knew that look. He'd seen it on a dozen faces tonight. People who'd left someone behind. A man in a captain's uniform strode toward Durrell's group. "Officer Atkinson," he said. "Got your radio call. We need a debrief now." Durrell nodded toward Sheila. "Stay with Murphy. Watch the kid." He followed the captain past lines of stretchers and exhausted medics into a makeshift command post near the old ticket counter. Tactical maps lined the walls, most zones soaked in red, marked for containment or already lost. "Your report lines up with the others," the captain said, eyes scanning a tablet. "Widespread infection. Faster changes now. Headshots only. Body shots are a waste." "Oh, and they hunt sound," Durrell added. "Moving packs. Too strong for what they are. and they can smell blood. The captain gave him a grim nod. Yeah, we've seen coordinated movement. Not random, no, calculated like wolves. Gunfire cracked outside, closer now, sharper. A soldier burst in, breath ragged. South barricades breached. Automatic fire erupted, rattling through the station walls. The captain grabbed his radio. Status. Multiple infected. The reply came through a hail of bullets. They're using the dead as cover, climbing over the bodies. Darrell moved to the window, and what he saw froze his blood. The infected were crawling over the barricades, not just pushing, but forming a wall of flesh. Dead limbs and twitching bodies stacked like chairs, a grotesque pyramid of rotten bone clawing toward the station. They're evolving, the captain whispered. Learning. Then an explosion ripped through the air and the building shuddered, lights flickered. All units fall back to secondary positions, the captain barked. Begin evacuation, I repeat, begin evacuation now. Chaos detonated into the grand hall. Soldiers herded civilians toward the platforms, shouting orders over the rising panic. Medics grabbed what supplies they could carry, abandoning triage zones soaked in blood. Darrell sprinted back to his group. Murphy was already on his feet, arm in a sling, helping Sheila guide Damien. Right, train's this way, Darrell barked. Move. They joined the stampede of the desperate, pushing toward the tracks. Out of the windows, the nightmare unfolded, waves of infected pouring over the walls like floodwater, endless and ravenous. The station was no longer a stronghold. It was the last stand. The defensive lines were breaking. Screams echoed through the station as the iron gates groaned, lowering to seal off the platforms from the chaos behind. Darrell and his group ducked under just in time. Gunfire and dying cries followed them like ghosts. 3 military transport trains waited on the tracks, engines growling, exhaust hissing in the cold morning air. Soldiers barked orders, pushing civilians into passenger cars, while others took up firing positions behind sandbags and mounted guns. Right, this one. Darrell herded his group into a car already heavy with silence and fear. Faces pale, eyes vacant. No one spoke. Sheila, Damien, Murphy, Sarah, Kevin, all accounted for. A soldier appeared in the doorway, rifle in hand, eyes dead from too much death. Anyone bitten, show your wounds now. Hands lifted, cuts, scrapes, and blood. Darrell's mind flashed to Ty. How fast it had taken him, how fast it always took them. Any one of these poor bastards could already be turning, just didn't know it yet. Behind them, the gate shuddered under a massive impact. Something was trying to break through. We need to go, now, the conductor shouted. The brakes hissed and the train began to crawl forward. Darrell turned to the windows. That's when he saw the flood. The infected burst through shattered doors and windows, spilling into the station like a tidal wave of flesh and fury. And then came something worse. Oh, God, Murphy whispered. Captain Chan was one of them. Well, what was left of him? He smashed through a barricade like it was cardboard, his body warped by the infection, muscles distended, skin stretched grey and veined with black rot. His bulk was obscene, but it moved with speed that didn't match its size. Behind him the others followed, his pack. Chan had been a monster in the gym. Now he was something far beyond human, a grotesque alpha specimen. He drove his fist through a steel support beam like it was wet paper. Take him down, someone screamed. Too late. Chan grabbed a soldier and ripped him in half. The scream barely started before it was swallowed by blood. The others in his pack went into a frenzy, howling and charging forward with madness in their eyes. The train had started to pick up speed. Darrell watched from the window as Chen turned his head, slow and deliberate, toward the sound of the departing engines. Even from here, Darrell could see it. Those eyes, white and cloudy but aware. Thinking. Damn, they are learning, Darrell muttered. God help us, they're learning. Don't look, he said to Damien. The boy buried his face in Sarah's chest, and she held him tight. Dawn broke over the city just as the station disappeared behind them, swallowed in smoke and shadow, and then the earth shook. Behind them, mushroom clouds rose like death's own fists. The military had activated the sanitization protocol. Street by street, block by block, the city was being burned to the ground. But it was already too late. Darrell scanned the car, saw them all. The woman clutching a teddy bear soaked in blood, the old man with trembling hands wrapped in gauze, the teenage girl who hadn't blinked once. Any one of them could be the next to turn. What do we do now? Sheila asked quietly. Darrell checked his sidearm. Empty. His axe long gone. But he kept his hand on the holster anyway. We survive, he said. We watch and we stay ready. She glanced out of the window. Trains were merging from other lines, all of them heading north, toward the so-called safe zones. But Darrell didn't believe in safe anymore. Not after what he'd seen. Not after what they'd become. Together, he said. Whatever's coming, we all face it together. The train thundered through the smoking ruins of suburbia. The city behind them burned, consumed by fire and ash. The night was over, but the horror had only shifted form because somewhere on that train, someone was already infected, already turning. Darrell sat back, pulling Sheila and Damien close, eyes locked on the others, tired but watchful. They survived the night. Now they had to survive what came next. The infection wasn't done. It was evolving, thinking, hunting. And daylight brought no salvation, only a different kind of darkness. Zombie Outbreak, New York City, by Augustus Cordoba. Part 1. The day kicked me in the teeth before I'd even had my second coffee. Started with the boss tearing into me, loud, brutal, in front of everyone. Well, I'd screwed up an account. Some clients got overcharged and was now acting like they'd given them a free pass to not pay a damn cent. It wasn't world-ending. Nobody died. Well, Wolfram and Hart, that didn't matter. That place was a war zone, big egos, constant backstabbing, and a blame game that never stopped. And me, I was the perfect fall guy. I've been messing up more than usual lately. I knew it. Everyone did. And once failure gets its claws into you, it drags you down fast. Success, that was for the Davidsons of the world, smug, smirking bastards who never missed a shot at someone else's expense. After the boss finished verbally gutting me, I needed air. Just 5 minutes to let the heat fade from my face. I stepped outside, took a couple of shaky breaths in the concrete courtyard. That's when it happened. Something slapped my shoulder, wet, cold, and revolting. Goddamn pigeon sitting on the ledge above had dropped a bomb on me and shrieked it off like it owned the sky. Swearing under my breath, I ducked into the lobby bathroom, praying no one I knew was around. Scrubbed at my shirt for 20 minutes, trying not to gag. Back at my desk, 6 missed calls were waiting, plus a flood of emails. Davidson, one booth over, was staring at me like he was already drafting my obituary. His smile was pure venom. Well, the day just kept getting worse. I guzzled through enough bitter coffee to give myself tremors, ate a ridiculously overpriced sandwich at my desk, which turned my gut into a furnace. Then I sent a design to the printers. The problem was it hadn't been green-lit by the client. Realized my screw-up too late. Oh, the cherry on top. Some copy I wrote for a new campaign. Thought it sounded sharp until Davidson leaned over and said, "This makes 0 sense." He was right, it didn't. I was sure the bird crap smell lingered too. Well, by the time I left the office, my nerves were shot. I felt hollowed out, a walking wreck. Living the dream, I muttered to no one, trying to smile, but I couldn't. I stared at the pavement, dragging my feet toward the train station. Working from home? Forget it. The boss liked his little kingdom filled with trembling underlings, so every day I commuted in from some dead-end suburb to suffer in person. It was soul-killing, but the standard. There were plenty of us on that daily grind, once hopeful, now cracked. We all had dreams once, and they all got eaten by the city. All I wanted now was my bed. A blackout sleep, no dreams, no thoughts. Riding the New York subway is like stepping into a different world, one with its own lords, its own rhythm, its own ghosts. The air down there's thick, smells like steel, piss, and something older, something rotten that no one's cleaned in decades. You get on, keep your head down, try not to make eye contact unless you're looking for trouble. Seats are cracked, metal poles slick with grime and the sweat of 10,000 strangers. The lights flicker like they're barely holding on. So are most of the people. The train screeches through the tunnels like it's angry to be alive, shoving its way under the city. Some cars are packed shoulder to shoulder, others are weirdly empty. Too empty. That's when you know to stay standing. Maybe it's the stench, maybe it's someone curled up on the bench muttering to themselves, twitching like a live wire. You get used to pretending nothing phases you. Sirens above ground, screams below. Someone starts yelling about the end times and another guy's selling candy bars out of a filthy gym bag. No one listens to you either. You just ride the rails and hope you get where you're going before the city swallows you whole. My platform was at the far end of the station. Rush hour had thinned, but the place still buzzed with tired grey faces. A pair of bored-looking cops strolled through, nodding to a station worker like it was just another Tuesday. Food stalls lined one side, their greasy aromas hanging in the air, but I didn't even look. My stomach was still waging war from that lunch. Kept walking until I reached the platform. A small crowd had already gathered. Some had earbuds jammed in. One woman stood nearby, maybe my age, dressed in a brand I'd never be able to afford unless I sold a kidney. Most people, as always, were glued to their screens, lost in their own worlds. Me? Just trying to survive another goddamn day. One guy looked like he'd been dragged through hell and forgot to get back up. Mid-50s, maybe older, judging by the lines carved deep into his face. His suit was crumpled like he slept in it, tie askew, cheap photo ID swinging on a lanyard around his neck. He wasn't scrolling, wasn't reading, just staring into nothing. The kind of stare that comes from too many years getting chewed up and spat out. I see you, man, I thought. Then I shoved my hands deep into my coat pockets and waited for the train to show up. A few minutes later, right on time, miracle of miracles, it rolled in. Lately, all we'd gotten were delays, cancellations, excuses. Well, this felt like a rare win. I climbed on with the herd, eyes scanning for a seat like a predator in a dying zoo. Found one to the left. Good legroom, too. Slid into it just before a frazzled-looking businesswoman with a rat's nest bung could claim it. First win of the damn day. Maybe the only one. Well, the seat was hard as hell, but I sank into it, shifted my weight, and tried to relax. My eyes closed. The office crap was still bouncing around in my skull, though, like broken glass in a blender. That AI startup account was turning into a full-blown disaster. The CEO was a raging asshole. Tech bro with too much caffeine and a God complex. Last video call, he was shouting at me, calling me useless, threatening to get me canned. Then, I jolted upright, heart thudding. Dream, just a dream. I rubbed my eyes and sighed. The seat beside me was empty now. Weird, the train had been packed when we left the city, but people were starting to vanish. A few more shuffled toward the doors as we hit the next station. Checked the signs. Still a long ride ahead before I hit my stop. Slumped back down, shifted again, and tried to let go. Suddenly it felt like the floor dropped out from under me, like I was falling backward into a black hole. I snapped forward, blinking hard. Dozing off again. Bad idea. I stared out of the window, watching the blur of the world slide by. Apartment towers, greasy burger joints, headlights jammed in traffic unmoving, like everyone had just given up. The sun was slipping away, bleeding out over another wasted day. I shook my head, folded my arms tight across my chest, and shut my eyes again. And then came the sound. A sharp, tiny blast that made me flinch. Some teenage punk a few rows down was blasting a video on his phone. No headphones, full volume. The kind of video that made someone scream with laughter like a lunatic. It played, looped, played again. And each time it stabbed into my ears like broken glass. I counted to 10. Why the hell do we all have to suffer through your brainless crap, kid? The carriage was thinning out now. Only about a dozen of us left. The businesswoman I'd beaten to the seat was still there, packing up like she was bailing at the next stop. Headphone girl, the one in the expensive gear, was further down, lost in her own world, probably streaming something at warp speed on her overpriced device. Lucky her. She didn't hear the noise, didn't hear him. Well, the haggard man was still on board too, eyes half-lidded now, his head rocking gently with the rhythm of the train, still stuck in whatever private hell he called his life, same as the rest of us. God, he must have been dead on his feet, not even registering the noise anymore. Or maybe life had just kicked the last little bit of fight out of him, and he'd stopped giving a damn. I had a pair of crappy earbuds stuffed in my suit pocket. Could have plugged them in, hit play, tried to lose myself in some music, but I knew those things weren't worth shit against the screeching echo of that kid's video. I glanced around the carriage. Still no sign of a conductor. Probably wasn't one. I remembered reading some article a while back. Budget cuts, staff reductions, unions screaming, nobody listening. Most of these trains were just drivers now. No one else. Hadn't cared when I'd read it. Not until right then. If there'd been a conductor, I could have dumped this crap on them. Let them deal with the punk. Instead, it was on me to say something, and I just couldn't. I was worn down, bone-deep tired. The kind of tired that makes everything feel like too much. So I kept my mouth shut, clamped my jaw, and squeezed my eyes closed. The noise kept drilling into my skull, though, again and again. Same laugh track, same garbage. Then the sound started to shift. Moving. I cracked an eye open. Oh, the kid was finally getting up, slouching toward the door. The train hissed to a stop. The door slid open, and he stepped off. I muttered a "thank Christ" under my breath. A few more passengers followed him out. I watched them drift down the platform as the train lurched forward again, pulling away. Full dark out now. The station vanished. Only the occasional glow from distant buildings lit the black. Damn, still a long haul before we reached the edge of the city where my sad little suburb waited. Leaned back again, tried to let go, but my body had other ideas. Damn, I needed the bathroom. Well, normally I held it. The toilets on this train line were a damn gamble, usually locked, busted, or soaked in something unholy. But my bladder wasn't taking no for an answer tonight. So I stood, made my way toward the nearest one. Red lights on the door, out of order. Of course it was. Just my luck. I grunted and kept walking, heading through the next carriage, then the next. Passed through half a dozen. Few were totally empty, ghost carriages. Others had scattered souls hunched in their own little misery zones. Well, at least I wouldn't have to wait in line. Finally reached the other restroom. Working, unlocked. I stepped in and nearly gagged. The stench punched me in the face. Floor slick with mystery fluids. No dry spot to stand on. Kept my feet wide, did what I had to do, and got the hell out. By now I could have parked myself anywhere. Loads of open seats. We're creatures of habit, aren't we? Without even thinking, my body turned and carried me right back to what I'd already claimed as my seat, my spot. Not that I'd ever admit it meant anything. Well, you know what I mean. The woman with the killer headphones was still parked in her seat, lost in her noise-cancelled bubble, bobbing her head like nothing existed outside her playlist. Across from her, the guy with the haunted face was still slumped in place too. Caught sight of his shiny bald patch as I walked past, same as before. That was it. Just the three of us now, me, headphones girl, and dead-eyed guy. The rest of the carriage was a ghost town. I let myself hope. Maybe finally I could ride the rest of this damn trip in peace. Slumped into my seat, zone out. But just as I passed misdirect, something caught my eye. His face. It was soaked. Sweat dripping down from his temples, streaking along the side of his neck, pooling beneath the collar of his wrinkled shirt. His tie was crooked, his photo ID hanging askew. Under the sickly glow of the overhead train lights, his skin looked off. Pale, sickly pale, like something had drained the color from him in the last half hour. I tried to remember if he looked that bad earlier. He hadn't, no way. I froze. Didn't know shit about medicine unless you count the time I did account work for some plastic surgery joint. This guy didn't need a facelift or fat sucked out of him. No, he needed help. Real help. Still, I just stood there. What the hell was I supposed to do? He was a stranger, and I'd had enough of my own crap to deal with. I told myself this wasn't my business, and I started to move on. And then he made a sound. Low, wet, from deep in his throat. Not a snore, not even close, no. It was wrong, like his lungs were giving out. Something about it made my blood run cold. Death rattle. That's the phrase slammed into my brain before I could even stop it. I didn't want to deal with this, but I couldn't ignore it either. I leaned in. "Hey, mister, you good?" I asked. No response, just that noise bubbling out between his lips, dragging slow and raw through the air. I pushed again. "Hey, you want me to get someone?" Silence. Truth was, even if he'd said yes, I had no idea who the hell I would get. No conductor, no staff, barely any other passengers. The place felt like a trap on wheels. I paced the aisle, thinking, cursing. And then I made the call. Screw waiting for some miracle, I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. Oh, the ring dragged on forever, long enough for the train to jerk to a stop again, spit out a few more passengers into the night and keep moving. I almost bailed, almost shoved the phone back in my pocket and pretended none of this had ever happened. Then someone finally picked up. Well, I gave them everything. My name, the train line, the last station we'd passed, and the next one I knew we were headed toward. Did my best to sound calm, but my voice was already tightening, because right then I wasn't sure if the guy next to me was dying or if he was already gone. I described the guy's condition, his face, the sweat, that awful noise coming from deep in his chest. The dispatcher listened and then asked me his name. I don't know," I said. "He's got an ID badge hanging from a lanyard." I leaned in closer, even though I didn't want to. His face on the badge was a ghost from another life, cleaner, younger, even half smiling. The name was printed underneath the photo, so I read it out, spelling out each letter slowly for the dispatcher. And then I kept going, reading the next line. Research Associate, Midas Institute. Well, that name meant nothing to me. The dispatcher told me to hold, and then it was just me and the dying man with that rattling breath like something broken trying to keep moving. The hold music was dead air. My mind wandered. The Midas Institute. No clue. Could have been some boring think tank, pushing numbers around, or maybe it was big time. Rockets, medicine, disease. Something dangerous. I started thinking. If this guy had collapsed at work, there'd probably be a swarm of doctors poking him, treating him, locking it all down. But here it was just me, watching something unravel. Maybe he'd been playing around with test tubes, something in A mixed with B, a bad combo that turned his insides into a chemical war zone. I didn't know. The possibilities were endless, and so was the wait. Part 2. Then, finally, someone came back on the line, but the voice was different, sharper, no nonsense. "How many people are on the train?" they asked. That threw me. Me and some woman in this carriage, maybe a few scattered in the others. No conductor, just the driver, I guess. A pause. Then the voice said, firm and cold, "I need you and the female passenger to leave the carriage you're in and move to the front of the train. Any other passengers you come across, tell them to do the same." I froze. "Is that clear?" they snapped. Something in their tone twisted in my gut. I barely got the words out. Yeah, but why? What's going on? My eyes were locked on the man now. The sweat on his skin gleamed under the flickering lights. His breathing rattled on like a faulty engine. My mind flashed back to that dumb idea about test tubes, about breathing something in, about things gone wrong in a lab. "Oh," I said, barely a whisper, more to myself than the voice. Then, louder, "Is he, infectious? Is that why you want us out?" Silence. No confirmation, no denial, just static and a feeling like a fist tightening in my throat. I swallowed, but my mouth was dry. My skin was burning. "What is this?" I asked. "What the hell does he have?" Still, nothing, just a pause that stretched too long, until the voice came back, cold as ever. "Leave the carriage. Go to the front. Make sure everyone else does the same." This wasn't a request, it was a command, and they weren't offering explanations. I kept staring at the man. A new blotch had bloomed under his left eye. Dark, unnatural, like something was spreading beneath the surface. Like rot. Phone still in hand, I took a step back, then another. I backed away, stumbled against a seat and caught myself. A few more steps and I was in the line of sight of the woman with the high-end headphones. "Hey, we have to move," I told her. She didn't react. No way she heard me with those things on. But she saw me, no question. She was looking right at me and choosing to pretend I didn't exist. I motioned to her. "Take off your headphones." I mouthed the words. "You have to listen to me." Still nothing. And then it clicked. She was a woman alone, late at night, empty train. Now was a strange man moving into her space, twitchy and desperate. She wasn't ignoring me, she was protecting herself. She thought I was the threat. Well, I backed off a few more steps, hands up, showing her I wasn't a threat. "Please," I said, slow and sharp, every word cut clean for her to read. She still couldn't hear me, but she was watching. Finally, she moved, reached into her bag and pulled out a canister. "This is mace," she said, her voice full of fire. "Back off or I light you up. And trust me, it burns." I almost laughed, almost cried. She hadn't even hit the trigger yet. When I shook my head, hands low now, slicing side to side in front of my face like I was trying to part the air. I dragged out the word. "Infectious." I said it, pointing past her toward the man in the seat. Well, she kept the mace aimed at me, finger tight on the button, but she was reading my lips, and something finally clicked. She dropped her arm, turned, and really looked at him for the first time. Her eyes darkened. She looked back at me and swore, loud. The headphones came off and hung around her neck. She rose slowly, like her body already knew the weight of bad news. "What is it?" she asked. "I don't know," I said, because it was the truth. "I called 911. Dispatcher told me to get away from him." I left out the rest. The strange tone, the tension, the silence that said more than words ever could. "Look, come on," I said, and moved. My legs felt hollow, though, like I was walking on dead branches. She followed, quiet now. Just before we crossed into the next carriage, I turned and looked back. The man hadn't moved, but the stain across his face had grown, like a bruise crawling under his skin, half his face now lost in shadow. I shivered and kept walking. The other carriages were dead silent. No passengers. No one. Either they'd gotten off already or they'd never been here. That suited me fine. I didn't have it in me to play shepherd anymore. A few long minutes later, we reached the front. The far end of the carriage was a heavy door. I figured it led to the driver's cabin. Thought about banging on it, maybe yanking the emergency brake, but my head was buzzing, spinning, chasing static. Then I remembered. I still had the phone in my hand. I pulled it up. "Hey, you still there?" I asked. "Yes," the voice came back. "You at the front carriage?" "We are. Just two of us left. What now?" Well, this time the answer came quick. "Stay where you are. Alpha Team has been mobilized." "What, Alpha Team?" I'd never heard EMTs called that before. Didn't matter, though. Help was coming, and I clung to that. Then something sparked in me. "Hey," I said, "there's another stop coming up. We'll get off there. Safer, I guess." I waited for confirmation, for common sense, for anything. Silence. The woman had been tracking my words, though, and she gave me a look, half hope, half doubt. I tried to smile, told her, "Just waiting for their call. They're probably talking to the driver, updating the team." I filled in the blanks with whatever I could, desperate for someone else to take over, to fix it all. She didn't look convinced. But the next station was coming up fast. I smiled again, eyes on the window, waiting for that slow grind of brakes, for the train to stop, for the doors to hiss open, and the cool night to wrap around us like a promise. Only the train wasn't slowing down. I saw the platform slide into view, the station sign flashing past, and then it was gone. We were still moving. Fast. "Hey, we didn't stop," I shouted into the phone. No answer. It took me a second to realize the call had dropped. I stared at the screen like it might fix itself, then looked up at the woman. "What's going on?" she asked. I had nothing. My mind was trying to find something, anything to say, when the PA crackled overhead. "This is your driver. I've been informed there's a medical emergency on board. We're going straight to the next station. Paramedics are waiting." Relief hit me like a warm wave. Finally, someone else was stepping in. Someone who knew what the hell they were doing. I grinned. Couldn't help it. She smiled back. First time she'd really looked at me. Yeah, she was beautiful. I was alone. Hated it, and then right away I thought, maybe if I asked her for a number, she'd give it. I was just working up the nerve, about to open my mouth, when we entered a tunnel. The windows turned black. The walls outside racing past like shadows with nowhere to go. Then the train slammed to a stop, hard. Staggered sideways, caught myself before I went down, though. What the? Darkness. Full blackout. Couldn't see a damn thing. Then a dim square of light blinked on. It was her phone. The glow lit her face, her nerves, the way she tried to play calm but wasn't. She pointed the flashlight my way. "Call 911 again. Now." I fumbled for the phone, punched in my passcode, and cursed. "No signal," I growled. She turned her phone to herself and tapped hard. "Same here," she said. Well, enough was enough. If no one was coming, we'd go straight to the driver. Switched on my flashlight, aiming it around for the emergency lever. But before I could reach for it, the cabin door clicked open, and a figure stepped into the gloom. Broad, solid, mid-60s maybe, in a transit uniform. He held an old-school flashlight, not one of those phone gimmicks. No, the beam cut across us as he spoke. "You folks all right?" Gravel was in his voice. Not really, I thought, but The woman gave a nod, and so did I. Good, he muttered. Truth is, I got no clue what's going on either. 1 minute, control screaming at me to push to the next stop. Medical emergency on board, real urgent. So, I gun it. Next thing, I'm in the tunnel, and there's a red light ahead. That means stop, no exceptions. Hit the brakes, radio back for an update. Nothing. Radio silence. That's damn strange. Can't you just keep going? The woman asked. It's not safe staying here. He let out a breath and shrugged his big shoulders. Red light's a red light, he said. Doesn't matter if the world's ending. No driver runs one. That's how people die. That's how you end up on the front page, the guy who killed a train full of strangers. I'm not going to be that guy. But while control's twiddling their thumbs, figured I'd go see the passenger. Maybe I can help. He lifted the first aid kit he'd been holding. Well, the woman beat me to it. She stepped forward and said, sharp and fast, We need to stay away from him. He's infected. Then she turned to me. That's what they told you, right? I stared down at the floor, and my mouth dried up. I hadn't been told anything, really. Just heard the dispatcher's tone, the silence, the tension. My own fear had filled in the blanks. Probably, I muttered. Well, it sounded weak, pitiful even, and I hated myself for it. The driver let out a low growl. Well, if I know what that means, he muttered, voice edged like rusted steel. But now I'm not standing here arguing about who said what while someone on this train might be dying. Just like that, he turned and started marching down the carriage. I didn't move, but the woman went after him, hesitant but determined. I didn't want to follow. Every nerve in my body screamed to stay the hell back. But being alone in that black, silent car, that was worse. I'd seen enough late-night horror flicks to know how that ends. So, swearing under my breath, I followed. The train had transformed into something else in the dark, a narrow, choking corridor that stank of fear. The driver's flashlight flickered ahead, carving shapes from the shadows. The woman was just behind him. They were both heading straight to the man. That man. Well, I caught up. The body was still slumped in the same seat, legs splayed like a discarded mannequin. First, I only saw his feet, but then I stepped past the driver, drawn in like a moth to something cold and final. The woman stood frozen, hand over her mouth. She didn't scream, but she was close. And I stepped into the light and saw him. His skin, what was left of it, had darkened into something truly rotten, like meat left out in the sun too long. The sickly color had spread all over, a death mask of decay. His eyes were wide open, milky and lifeless, sunk into collapsing sockets. The flesh around them had caved in. Flies crawled through his scalp, slow and greedy like they'd already claimed him. But the rattling was gone. His mouth hung slack and silent. No breath, no twitch, no life. I fought down the bile rising in my throat, burning like acid, and turned to the driver. My voice cracked, barely a whisper. "You satisfied now?" "I don't get it," he muttered. "Yeah," I said, my mouth dry. "Me neither. Let's get the hell out of here. Let someone else deal with this." He nodded slowly and lowered the flashlight, the corpse vanishing into the dark again like it had never been there. There's a door control in the back. Can pop the doors, walk the tracks." "Sounds perfect," I muttered. But the woman didn't move. She kept staring at the thing that used to be a man. "We should, cover him, out of respect." Respect? There was no respect left on this train. Just death and something worse trailing behind it. "No, forget it," I snapped, brushing her elbow just enough to push her forward. I wasn't trying to be gentle. I just needed her to move. She started walking again, slow at first, and I stuck close. The driver was ahead of us, carving a path through the dark with his flashlight. And then she stopped cold, spun around. Her mouth opened, and this time the scream came, sharp and raw. I whipped around just as the flashlight beam swept over the spot we'd left him in. The seat was empty. The corpse wasn't sitting anymore. It was standing. Part 3. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things, hallucinating. When I looked again, it was still there. Its back to us, perfectly still. The only thing moving was the cloud of flies circling its skull like vultures. I guess they'd scattered when it rose. Even the flies got the hell out, I thought, nearly laughing, but the laugh died somewhere in my throat. This wasn't real, couldn't be. Dead things don't stand up. Yet there it was, slowly turning, awkward and unsure, like it had forgotten how its limbs worked. Then it was facing us. Its eyes were red and swollen like they'd been cooked in their sockets. Its cracked lips peeled back in a twitching, jerky sneer, revealing rows of dirty yellow teeth. Its arms rose, stiff and shaking, reaching for the flashlight's glow like it wanted to grab the light itself. Then it moved, shuffling inch by inch. "Run," the driver said, low but urgent. I heard him, but it was like my body had been unplugged. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just watched. His voice came again, louder now, cutting through the panic fog. Still nothing. Then her hand was on my face. She turned my head to hers, tears streaking her cheeks. "Please," she whispered, voice cracking. "We have to run." That broke it. I nodded once, hard, and then the spell was shattered. The three of us bolted, crashing through the dark, stumbling but fast. Behind us, the thing gave a strangled, warped howl. All fury and agony wrapped in rot. It couldn't keep up. Its legs barely worked, but it followed anyway, dragging itself forward, screaming at our backs. We reached the last carriage. The driver slammed his key into the lock, threw the door open and vanished through. A green light blinked above the handle. I hit it like my life depended on it, because it did, and the driver reappeared, pulling me through. "Watch, there's a drop," he said, breathless. "Close and lock the door behind you. Button's behind that hatch. Do it, fast." I didn't argue. I hit the button, and the door hissed shut and sealed with a heavy thunk. "You touch the middle rail," he said. "You're cooked. Stick to the edge." I pressed myself to the tunnel wall, hard hammering, sweat pouring, and moved as fast as I could without slipping. We pushed forward until finally the tunnel cracked open to the outside. Night air hit my face, cold and real. Above us, stars, but no streetlights, no buildings, no cars, just emptiness. "Well, it's a long walk to the next platform," the driver said. "We stay safe. Walk alongside the track now, not on it." His beam lit up a shoulder-high embankment choked with weeds, running parallel to the rail. We climbed, and we didn't look back. I hauled myself up onto the embankment first, and she came right behind me, muttering under her breath. As she scrambled over the edge, she cursed. "Oh, damn it, I dropped my phone." The driver chuckled at this, a deep rumbling laugh that cut through the tension like a warm blade. It was the first time I'd heard anything close to normal all night. "Don't sweat it, miss," he said. "I can see it. I'll grab it and catch up." He stepped back down toward the tracks, crouched low, and came up holding the phone like a trophy. She gave him a thumbs up, but then stopped, dead still. Something new sliced into the night air. A mechanical rattling, getting louder fast. We turned toward the sound just as the dark silhouette of a helicopter slid into view. The driver whooped. "Here's the cavalry," he shouted, grinning. He started waving one arm, phone in the other, flashlight held high. The woman and I just stared. A chill crawled up my spine. Something felt wrong. Why a helicopter? Why not a police SUV grinding down the tracks or a flashing ambulance pushing through the dark? This thing, low, dark and loud. It didn't fit. She must have caught my shift in posture because she said, half convinced, "It's probably an air ambulance. That'd be the fastest way to get here." Sure, it should have been, but the bird was close now, too close, and I could see clearly. No logos, no cross, no medical markings, just cold steel and whirring blades. It dropped lower, slowing, hovering a few dozen feet from the driver. He'd stopped waving now. I think he knew. Right then. I think it hit him, and he was right. Sharp crack split the night. A gunshot, clean and merciless. The driver spun once, like a puppet with cut strings, and then collapsed. I watched, waiting, wishing for him to move, willing him to just twitch, to groan, of something. But there was nothing. Just darkness swallowing him whole. "They killed him," the woman whispered. Her voice cracked, but I had no words. Nothing I could say would change it. Whoever was in that chopper, they weren't here to save anyone. They came to end something. The weight of that truth slammed into my gut, and survival kicked in. I dropped low, crawling backwards through the weeds, slow and silent. No sudden moves, no sound. The helicopter crew hadn't noticed us. Not yet. We had to keep it that way. She got the message fast, rolled onto her stomach and started crawling after me. She caught up, grabbed my sleeve and jerked her head towards something behind us. I craned my neck and spotted it. A line of trees, dense and shadowed like a black wall in the night. The chopper's engine still rumbled low, like a beast waiting to pounce. We bolted for the cover of the trees, crashing through the underbrush, breath ragged. Once under the canopy, we dropped to our knees, chests heaving. I didn't dare switch on my phone's flashlight. No way I'd give away our position, but my eyes had adjusted enough to make out her face. Tears streaked down it, cutting tracks through the dirt. "I didn't even catch his name," she whispered, voice raw. "The driver. God, he said something about grandkids." My stomach turned to ice. "No, me neither." She let out a long breath, and then stuck out a hand. "I'm Caitlin." "Joel," I replied. We shook hands. It felt strangely formal, stupid even, but it grounded us for a second. Gave the chaos some shape. "Oh, nice to meet you, Joel," she said, voice dry. "Now what the hell do we do?" I exhaled. "I honestly don't know. I could try 911 again, but I'd bet anything the call would be rerouted straight to whoever sent that chopper." She raised an eyebrow. "Well, that's some serious tinfoil hat energy you're giving off right there." I shrugged. "Well, it's not paranoia if they're actually hunting you." "Yeah, fair enough," she nodded grimly. "What about someone you can trust? Family? Friends?" I shook my head. "I live alone. No real friends. Parents are gone." She gave a tired laugh then. "Same. Moved across the country to start fresh with my boyfriend. Found out last week he was sleeping around." Her voice cracked. She stopped. Didn't know what to say. And then the night split open. A deep boom rolled across the trees. Instinct took over. We dropped, arms over our heads. Debris rained somewhere nearby. After a beat, I looked up. "You okay?" I asked. Caitlin nodded, dazed. "Shaken, not broken. I think I'm okay." The sound had come from the tracks. She crawled to the edge of the trees and peeked out. I followed, my heart pounding. Smoke was pouring from the tunnel entrance like a slow-moving storm cloud, and above it the helicopter banked hard in a wide arc. "Damn, I think they just fired a missile at the train," she said, barely a whisper. "Destroying the evidence," I muttered, stunned. As the smoke billowed into the sky, the chopper peeled off, disappearing into the dark. Silence fell, thick, unnatural. But it didn't last. Faint at first, then louder. Sirens getting closer. Well, my chest clenched. Come on, we gotta go. Now. She gave me a tight nod and we pushed deeper into the woods. My thoughts were scattered, manic. This morning I was just another burned-out ad guy. Now I was running like a hunted animal. No clue where I was headed or what nightmare was coming next. I glanced sideways at Caitlin. A thin red line ran down her cheek. A scratch from a branch, maybe. Just one more mark in a night full of wounds. Her face was set, jaw clenched, eyes burning with focus. She wasn't giving up, and for a second I clung to that. Yeah, at least I'm not alone, I told myself, forcing my legs to keep moving as the sirens behind us rose and fell, chasing ghosts through the dark. We kept going, stumbling, shivering. No clue how long we were walking or how far we'd gotten from the wreckage in the tunnel. Time had lost all shape. Eventually the trees started to thin and something solid loomed up ahead, a building out on open ground. I collapsed, dropped there where I stood like someone had cut my strings. I'm done, I rasped. Can't take another damn step. Caitlin sat down next to me, body trembling, chest heaving. Took her a full minute before she could get a word out. Can you try your phone? Maybe get our location. It's not much, but it's something. Yeah, I panted, fumbling it out. Oh, 3 bars, a miracle. Then a news alert lit up the screen, and the headline stopped my breath cold. Commuter train destroyed in collision with freight train. I tapped the link, turned the screen so Caitlin could read it too. The story laid it all out, or tried to. Said a passenger train had broken down in a tunnel and was slammed into by a high-speed freight train carrying industrial chemicals. 1 confirmed dead, the commuter train driver. More casualties likely. Officials cited a possible signal fault. The whole thing stank of polished bullshit. My stomach turned. It's all lies, I muttered. A clean, easy cover-up. Caitlin's face darkened. Think they'll just list us among the dead when they tidy up the story? I hesitated. The thought was crawling through my head, and it was ugly, but I couldn't shake it, and I couldn't lie to her. That might work for us, I said slowly. If they think we're still on that train, it means they're not looking for us out here. It means we, might actually have a shot at getting away. Caitlin recoiled, disgust flashing in her eyes. I didn't blame her. I just felt sick even saying it. I can't walk away from this, she said, her voice raw. I can't forget that driver, or the thing that came out of the train. He was someone once, probably a good man, better than either of us. And someone out there loved him, maybe a wife, maybe kids. Now he's gone, and they've turned him into a footnote in history. I couldn't meet her eyes. The shame twisted in my gut like broken glass. I needed to do something, or anything. There's got to be a contact, I said quickly, thumbing through the site. Phone number, an email. If I tell the newsroom what really happened, anonymously, maybe we can expose this. Maybe we can do something that matters. I found the number, hovered over the screen. Then Caitlin's hand closed around my wrist. Wait, she said sharply. We don't know they think we're dead. For all we know, they're still hunting us. Maybe, I muttered, not convinced. But why should that stop me from calling the news desk? A decent journalist won't sell us out. Once the truth's out there, we're untouchable. But Caitlin shook her head. No, won't get that far. They've got your name, your number, all from the 911 call. If they're smart, and they are, they've set up triggers. The second you make another call, something somewhere lights up. I stared at the phone, thumb frozen over the screen. Felt like every choice had a tripwire buried underneath it. We were walking a minefield, blindfolded. Yeah, I said after a beat, my voice low. They don't need you to make a call. Just having your phone switched on is enough. They can trace it, pinpoint your location without you doing a damn thing. Caitlin cursed under her breath, sharp and vicious. and that was all the confirmation I needed. I didn't make the call. Instead, I powered the phone off, ripped out the SIM card, yanked out the battery, and tossed the whole thing into the dark. Didn't make me feel any safer, just more exposed, if anything. Then Caitlin started crawling forward. "Hey, wait," I hissed. "We can't just sit here." She whispered back, "We can't stay here either." I hesitated. God, I wanted the earth just to crack open and suck me down into the dark. No more decisions, no more running. But the ground didn't care. No, it stayed cold, solid, and indifferent under my boots. So I swallowed the fear and followed. The building came into focus as we crept closer. A diner, worn down and lonely. A single truck idled in the lot. In the yellow light of the window, a man stood outlined, cigarette glowing like a signal flare. He took one last drag, crushed the butt beneath his boot, then headed back toward his truck. Caitlin was watching him. I was watching her. All I could think, stupidly, selfishly, was how I wished I'd met her under different circumstances. No walking corpses, no black helicopters, no blood on our hands, just a bar maybe, a smile, a slow drink. Well, she caught me staring. Didn't even try to hide it. "This really isn't the time to get romantic," she said, eyebrow raised. Heat flared in my face. God, I felt like an idiot. Until she smiled, just slightly. There was this faint glint in her eyes that cut through the dread like a match in the dark. I grinned back. So if now's not the time for a proposal, what is the next step? Her answer came without hesitation. "Keep moving. Put as much ground between them and us and that tunnel as we can. Then maybe we can figure out what the hell to do next." She stood, brushed off her jeans, and headed straight for the trucker. Calm as anything, like asking strangers for rides was just her thing. And 5 minutes later, we were in the cab, rolling down the highway like nothing was wrong. We passed cop cars going the other way, lights flashing, sirens screaming, and every time one tore past us, my gut twisted up like barbed wire. Luckily, all the cruisers were heading the other way, and none of them turned around. I figured they didn't really know what went down in that tunnel. The grunts on the ground were clueless, kept in the dark by the brass pulling the strings in the shadows. The suits at the top, yeah, they knew, just like I did. And that kind of truth, not light to carry. Still, as the miles rolled by and night stretched on, the hum of the road and the heat in the cab started to wear me down. My head got heavy, and before I knew it, I was out cold. Next thing I knew, Caitlin was shaking me awake. "Hey, time to move," she said, eyes already scanning outside. I blinked hard, trying to adjust. Dawn was bleeding into the sky. We were on the edge of some city. Low, ugly buildings lined the street, most of them crumbling. A few high-rises loomed in the distance like half-forgotten promises. Paint peeled from storefronts. Broken windows were boarded up with rotting plywood. Graffiti clung to every wall like scars. Caitlin leaned up to the driver. "Hey, can you stop here?" The truck ground to a halt, and we jumped out. "Hey, why here?" I asked. "Wouldn't it be safer downtown? Decent buildings, working locks, maybe even a bed without rats." She didn't even flinch, though. "We already have a place," she said, face stone cold. She looped her arm through mine and steered me down the street. We passed a bar that looked like it belonged in a war zone, windows shuttered, music thumping, glass shattering somewhere inside. Farther down, we came to a squat building, alone between 2 weed-choked lots. Looked like gravity had been trying to drag it down for years, but somehow it still stood. A flickering vacancy sign blinked weakly in the window. Part 4. "Well, what a goddamn delight," I muttered. "Figured a dump like this would be book solid." Caitlin gave me a mock punch in the back of the head. Wise ass. We paid cash at the front desk. The guy behind it didn't ask questions, just grunted, scratched his shoulder where dark hair curled out from under his stained white tank top, and handed over the key. Once we were in the room, bare bulb, peeling wallpaper, mattress that felt like it was stuffed with bricks, Caitlin finally told me why we'd landed in this hellhole. If they're setting traps, they'll go digital first. Facial recognition, movement alerts, all over the city center. Out here, though, nothing. Didn't see a single camera when we rolled through. But how do they even know what I look like? I asked, trying not to sound as panicked as I felt. They've got your name and number, she said flatly. From there, it's child's play. Social media, company website, profile photos. They'll have your face on every screen from here to the border by the time the sun's fully up. That's just the start. If you use your card, they'll trace the transaction and light up another alert. They'll know exactly where to find you. I sank onto the bed. The springs groaned under me. Felt like hope was leaking out of my bones. So, I can't call anyone, can't use my card, can't even shove my face on the street, I said. What the hell can I do? Caitlin smiled, a rare razor-edged grin. They don't know who I am, so sit tight, keep your head down, and I'll go shopping. And then she was gone. Left alone in that damp, filthy room, the silence started chewing on my nerves. Part of me figured she wasn't coming back. Why would she? She had a credit card, clean clothes, and a way out. Could have hopped a bus and vanished into any corner of the country without a second thought. Damn. I sat there sweating, the minutes dragging like chains. Felt like I was slowly being smothered by the stale air. Then the door creaked, and there she was, Caitlin, back from the dead. Relief hit me like a punch to the gut, and I jumped to my feet, just standing there wide-eyed as she dumped her haul on the bed. Cola, chips, toothbrushes, toothpaste, spare clothes, and a battered old laptop that looked like it had survived Y2K. Got it from some hole-in-the-wall place that sells everything from dumbbells to rat poison, she muttered, sliding a USB stick from her pocket. Pay-as-you-go internet, she added. Now, let's see how deep this hole goes. We booted up the ancient machine and hit the news first, specifically anything about the mess by the tunnel. Well, the story had made the rounds. Plenty of noise, no substance, no body count, no follow-ups. In a twisted way, that was good news. Meant maybe, just maybe, the authorities had written me off as a corpse. And all the digital alarm bells we were paranoid about, well, maybe they didn't exist. Yet. Next stop was the Midas Institute's website. The outfit that had hired the walking corpse as a research associate before things went sideways. Their page was the usual corporate glitter, vague promises and hollow buzzwords. Biochemistry, government contracts, high-level clients, a big glossy pile of nothing. We dug into the who are we section, skipped past the suits at the top, the CEO, the department heads, and made it to the research associates. The guy from the train, he wasn't listed. Wiping someone off the net's easier than figuring out what they have for breakfast, Caitlin said, cracking open a bag of chips. Spent the rest of the day bouncing between news sites, watching for anything new, snacking and letting exhaustion catch up to us. I crashed in a chair with stuffing leaking from the arms, while Caitlin curled up on the bed, headphones still around her neck. She slid them on, not to listen to anything, just for the comfort of the silence. When the sun dipped low, she went out and came back with a pizza. We ate in near silence. Somewhere between bites, I thought about my job for the first time. Had anyone noticed I was gone? Called? Sent a text? Doubt it. Probably already filled my seat with some poor bastard and told him to work weekends for free. Good luck with that, I muttered to myself, tearing into another greasy slice. From then on, our days took on a rhythm, strange but steady. Caitlin started picking up paper newspapers, crinkled copies of both local and national rags. We chewed through them along with the online feeds, hunting for anything about the tunnel, but the trail was drying up, fast. The story had lost its shine. The headlines had moved on, and the powers that be, they were already slipping back into the shadows. But while we scoured for answers, we started finding other stories. The CEO of the Midas Institute had gotten mowed down while out jogging. Hit and run, no witnesses, no suspect, no clues. Dead before he'd even hit the pavement. Just another name in a police report that'll collect dust. Not long after, a warehouse in the same district as the Institute's headquarters went up in flames, burned to the bones. With a little digging, we traced the place back to one of the Institute's shell companies. Another loose end that had been scorched clean. Well, then came the chopper crash. Military bird had gone down in what's being spoon-fed to the public as a training accident. No survivors, not a single one. To anyone else, these stories were just background noise, random bursts of chaos in the daily newsfeed. But we weren't anyone else. No, we knew the threads were being cut one by one. The cover-up hadn't stopped. It was accelerating. Still, after a week, the original story about the tunnel accident was vanishing from the news cycle. No follow-ups, no new angles, just buried under fresher distractions. With each day that passed without a new headline, the noose around our necks loosened just a little. The heat was fading. For the first time, I felt like maybe we were in the clear. One morning, while Caitlin was out gathering supplies, I was stuck in the stink of that room, staring at the peeling walls. God, the place was foul, cramped, a prison cell in all but name. I snapped. Just needed 10 minutes of open sky, air that didn't taste like rot. Caitlin wouldn't even know. You wouldn't have to know that I'd stepped out. So, I went. First time out since we'd locked ourselves in that dump. And man, it felt like breathing for the first time in weeks. Sure, the neighborhood was beaten down, graffiti-stained and half abandoned, but to me, it was freedom. I wandered through an empty lot, crunching broken bricks underfoot, and followed a cracked sidewalk until I stumbled on a park. Overgrown, crashed, glass shards and butts everywhere. When I sat on a half-rotted bench at its edge, I could almost pretend I was somewhere normal, somewhere sane. I smiled for the first time in days. Caitlin would be back soon, and I didn't want her asking questions, so I peeled myself off the bench and started back. Lost in my head, I took a wrong turn, ended up the next street over. Thought nothing of it, though. Figured I'd just cut across and be back in no time. That's when I saw the drugstore on the corner, and the security cam mounted to the wall across from it. My gut flipped. I froze. The lens stared straight at me, and I was staring right back at it. That buzz of freedom, gone, ripped away. I bolted. Didn't stop until I was through the lobby and up the stairs, key fumbling in my hands like I'd forgotten how fingers worked. I slammed the door shut behind me and dropped to the floor, pulling my knees tight to my chest, heart hammering so loud I thought it'd give me away. Caitlin got back half an hour later. No chance of playing it cool. I was wrecked. Told her everything. She listened, jaw clenched, then started pacing the room, spitting curses under her breath. Look, it might be okay, I said, trying to believe it myself. But she didn't answer, just kept pacing. Caitlin's pacing dragged her to the window. She froze, eyes locked on the street below. Then she turned, her voice sharp and low. It's them. They're here. I bolted upright and joined her at the glass. There it was, a black van idling near the drugstore, another pulling up tight to the bar. Men and women climbing out, hair clipped short in that regulation military way, dressed like generic office drones in plain suits. But their moves were all muscle memory and menace. They were already pounding on doors, flashing IDs like badges, and shoving their way inside the moment the locks clicked. Somewhere, some facial recognition program had pinged my face, and the system lit up. An alarm was pushed, and the dogs were unleashed. Now it was just a countdown to the knock on our door. They knew I was still breathing, and the cover-up was back in motion. "We need to move, now!" Caitlin barked, already bolting for the door. But I stayed frozen, my feet rooted to the spot. "What are you doing?" she hissed. "Leave me," I said. "They don't know who you are. You've still got a chance to disappear." She didn't even blink. Not happening. We're in this together. We stick to the same story when we go public. We back each other up." Then, just for a beat, she looked away, a flicker of something softer breaking through. And besides, I've kind of gotten used to having you around. A wild time for confessions, but hell, she had a way of making even that sound like strategy. Crazier things had happened, like how we'd introduced ourselves with formal handshakes back when this nightmare started. Well, I didn't need convincing. I rushed to her side and we sprinted for the exit. But we were already too slow. One of the stone-faced women in a grey suit was flashing a badge at the front desk. The receptionist's eyes darted between us and her. At first he looked panicked. Then they lit up like a Christmas tree. "That's him," he shouted, "with the girl." The woman turned, zeroing in on us, a thin-lipped smile twitching onto her face as her hand dropped to the holster at her side. But she didn't get the chance. Caitlin launched herself at her, no warning, no hesitation, crashed into her like a bullet. The agent hit the floor hard. Then Caitlin was vaulting over her and yelling at me, "Move, damn it!" And I did. Didn't need to hear it twice. I vaulted over the woman, just barely dodging a wild kick aimed at my ankles. She had the sidearm now, dragging it up fast, finger tightening on the trigger. I bolted into the street. More suits were turning towards us across the road. Then the sharp crack of a gunshot ripped through the air. She'd pulled the trigger. Her crew hit the deck instinctively, heads ducking, giving us a sliver of time. We tore down the block, ignoring every shout to freeze, weaving like ghosts through grimy alleyways, scrambling over crumbling walls. Then Caitlin snapped, "In here!" She yanked me by the arm, dragging me into a busted-up building. I dropped to my knees. Then Caitlin slumped against the cracked wall, pressing her palm to her stomach where blood soaked through her shirt. She peeled up the fabric, eyes cold and distant. "Well, never been shot before," she said, the bitter laugh barely masking her pain. She was shaking, breaths were short and shallow. I leaned in, gripping her hand tight. "You're going to be okay. We'll get you patched up at the ER. And while they're fixing you, I'm going to make sure the world knows about these stone-cold killers." Another rough laugh rattled out of her throat, like it tore something inside. She cut my cheek weakly, managing a faint smile. "That's not going to happen," she whispered, every word ripping fresh agony. "You have to go. Neither of our cards work now. You need cash." She pulled off her headphones, the same ones I'd noticed right back at the start, back when all this nightmare had begun, and pressed them into my hand. "No, I can't," I said, trying to push them back. That crooked smile appeared again. "Don't be stupid. Take them. Sell them. Keep moving till you're safe." Then low and deadly, "One word of advice. Don't use the train." Caitlin was the most incredible woman I'd ever met. The kind of beauty that cuts through the darkest night. I kissed her forehead. The first time I said it, "I love you." But it was too late. She'd slipped away. I did what she told me. Against every goddamn odd, I made it. Headed towards Los Angeles now, off the grid, living in the shadows. The pain of losing Caitlin burns claws at me every damn second, but it also fuels me. They tried to silence me, but they failed. I think I know what this zombie virus really is. I'm headed towards the company's headquarters in Los Angeles. And one day soon, the truth will burn through the lies. Zombie Outbreak, New Mexico, by Augustus Cordoba. Part 1. Tucked deep within a sun-scorched basin of New Mexico's desert, the Dry Mesa reactor complex was once a crown jewel of experimental energy research. Hidden behind chain-link fences and guarded by decades of government secrecy, it was rumored to house some of the most advanced and dangerous developments in nuclear physics and bioreactive technology. Officially, Dry Mesa was decommissioned in the early 2000s, but those who live in the sparse communities surrounding the basin tell a different story. They speak of black helicopters circling the mesa at dusk, of strange tremors felt beneath the earth, and of a low-frequency hum that pulses through the rocks long after sunset. And those of us who still work there, well, let's just say we get paid well to not ask too many questions. The facility itself sprawls both above and below ground. Cracked access roads lead to wind-blasted hangars, radiation monitoring towers, and long-abandoned living quarters. Deeper still lie sealed vaults and laboratories shielded by meters of lead and concrete, where whispered projects like Helix Core were developed under total blackout with mysterious associates like the Midas Institute. Despite being marked as inactive, sensor arrays atop nearby mesas still blink at night. Environmental teams who attempt to survey the area often report equipment malfunctions, disorientation, and occasionally missing time. Well, none of this mattered to us, though. Just work your shift, take the money, and keep quiet. I was halfway through my second cup of sludge, grinding out a double shift at Dry Mesa, the kind of place built back in the Cold War to survive the end of the world, when the lights gave a twitch. At first, no one even flinched. Power flickers weren't common, but they happened. This place had been designed to shrug off nukes and terrorist bombs, so a hiccup in the power wasn't supposed to mean anything. But this flicker, it didn't go away. The lower hum of computers spiked, screens jittered, and then everything cut. Dead silence, full blackout, until the emergency lights kicked in. Dull orange strips lit up low along the walls through the ops center. The glow from a few surviving monitors gave the place an otherworldly pulse. Backup gen will kick in soon, Kurt said from the watch desk, voice steady as a metronome. Kurt Mayfield, 20 years in the trenches here, calm in a crisis. Usually that was enough to keep everyone from panicking. Not tonight. No. Tonight the air felt tight. Wrong. I should have already, I muttered, eyes locked on the big observation window. Outside, beyond blast-grey glass, the towers loomed. Giant concrete skeletons in the moonlight. Normally you'd see steam rising, proof the system was breathing. But tonight, nothing. Just stillness and black. I slid over to my station, checked the console. Red strobes blinked in an angry rhythm. Coolant flow disrupted. Reactor heat rising fast. Backup pumps were dead silence. I punched in diagnostics, but the screen stuttered and locked. I hit the keys harder, pulse spiking. This wasn't some everyday bug in the system. Here, anyone got contact with control? Kurt asked, voice clipped. Andrea, fresh out of training, shook her head. Internal lines are dead. External won't dial out either. Silence then, heavy and foreboding. Andrea tried her own phone, her face tightening. No bars, she said. It's like we've been cut off. Kurt checked his watch, let out a slow exhale, and then turned to me. Duncan, let's check the auxiliary generators. We need coolant back, now. We moved fast, boots hitting the concrete like drum beats. The hallway felt endless, the kind that was built for war, not comfort. Steel, concrete, jarring shadows that never moved right. Every footstep echoed too long and too loud. We hit the heavy security doors, pushed through into the auxiliary sector. That's when I noticed it. An access panel on the wall, unlatched. Breakers exposed, wires messed with. Someone had been in here. Someone who shouldn't have. Kurt caught it too, muttering under his breath. Yeah, that's against protocol. Manual shutoff's locked for a reason. Before I could even reply, a sound rolled down the corridor. Low and wet, like something dragging something heavy. Then footsteps, uneven, shuffling. Kurt froze, flashlight up but trembling. The noise was getting closer. Something breathing but not right, not human. "Who's there?" Kurt barked, his voice firm but with a sharp edge of dread. No answer, just that sound. Sliding skin, dragging weight, breath like broken glass. He swung the flashlight toward the corner. The beam caught movement, a silhouette, a man, limping. Slack arms, head cocked to the side like it was half detached. His steps were jerky and wrong, like his legs had forgotten how to work. Hey, I knew him. It was Don Lewis, night shift security. Well, his uniform was torn, streaked with something dark and wet. One shoulder was soaked, blood dripping down his arm, pooling at the wrist. And his eyes met mine, and they were vacant. Wide open, but there was nothing behind them, no fear, no recognition, just a void. "Hey, Don, what the hell happened?" Kurt asked, his voice low and tense as he edged a step closer. But Don didn't answer. He just kept dragging himself toward us, slow and steady like he had all the time in the world and nothing left to lose. Kurt stopped cold, his eyes narrowing as he got a better look at him. Oh, Don wasn't just hurt. He was wrong. His body moved like it was still deciding how to be human. Kurt raised his hand instinctively. "Don, stop, right there. Talk to me." But Don didn't stop. He lunged. It wasn't fast, but it was vicious, direct and terrifying. Kurt reacted fast, shoving me out of the way. Don's jaws snapped shut inches from Kurt's face with a sound that didn't belong to anything sane. No, it was pure animal. Kurt drove both hands into Don's chest, forcing him back hard. Don stumbled, wavered, and then came right at us again, like the pain hadn't registered. "Yeah, back off, Don," Kurt shouted, but Don wasn't hearing it. Either that or didn't care. He just kept coming. Kurt's eyes flicked to the left, grabbing a steel wrench from a nearby toolbox like he'd done it 100 times before. He looked at me. No words, just urgency, and I understood. I pulled the flashlight from my belt and gripped it tight. As Don lunged again. Well, Kurt didn't hesitate. He swung, and the wrench cracked against Don's skull with a sickening crunch that echoed down the corridor. Don's head snapped sideways at an unnatural angle, and he hit the concrete hard, limbs twitching, mouth open in a frozen, silent snarl. And then, still. Kurt stood over the body, chest rising fast, eyes locked on Don's broken form. What the hell is going on? Well, we didn't have time to think. More footsteps, heavy, dragging, were echoing from the darkness down the corridor. Not just one, a group, accompanied by low moans, raw, guttural, and inhuman. Kurt grabbed my arm. "Move, now." We ran, boots pounding across the concrete as we barreled into the auxiliary room. Kurt slammed the steel door shut just as something slammed back from the other side. Thud, then another, repeated and violent. Kurt threw the manual bolt and stared back, breathing hard. "We can't stay here," he said. "We need comms. If this is everywhere in the facility, we gotta get help, fast." I scanned the auxiliary room. The generators were dead too. Not failed, shut down, sabotaged. This wasn't just some system crash. No, this had been planned. "Maintenance tunnels," Kurt said, pointing to a heavy hatch set low in the wall. "They're tight, but we stay off the main halls. Whatever that was, whatever Don had become, they're not down there yet." We hauled the hatch open. A narrow metal ladder disappeared into pitch-black shadows. Kurt dropped in first, vanishing into the dark. Then I followed, sealing the hatch behind us with a dull, metallic slam. The tunnel below was hell. tight and suffocating, bathed in faint red emergency light that made everything look soaked in blood. Every breath, every step echoed like gunfire. Kurt moved quickly and confidently, counting off junctions as we passed. He knew this place better than anyone. After what felt like forever, he stopped beneath another hatch and pointed upward. This was it. Central control. The brain of Dry Mesa. Comms, mainline systems, emergency ops. If anything still worked, then it'd be here. Kurt twisted the handle, slowly and quietly. The hatch creaked open, and a wash of dim light spilled down. We climbed out into a room that felt like a graveyard. Screens flickered randomly, papers and gear were scattered like a fight had broken out. A long black smear streaked across the control console near the emergency comm line. Right. Seal it, Kurt ordered, already heading for the phone. I dropped the hatch, locking it tight, then turned back to him. He held the receiver to his ear, jaw clenched. I could see it on his face before he even spoke. Lines are dead, he growled. Completely dead. Something, or someone, had killed all comms. Then, without warning, the radio hissed to life, cutting through the dead silence like a blade. We both jumped. A broken, garbled voice crackled through the static.
Facility compromised. Multiple infected. Evacuate immediately. Repeat, Dry Mesa is compromised. Containment is breached. Evacuate now.
Kurt dropped the receiver, his face pale, and eyes as wide as they could be at the message that kept looping, which was just robotic and cold. The truth we tried to not face just kicked the door in. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a power glitch. No, this was war, inside our own walls, deliberate, deadly, and spreading like wildfire. But now we were locked inside Dry Mesa nuclear facility with no power, no way out, and something loose in the dark that didn't belong. Kurt paced across the room, boots crunching over broken glass. The looping broadcast kept blaring, and each cycle was worse than the last. Each word dropped like a hammer. And then, silence again, deep and suffocating. He stopped and looked at me. Panic gone now, replaced with cold resolve. Right, we can't stay here, he said, stepping forward and killing the transmission. The room was now completely silent. No radio, no hum, just the heaviness pressing down on us. Comms are dead. Power's been cut on purpose. And whatever's moving through this place, it's not stopping. His voice was now steel. Well, if containment's really blown, then what's outside might be even worse. I nodded, swallowing hard. My eyes drifted across the wrecked control room. Blood smeared across keyboards, pooled beneath chairs. All of it fresh, still wet. Someone had fought to stay alive here, and they'd lost. Or worse, they didn't make it out at all. Kurt moved to a steel cabinet on the far wall, unlocked it with a key kept hidden on his belt. The doors creaked open to reveal emergency gear. Flashlights, batteries, medkits, gas masks, and 2 short-range radios, meant for use inside the facility only. He tossed one to me and tested the other. Both worked. Right, take what you can carry, he muttered, throwing a heavy pack over his shoulder. I grabbed another, stuffing it with whatever I could find. First aid, backup power, and an extra light. Then he turned to the wall-mounted blueprint, the map of Dry Mesa. His finger traced a route. Admin sector. If security's holding out anywhere, it'll be there. He yanked the blueprint down and shoved it into a side pocket. He moved fast toward the exit, stopping at the reinforced door. Kurt peered through the small blast-proof window. Beyond it, the corridor stretched out, bathed in a dying red glow. Just enough light to shape the dark. Empty, quiet. Too quiet. Part 2. Kurt undid the lock, slowly and silently. The hinges moaned as he opened the door. We stepped out, weapons and flashlights ready. Beams of white light sliced through the gloom. Every shadow twitched in the corner of our vision. Every creak sounded like breath. The hallway extended ahead. Steel doors, grated floors, utility panels, and vents running like arteries across concrete walls. And then the stench hit us. Smoke, chemical sterilizer, and underneath it all, the thick copper tang of blood. We recognized it immediately. We kept low, kept moving. Every step was a whisper, every scan methodical. Kurt swept the flashlight like he was slicing through the dark, checking every doorway, every shadowed corner. Our breathing stayed low and steady. We were trained. It was automatic. We'd prepped for almost every kind of disaster you could think of. Reactor failures, chemical leaks, total system collapse. But not this. Nothing had prepared us for what we saw next. Up ahead, one of the lab wing doors was half open, its reinforced steel bent outward like something had exploded from the inside, or something had forced its way in. Kurt threw up a hand to signal me. Halt. I froze mid-step as he crept forward, flashlight steady in his grip, slicing through the dark. He eased up to the busted lab door, scanned the inside, and then stopped, cold. His body went stiff. His breath caught in his chest. I edged up behind him, slowly, and then followed his stare into the room. The lab was wrecked. Tables flipped, beakers and tools smashed across the floor. Blood-streaked papers clung to broken glass and metal. It looked like a storm had ripped through, violent and fast. And at the center of it all, slumped against a toppled filing cabinet, was what was left of Dr. Alexandra Hobson, head microbiologist, one of the best, and now a corpse. Her lab coat was soaked in blood, twisted around a body torn up beyond recognition, face locked in a final expression. Not pain, but shock, like whatever had hit her, she never even saw it coming. Around her, shattered vials littered the ground. Their biohazard labels, barely legible now, were cracked and peeling. Emergency research samples, once sealed and guarded, now ruptured, leaking, mixing on the floor like a poisoned soup. Kurt stepped back, jaw tight, eyes burning. It started here, he muttered, his voice low and hard. Someone opened containment, on purpose. Then, before we could say anything else, a noise. Soft, dragging, from deeper in the lab. Kurt snapped his fingers in a sharp signal. Lights out. We killed our flashlights, drowning ourselves in black, just the red flicker of the emergency bulbs pulsing in the distance. Neither of us moved. We didn't dare breathe. The dragging came closer. It was wet and slow, like something pulling itself across broken glass. Then moaning followed, the same sick, inhuman sound we'd heard before. And then he appeared. A scientist in shredded biogear staggering into view, bathed in the weak emergency glow. His head drooped unnaturally, one arm limp and useless, the other twitched, reaching for nothing. His steps were slow and directionless, but he kept going, like something dead with just enough left inside to move. He wasn't human anymore, but he wasn't dead either. Just caught somewhere in the middle, driven now by something else. He bumped into furniture, knocked over gear, but he never stopped, never even paused. Kurt threw another hand signal, a side exit. We slipped away, quiet and fast, and left the thing behind without looking back. The hall twisted tight, maintenance tunnels carved for wires, pipes, and shadows, but not meant for people. Every footstep echoed, muffled by the steel and concrete. God, it was hell navigating, but at least we were out of the main corridors, out of sight. Kurt took the lead. He was sharp and focused now, He knew every turn, every access point. The deeper we went, the rougher it got. Bare metal floors, tangled wiring, rusted pipes running like veins through the guts of dry mesa. But it was safer down here, safer than the slaughterhouse we'd just left behind. Finally, the tunnels opened into a broader hallway. It was older, dusty, built for war. Faded military stencils still clung to the walls, remnants of the Cold War, when this place was truly prepped for the end of the world. The hallway stretched out into a sealed checkpoint. There were heavy doors and silent cameras overhead, but nothing moved. Kurt moved to the keypad and punched in a long-forgotten override. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the doors groaned to life, metal grinding as they split open, revealing the administrative wing. We stepped into the reception area. Well, empty desks, emergency lights flickering overhead, phones off the hook, chairs overturned. A low hum buzzed in the background, backup batteries still feeding a little power through the veins of the beast. Kurt ducked behind the main desk and scanned the security feeds. Most were just snow, dead screens, ghosts of what once had been. But two still worked. One showed the front gate, barely visible in the flickering light. Dozens of infected were staggering around it like animals, slow and mindless, waiting. But the other feed was worse. Inside the reactor cooling control center, bodies sat slumped at consoles, dead. Infected moved between them like scavengers, heads twitching, arms jerking. No order, no plan, just chaos in motion. Kurt stared at the screen, so did I. That was it, that was the truth. Dry Mesa wasn't falling. It had already fallen. Kurt pulled back up from the monitors, his jaw clenched in stone. "We're not getting through the main gate," he said flatly. "Topside's gone, swarmed. The whole perimeter's blown." His eyes then darted around the room, landing on a faded evacuation map bolted to the wall. He stalked over to it, scanning it fast, finger-tracing routes like he was already there. "Right, there's an old service tunnel beneath Sector 5, he said. "Maintenance access. Not been used in years, but still on the books. Leads to a secured outpost. Small, off-grid. We might find a comm link in there, or a way out that's not crawling with those things." He looked back at me, something hard shining in his eyes. Resolve, which was barely masking the exhaustion. "Well, it's a long shot, but it's all we've got." I gave him a grin nod. "Right, then let's move." Kurt didn't wait. He shifted into gear, heading straight for the elevators on the far end of the admin wing. But when we got there, they were dead, locked down by emergency protocols. Steel doors sealed tight. Without a word, Kurt pivoted toward a stairwell door, cracked just enough to tempt you in. He kicked it open, revealing a black chute of stairs disappearing into the bowels of the facility. Well, we went down. Flashlights cut weak beams through the dark, barely touching the heavy air curling around us like wet cloth. Each step we took echoed, too loud in this suffocating quiet. The deeper we dropped, the colder it got, like the place was draining the warmth from our bones. And that silence, it pressed in, erasing every trace of the world we'd just left behind. At the bottom, we hit a steel blast door marked Sector 5, Maintenance Access Only. Kurt paused, laid a hand on the handle. The cold bit into his fingers. We both knew whatever was behind that door might be worse than what we'd already crawled through. He took a deep breath, then twisted the handle and shoved the door open. What waited was a narrow tunnel, concrete walls slick with moisture, stretching out into blackness. This was our last way out, buried deep beneath dry mesa. The overhead lights were few and far between and flickered inside wire cages, painting the tunnel in jerky shadows. The bulbs gave off a sick amber glow, just enough to make you wish you couldn't see what was there. Kurt led the way, slow and steady, every step like we were stepping into the jaws of something sleeping. We didn't talk, didn't breathe too loud, we just moved, listening to the echo of our own footsteps, the slow drip of some unseen water, and the low hum of something ancient breathing behind the concrete. The deeper we went, the more the air turned. It was cold, dense. Every inch felt like another nail in the coffin of what used to be normal. After a while, the tunnel opened into a junction. Pipes, thick, rust-choked, veined off in every direction. Kurt stopped and hit the wall with his light. There was a sign. It was old and rusted, almost erased by time. He held up the map from earlier, running a finger over it, eyes locked on the path ahead. I glanced over my shoulder then. Nothing. But the darkness behind us felt heavier than it had before. Kurt then gave a signal, and we pressed on. The tunnel tightened again, like the place didn't want us moving forward. And the walls pressed closer, the stink of mold and diesel oil thick in the air. Typical under old complexes, but now it also reeked of rot, of abandonment, and of death. And then Kurt froze. Hand up, dropped to silence. He crouched low, his eyes locked on something above, an overhead walkway. I followed his stare and swept my flashlight toward it. 2 bodies were slumped against the far wall, half hidden behind rusted crates. Kurt crept forward, closer, and then stopped. He shone the light. Maintenance crew. Worn coveralls soaked in blood, necks torn open, arms gashed deep. The kind of wounds that didn't come from accidents. I knew them. That was Dave Bennett and Angel Rivera. We used to crack jokes while fixing pipes. Regular guys, good guys. Now just another warning painted in flesh and silence. And in that moment, any illusion we had left that this was containable, survivable, had died with them. Dry Mesa was lost. No matter how much I tried to lie to myself, that place was dead and buried. Kurt rose slowly, like every movement cost him something, and pulled me back from the corpses with a quiet urgency. "Well, let's keep moving," he muttered, his voice gravel thick and low. His flashlight hovered on the bodies for half a second longer, then swept forward into the dark. The tunnel stretched on, endlessly, choking us. Our bodies fell into a dull, steady rhythm, each step automatic and mechanical. Before long, the ground started to slope downward, deeper. The air got heavy, pressing in on my ears until they popped. Kurt glanced back, caught the tension in my face, and gave me a short nod. He didn't say a word, but I knew. He was feeling it too. The quiet dread crawling up our spines, the kind you don't talk about because naming it makes it real. Eventually the tunnel just stopped, a dead end. And in front of us loomed a huge rusting door, paint peeled to hell, flakes of red dusting the ground like dried blood. Stenciled across it in blocky black letters, Maintenance Outpost, Sector 5. Kurt stepped up slowly, his hand brushing the metal. The latch was busted. Someone had forced their way through before us. He pulled it open, and the hinges groaned like something waking up. Inside, weak emergency lights bathed everything in a sick yellow glow. The room was a mess. Racks of old gear, old crates, tools scattered like someone had left in a hurry and never come back. In the far corner sat a dusty comms panel, its screens dark and cables slack. We moved in slowly, lights sweeping across forgotten corners. The silence in here was different. It was thicker, like the air itself was waiting, and every tiny sound echoed. Kurt was fiddling with the console now, the hum of dying batteries and the drip, drip, drip from the tunnel behind us. I kept looking back. I couldn't help it. The door yawned open, and the dark beyond it felt like a mouth waiting to swallow us. Kurt swore under his breath then, stepping back from the comms with clenched fists. "Dead," he growled, "cooked from the inside. Not an accident. Someone wanted this place cut off. He ran a hand down his face, frustration flaring before he forced it down. Well, we're going topside. This outpost should have a ladder access that leads up to a maintenance shed. If it's intact, we might be able to slip past the main gates. He swept his light upward and found what he was looking for. A steel ladder bolted into the far wall, stretching up into the shadows. Without waiting, he moved, testing the first few rungs before starting the climb. I followed, and the ladder groaned under our weight, metal cold enough to burn skin. The shaft was tight, barely wide enough for my shoulders, and every few feet my elbows scraped concrete. Every breath felt stolen. Then, after what felt like hours, Kurt reached the latch. He twisted the lock. Well, it fought him, but finally it gave with a scream of metal. Moonlight poured in, pale and cold, carrying with it the acrid stench of smoke and burning fuel. Kurt climbed through and turned to me, offering a hand. I took it. We emerged into a maintenance garage, small and cluttered, half swallowed by shadows. Tools lay scattered across the floor, abandoned mid-task. The air was sharp, the kind that tells you you're not alone. The door to the outside was hanging open, creaking as the wind pushed it back and forth like something out of a bad dream. We crept forward, crossing the threshold into the ruined world above for the first time since hell had broken loose. Part 3. The sky was thick with clouds, and the air stained a sick orange from the fire still burning near Farmington. The whole scene looked unreal, like a war zone someone had painted over with nightmares. From where we stood, we could finally see the full extent of Dry Mesa's death. Past the fencing, flames flickered across the landscape. Wrecked vehicles lay scattered like bones. Some flipped, some burned out. Shadows moved out there, figures dragging themselves silently through streets and fields. Up here, it was no safer than the madness we'd just crawled out of. Kurt stuck to the walls, hugging the shadows, and I stayed right behind him, my ears straining for every sound. They all now sounded like a warning shot. Somewhere out in the distance, someone screamed, a high, sharp note that cut off just as fast as it began. We made for the parking lot, the one where they kept the old trucks and maintenance vans. A few still sat there, their doors swinging open, but the insides were torn up and stained. Kurt led us to a rusted pickup, peered inside, then waved me over. The keys were still dangling from the ignition, like someone had dropped everything and just run. He slid into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine coughed, then roared to life. I jumped in and slammed the door shut, locking it on instinct. Kurt shifted gears and eased us out of the lot, the truck's headlights cutting twin beams through the smoke and ash ahead. The narrow access road twisted through the mess. Crashed cars, scorched fences, and signs of people running without looking back. Figures roamed the sides of the road, drawn by the growl of our engine. Kurt punched the gas, swerving around them with practiced hands. They reached for us as we passed, arms limp and twitching, faces blank and broken. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. It wasn't just Dry Mesa that had gone to hell. This thing had gotten out fast. Whatever started underground had torn through everything. The road spooled ahead, leading us toward Farmington, a city that once felt harmless, quiet, forgettable. Now it was a black silhouette in the distance, drowning in smoke and silence. Kurt clenched the wheel tighter, and his eyes hardened. "We can't stop," he said, his voice like gravel. "It's spreading fast. We need to find someone, anyone, before it eats the rest of the country." I nodded, but didn't answer. I just stared out of the window, watching the wreckage blur past like some sick slideshow. Dry Mesa was behind us, but the nightmare, that was still very much alive. We kept driving, headlights cutting through smoke and dust like blades. Sometimes they caught figures, just standing at the roadside, blank-eyed and swaying. Kurt swerved around overturned semis and burned out sedans, never slowing down long enough for anything to catch us. The world outside looked unreal in that washed-out glow. Houses turned to skeletons, fields scorched black, gas stations gutted and still smouldering. 20 minutes out, Farmington's edges started to take shape. We hoped for survivors, or at least a radio. The town had always been the kind you could pass through without ever remembering the name, but not anymore. A half-collapsed police barricade stretched across the main road. Patrol cars sat abandoned, their windows shattered, doors hanging off twisted hinges, and the streetlights overhead flickered in the haze like dying stars. Farmington wasn't quiet tonight. It was holding its breath, waiting to collapse. The silence was thick, a dead kind of silence that didn't belong in a town like this, one that usually buzzed even after dark. It wrapped around us like a shroud, feeling heavy and unnatural. Kurt eased off the gas, his eyes scanning the blockade ahead. The truck crept forward, its low growl slicing into the stillness like a blade. He edged past the crumpled patrol cars, headlights sweeping across shattered glass and twisted metal. Nothing stirred in the shadows. And the deeper we pushed into Farmington, the uglier it got. Stores were gutted, windows smashed wide open. The shelves inside had been picked clean by panic or hunger or both. Cars were stranded at intersections like forgotten bones, doors left swinging open like people had just vaporized mid-step. Loose papers blew down the sidewalks in lazy spirals, catching the wind and vanishing into the dark. The whole place felt hollow, scraped clean of life. We kept rolling forward, slow and sharp-eyed. Our plan was basic. Find anything with a signal, a firehouse, a hospital, working phone, whatever. Something, anything, to call out and warn whoever was still alive beyond this spreading hell. We turned onto Main Street just as a low, steady banging echoed from an alley up ahead. Kurt hit the brakes, the truck's lights cutting sideways into the dark. 3 figures were standing there, infected, slamming their fists mindlessly against a steel pharmacy door. No rage, no purpose, just that steady, dull rhythm. Kurt floored it, and the truck surged forward, leaving them behind in the rearview mirror. Still their hollow pounding echoed in my head, a reminder of how fast the world had cracked. "Right, watch out for the fire station," Kurt said, his voice calm but clipped. "Should be about 3 blocks out. Might have backup generators, radios, people." I gave a tight nod, my eyes locked ahead, trying to pierce the gloom for any sign of that brick building. Then there it was, a low structure, squat and dark, front bay doors yawning wide like broken jaws. Kurt slowed to a crawl and killed the lights, letting the engine idle. We watched and waited. Nothing moved, but from inside we caught the faint flicker of light. Backup power, maybe. We slid the truck into park and looked over. "Stay sharp," he said, quieter now. "We get in, grab what we can, and haul ass. No stalling." We stepped out, the door shutting with soft thuds. Kurt moved first, flashlight in one hand, wrench in the other. I shadowed him, my eyes darting left and right. The streets were dead quiet. But inside it was worse. This place had been hit hard. Gear lockers overturned, medkits torn open, supplies scattered across the concrete. Near the wall, a fire axe lay abandoned beside a desk soaked in dried blood. Kurt knelt by it, brushing the patch with grim fingers. "Lieutenant Salas," he muttered. "Used to swing by Dry Mesa once a month. Safety checks. Solid guy." Whatever had happened here, it didn't take long. He stood and made for the rear, toward the dispatch office. The door was cracked open, swaying slightly like someone had just left it. Kurt nudged it with the wrench, flashlight beam cutting through the shadows. Inside, the radios were still alive, whispering static. He moved fast, flipping switches, turning dials, searching the bands for a signal, anything human. I stood in the doorway, flashlight in a death grip, keeping watch on the silent, empty garage. Every nerve was tight in my body, waiting for something to move in the dark. After a few gut-churning moments, Kurt finally caught something. A voice, barely a whisper under the static. He twisted the dials with jittery fingers, trying to lock it in. The signal sharpened just enough.
Regional authorities advise immediate evacuation. Infection spreading fast. Albuquerque lost. Santa Fe dark. National Guard unable to respond. Civilians urged to avoid main roads. Find isolated shelter. CDC containment failed.
Kurt looked up, his eyes wide, stunned like he'd just been sucker punched. But the voice kept going, spitting out a roll call of collapse, city after city crumbling under the same nightmare. Well, it wasn't just us. The whole damn region was circling the drain. The tiny thread of hope we'd clung to, that maybe someone out there could help, had snapped in an instant. We just stood there, numb, the truth hitting like a freight train. Then movement in the garage bay shattered the moment. 3 infected had crept in, drawn by our lights and the radio's static hum. Kurt killed the volume, but it didn't matter, they'd seen us. No room to run, no room to hide. It was fight or die. He snatched the fire axe off the floor and motioned sharply. Move! They charged the first one, swinging hard. The axe hit bone and dropped it cold. Another lunged at him, teeth gnashing. I moved without thinking, flashlight smashing into its skull. It reeled back and slammed into the wall. And we ran, no hesitation, threw ourselves into the truck, doors slamming just as Kurt twisted the ignition. The engine growled awake, headlights catching, more infected spilling from alleys and doorways, pulled in by the noise we'd made. Kurt didn't wait. He hit the gas and the truck surged forward, crashing through the cluster ahead like a battering ram. Bodies crumpled under the wheels and vanished into the rear view. Only when we were clear did he ease off, chest rising hard with every breath. Oh, we can't stay, he muttered, his eyes locked on the road. Need somewhere with fewer people, fewer infected. There's a forest from here. Shouldn't be far. Might buy us some time. I just nodded, staring out into the night. The road out of Farmington was a graveyard. Burnt-out cars, flipped rigs, smashed windows. The aftermath of mass panic. But then, the chaos thinned. An open road returned. Empty farms rolled past in the silence. Fires flickered in the distance, orange beacons of destruction burning under a black sky. The farther we got from town, the fewer infected we saw. Only shadows now, the kind that watch but don't move. And eventually, Kurt slowed. A crooked wooden sign appeared at the roadside. State Forest. Once meant for hiking and campfires, but tonight it was just the least dangerous place left to hide. Kurt eased the truck onto a dirt path. The road wound through thick woods, tires crunching gravel. Trees loomed on both sides, their branches clawing the sky and blotting out what little light remained. After a few tense minutes, we hit a clearing. A ranger station stood there, dark and quiet, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Kurt killed the lights, stepped out with his flashlight, and crept forward. This door hung open as well, busted hinges creaking in the wind. He paused, then went in. I followed, shutting the door behind us. Inside was still, dusty but untouched, intact enough to feel like shelter. Kurt checked the radio. Nothing but static. We locked the windows, barricaded the door with whatever we could find, and then sat in the dark, breathing heavily, staring into nothing, trying to figure out what the hell would come next. Out in the woods, the distant moans of the infected bled through the trees now and then, soft but sharp enough to remind us we weren't safe. Not really. Just hiding in a wooden box, waiting for daylight. Morning was still hours away. Until then, there was nothing left to do but sit in the dark, eyes wide open, hearts wired, hoping the sun would bring something other than death. We both knew the truth. Dry Mesa was just the prologue. The real story was out there. Cities falling like dominoes, the world eating itself alive. The ranger station creaked around us, the old wood groaning under its weight, camouflaging darker sounds slithering in from the trees. Kurt and I sat motionless, flashlights off, letting the darkness swallow us. Every window, every door we'd blocked with desks, chairs, whatever we could drag. But it wasn't enough. The thin walls may as well have been paper. We felt exposed. Sleep wasn't happening, not after what we'd seen. The time crawled by. Hours stretched tight with dread. Then, finally, a weak smudge of grey light slipped through the barricade cracks. Dawn. A damn fragile thing, but it was something. Kurt stood slowly and carefully, and moved toward one of the covered windows. He lifted the edge of the blanket just an inch, his eyes squinting through the gap. I watched on, every muscle wired, waiting for a signal to run or fight. He backed away quietly. There's movement, he murmured. Shamblers, maybe a dozen or so. Slow, not onto us yet. That didn't matter. We both knew hiding wasn't a plan. It was merely a pause. We were burning daylight, and our supplies were trash. A few cans of food, a handful of water bottles, bare-bones medical kit. Maybe a couple of days if we stretched it, but no way in hell could we stay here. No signal meant no rescue. The radio had already told us the world was burning. Kurt was already shifting gears, brain in survival mode. He pointed to the dusty ranger desk in the corner. Drawers were hanging open and papers were everywhere. Right, we need a way out, he said. Trail maps, anything. I moved over, digging through the mess. Files, outdated brochures, broken pencils. Then, jackpot. A folded trail map. Hand-drawn routes snaking through the forest. We spread it out across the desk, fingers tracing the lines, looking for an escape hatch. Kurt tapped one of the thinner trails. Look, across the ridge. Runs deep into the hills, he said. Lookout station near the summit. Could be some gear up there, emergency radios, flares, maybe even food. That was a long shot, but it was at least a shot. I nodded. Better than rotting in this wooden coffin. We packed what we could carry. Water, medkit, map. Not much, but it'd have to do. Kurt tightened his grip on the fire axe we'd taken from the firehouse back in Farmington. I clenched the flashlight. Solid steel, good for cracking skulls, if it came to that. We slid the furniture away from the door, every scrape loud in this silence. Kurt opened it slowly, just enough for us to slip into the cold, cruel morning. Well, the morning hit hard. Cold, wet, thick mist curling like smoke through the trees. The forest beyond was dead quiet, the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. Kurt didn't say a word, just gave a sharp hand signal, and we moved, fast and low, keeping the ranger station between us and the infected we'd seen lurking earlier. Once we hit the tree line, we picked up speed, following the trail deeper into the woods, the map our only guide. Part 4. The path started climbing fast, winding up through the fog. The air was wet, the mist clinging to our skin like sweat. Our boots hit damp leaves with soft crunches, every sound cutting through the silence like a blade. About an hour in, Kurt froze. Hand up, eyes locked on something ahead. It was a body. A hiker face down in the mud. Throat ripped and caked in dirt. Dead, no question about it. Half hidden in the brush, like the woods had tried to bury him. Well, Kurt stepped in slowly, scanning the trees. No signs of movement. The guy hadn't been gone long. The wounds were still raw, deep bite marks carved into his neck and forearm. Same kind of carnage we'd already seen so many times. Kurt clenched his jaw and turned away. Come on, let's move. The trail got worse the further we went. Steep, narrow, and unforgiving. But Kurt didn't slow. He was locked in now, eyes on the path, pushing forward like he was dragging us both by sheer will. Every now and then we'd catch sight of smoke in the distance, thin black tendrils rising through the trees, towns burning, highways in chaos, the world dying just beyond our reach. Time blurred, step after step, muscles screaming, but then we saw it. The tower rose out from the trees like a skeleton, wooden steel against the grey sky, perched at the top of the ridge like it had been waiting for us. Our hope was a dangerous thing, but it hit us all the same. We crept in, our eyes sharp, scanning for threats. At the base of the tower sat a maintenance shack, abandoned but intact. Windows were unbroken. The door was locked, but nothing Kurt couldn't handle. One solid kick and we were in. Inside there were shelves with a few cans, bottles of water, some batteries, emergency gear, and a small radio on the desk. It was dead, useless. No signal, so no answers. Kurt grabbed a flare gun hanging near the door, just in case. And then we hit the tower. Narrow metal stairs groaned under our weight as the wind picked up, howling the higher we climbed. At the top, Kurt beelined to a bigger radio setup, solar-powered and bolted down. We got to work immediately, flipping switches, turning dials, jumping between frequencies. The forest stretched out below us, green, endless, and beautiful in a way that now felt wrong. Columns of smoke stabbed through the canopy. The towns were burning, and the highways were swarmed. It wasn't a view, it was a warning. And then, static, a flicker, a voice. Faint, tired, but real. This is emergency broadcast from the Arizona National Guard base. We are compromised but operational. Survivors advised to proceed immediately to secure location. Repeat, proceed immediately. Evacuation helicopters departing daily at 1600 hours from the main helipad. Expect heavy infected presence in surrounding areas. Kurt checked his watch fast. Yeah, if we move now, we might make it before the choppers leave. It was a gamble, but our best shot. No time to waste. Well, we tore down the tower, grabbed whatever supplies we could carry, and hit the eastern trail, our boots pounding the earth, racing the clock toward the Arizona base and whatever hope was left. We pushed harder, our pace turning into a dead run, the weight of exhaustion clawing at our limbs, but adrenaline and sheer will kept us moving. By mid-afternoon, we'd broken out of the forest and onto the open roads. It was a graveyard. Cars abandoned in every direction, doors wide open, suitcases spilled, blood stains dried on cracked windshields. The infected wandered like ghosts, aimless but dangerous. We slipped around them where we could, and when we couldn't, we fought. Kurt's fire axe tore through flesh with brutal efficiency. My flashlight, now dented and stained, had become a hammer in my grip, silent, quick, and deadly. The sun dipped low, and then we heard it, the low thunder of rotor blades rolling across the sky. We looked up. There it was, the Arizona base. Silhouetted against the burning horizon, half lit by flares and emergency floodlights, helicopters circled like vultures, dropping low, scooping up survivors, and then blasting off again into the smoke-choked sky. Relief hit us like a jolt of electricity, but it was short-lived. Between us and that base lay a hellscape. We didn't slow down, we couldn't. The infected swarmed, drawn to the noise and lights. We cut through them, navigating shattered pavement and the wreckage of failed escapes. Kurt was fully locked in, his jaw set, his eyes forward. His focus never broke, and I followed, pulse pounding like a war drum in my chest. Closer now, almost there. But the closer we got, the worse it got. Chaos wrapped the base like a noose. The infected were coming from everywhere, pouring in from the fields and tree lines, attracted by the noise, the movement, the last breath of civilization fighting to hold on. The base was in sight, but still out of reach. The final stretch would be a gauntlet. We looked at each other, said no words, just gave one last nod. We ran. The noise was deafening now. Choppers above, wind thrashing, gunfire cracking through the smoke. The scent of fuel, ash, and blood filled our lungs. Soldiers were positioned behind armored trucks, taking calm, deliberate shots. But it was clear this was a last stand, not a rescue mission. The fence was torn in places, and some sections lay twisted flat from desperate vehicles smashing through them. Fires burned along the road, trash, clothes, entire cars lit up in orange and black. Bodies everywhere, some infected, some not. We ducked and weaved through the wreckage, slipping between gutted sedans and overturned trucks. A half-dozen infected broke from a side alley. We didn't stop, we didn't look back, we just ran harder. By the time we hit the last stretch, it felt like the world was collapsing behind us. Kurt had surged ahead and was yelling, waving his arms to get the soldiers' attention as bullets cracked overhead and the infected pressed closer from every direction. We were out of time and out of options. The gates were still just out of reach. The soldier near the gate whipped his rifle toward us, eyes scanning fast. 1 second, maybe 2, and he saw we weren't infected. He jerked his arm toward the open gate. "Move! Move your asses!" he yelled, voice ragged with fatigue and panic. Kurt bolted, and I chased him, lungs on fire, legs running on fumes. Just past the gate, the helipad was lit up like daylight, harsh floodlights cutting through the gloom. A massive Chinook waited there, rotors spinning hard, the back ramp dropped. Survivors swarmed it, desperate to get clear. We hit the tarmac as gunfire exploded behind us again. The soldiers at the gate unloaded into the next wave of infected, tearing across the field. Well, there was no time to look back. We sprinted toward the bird, past others who were limping, screaming, bleeding. The Chinook's engines roared, drowning out everything but the pounding in my chest. Soldiers at the ramp barked orders and waved people aboard, their eyes darting between us and the growing mob closing in behind. Kurt reached the ramp first, then turned and grabbed my arm and yanked me up. Together, we stumbled inside. Well, inside was chaos. The air stank of sweat, fuel, and fear. Survivors were crammed together, clutching whatever they'd managed to carry. Bags, backpacks, each other. Faces were smeared with dirt, blood, and were wide-eyed and silent under the harsh interior lights. We pushed toward the side, pressed ourselves against a bulkhead, making space as more bodies crammed in. The soldiers barked to each other, shouting over the noise, glancing constantly at the ramp. Outside, the infected were pouring through the fence now, overwhelming the outer defenses like a flood. Gunfire cracked, faster and more desperate now. Then one soldier turned, climbed in, and slammed his fist against the wall. "Go! Go now!" he roared, and the ramp slammed shut behind him. The Chinook lurched. The engine screamed and the floor trembled beneath our boots. Slowly, then faster, the bird lifted off, tilting as it climbed into the smoky air. Through the side windows, the base dropped away. The perimeter was lost. Soldiers falling back, some overrun. The fences vanished under the swarm. The Arizona base was done. We kept climbing higher, and the world opened up below, and it looked wrecked. Fires burned everywhere. Small towns, farms, forests. Highways were frozen with dead cars, metal tombstones stretching as far as the eye could see. Towns looked abandoned, blacked out, gone. Well, Dry Mesa wasn't the end. It was just the opening act. Inside the chopper, things quieted. Survivors sat still, dazed, not speaking, just breathing, just existing, processing what they'd outrun. Kurt slumped back, chest heaving, his face pale. He closed his eyes for a second, maybe the first moment of peace in days, and then he looked at me. "Oh, we made it," he said, barely above a whisper, but his voice had no triumph in it, only truth. But this shit's everywhere now. Didn't answer, I couldn't. Just stared out of the window at the inferno below. Then the pilot's voice came through the comms, clear and steady like the world hadn't just ended.
Attention all personnel. We're en route to staging zones in Nevada. Medical support will be awaiting on arrival. Stay seated and remain calm.
Calm? There was no calm anymore, only survival. The pilot's announcement came through steady, almost comforting, but it rang hollow. Both Kurt and I knew better. Nevada? Secure? That was a fantasy. We'd seen how fast everything could fall apart. Fortified zones didn't mean a damn thing when the infection came knocking. After an hour of uneasy flight, the Chinook finally dipped low, descending toward a lit-up airbase below. Flares burned red against the dark, emergency lights highlighting rows of temporary tents and makeshift shelters. Hundreds of survivors moved like ghosts inside a fenced perimeter, herded by soldiers trying to keep control, trying to look like they had answers. The bird touched down softer than expected, and as the ramp dropped, a rush of cool night air cut through the stifling tension inside the cargo hold. We all moved fast, following barked orders, feet hitting the tarmac hard. Kurt paused, just for a heartbeat, looking back at the helicopter, then up at the sky. The stars were sharp and cold above us, unmoving, uncaring. For one strange second, it felt peaceful, like the rest of the universe hadn't noticed the world was burning. Medics met us halfway, guiding us toward triage tents. Inside, it was organized chaos, though. People moaning, crying, staring blankly at nothing. The nurses moved fast, handing out blankets, food, water, anything to stabilize the bodies, not the minds, though. Kurt took a bottle of water with shaky hands, downed half of it in one long gulp. Then he turned to me, his voice low. "Eyes up," he said. "This place feels safe, but it's not. You stay sharp and stick close." I gave him a nod. He didn't need to say any more. Dry Mesa, Farmington, the woods, every mile had been a lesson in how quickly everything could go to hell. Around us, people sat in silence, shell-shocked, shivering, eyes hollowed out from grief. Every single one of them had lost something, someone. Their safety, their sanity, their home. Some had physical wounds, others wore their scars on the inside. We ended up in a corner of the main tent, wrapped in blankets that barely held back the chill. Soldiers patrolled outside, rifles in hand, scanning the darkness like they were expecting something to crawl out of it at any second. And maybe they were right. Kurt sat beside me, not saying a word. Eyes shut, but not asleep. He was listening, always listening. I thought about Dry Mesa. The facility was supposed to be untouchable. A safe zone, the last line. But he was the first to fall. That's where it had all started, where the lie of control cracked wide open. And now we were just scattered survivors in a world that didn't want us anymore. The first light of morning crept across the sky, pale and slow. Kurt opened his eyes and stared at it like it might have an answer to a question he didn't know how to ask. His voice was quiet when he finally spoke. "Well, we made it," he said. Not with joy, not with pride, just a fact. Maybe it was for me, maybe it was for himself. We are still breathing, and that has to count for something. And it did, at least for now. The world had flipped, and normal was gone. Safety was a myth. But we were alive, together, watching and waiting. Dry Mesa had taught us how fragile civilization really was. And the Arizona base had showed us humanity still had teeth, even backed against a wall. But deep down, we both knew the truth. This wasn't the end. This was the first chapter in a new nightmare. Survival wasn't a victory. It was a challenge. The tents around us filled the light of a new day. No warmth in it, just exposure. And Kurt and I sat there, back straight, eyes forward, ready, awake. Whatever came next, we'd face it head on. Zombie Outbreak in the Antarctic Research Station by Augustus Cordoba. Part 1. I was shipped out to Palmer Research Facility in Antarctica 3 months back. They told me it was a prestigious assignment, a golden step forward in my career as a research scientist. Strange first briefing meeting, though. Scientists and the like from all parts of the United States. Some guy from NYC explaining the importance of our work. Another guy from New Mexico saying that this could solve the world's energy problems. Felt weird at the time, but the job opportunity was too good to miss out on. I'd been given some kind of vaccine during the briefing, along with everyone else present. I'm not sure why, but they told us everyone working for the Institute may at some point be exposed to things humanity hadn't experienced in millennia, and it was just a precaution. Well, at first I bought into the dream. Each morning I'd step onto the opposite deck and stare out over a hellscape of ice that never ended. It was like standing on a dead planet. The sun barely bothered to rise during the endless winter, and the wind, Jesus, the wind, screamed every day and night like it had a score to settle. Well, we held on to one thing, the promise that we were on the brink of something massive, something that could, metaphorically, flip the world on its axis. I didn't know then that our so-called discovery would drag us into a nightmare we couldn't wake up from. Well, to be honest, the transfer orders didn't say much, just enough to make the mission sound important. Something about drilling for permafrost samples, microbial studies, unlocking secrets buried under centuries of ice. But between the lines, it felt like there was something else. A quiet warning, a sense that we weren't just poking around in the dirt for science. No, we were hunting something old, something dangerous. Once I got there, it was clear. The rumors I'd heard were true. I was officially contracted to a Los Angeles-based organization called the Midas Institute. But it was clear that the government also had their claws deep in this place. They weren't here for simple microbes. They were here for something ancient, something frozen under the glaciers that might just cheat death. The whispers in the corridors set it straight. This wasn't just biology, this was the key to slowing aging, stretching out human life for decades more, maybe even longer. It sounded insane, but it also sounded like the future. And you know what? I wanted in. Well, the team was tight, elite. Dr. Claire Noonan ran the show, a hard-as-nails microbiologist with a sharp mind and a surprisingly soft edge when it came to guiding her crew. Dr. Royston Vasey kept to himself, a silent genius in biochemistry who worked on classified projects before vanishing into the ice with us. Nina Lopez kept the lab running, mixing chemicals, logging data, babysitting the finicky machinery. Then there was Graham Park, our logistics guy. If it broke, he fixed it. If we ran out of something, he made damn sure we got more. And he kept the aging generator alive with grit and spit. Yeah, there were only a handful of us, but each one mattered. The station itself was an aging relic, rebuilt and patched over the years to barely meet the standards of cutting-edge biological research. And it was still standing, still running, and beneath it, something waited. Every corridor in that place was wrapped in thick, reinforced steel, not just to keep out the bone-cutting Antarctic cold, but to cage in whatever might try to claw its way loose. Yes, the lab was a fortress. Airtight containment pods, HEPA-grade ventilation, backup generators stacked like dominoes. Every system doubled, then tripled. Nothing got out, not without a fight. At the heart of it all stood the BSL-4 lab, our crown jewel. High security, locked down. A sealed tomb built to wrangle the deadliest things known to man. The lower-tier labs, BSL-2 and 3, handled the nastier bugs, airborne stuff that could kill slow. But BSL-4, that was where the real monsters lived. This place was built like a bunker, running under constant negative pressure. Even if the walls cracked, the air would suck inward, not out. No pathogen would ever escape. At least that's what we told ourselves. The walls were smooth, chemically resistant, easy to scrub, impossible to penetrate. Not even the tiniest contaminant could slip through. Yes, getting inside meant jumping through every hoop the system had. Retinal scans, biometric locks, passcodes, layers of decontamination chambers. No shortcuts, no screw-ups. Once inside, you wore a positive pressure suit tied to an external air source that hissed and growled like a machine breathing for you. One tear, one fault, and it was game over. The only way in or out was a chain of airlocks, each one more paranoid than the last. Chemical showers, UV blasts, sterilization routines drilled into every muscle memory. We were convinced this place was bulletproof. If we played by the rules, nothing could touch us. Well, that arrogance bled into everything. At first, it all ran like clockwork. We focused on thawing slabs of ancient glacier, pulling microbes from the ice like ghosts from another era. We studied how they reacted to modern cells, how they lived, what they wanted. Then the tone shifted. First crack in the armor wasn't in the walls. It was in the orders. Word came down from above. Move faster. No explanation, just crates of high-end lab gear and veiled warnings from shadowy contacts. Money poured in, and with it, the pressure. The kind that made your skin crawl. The kind that made you wonder what we were really waking up beneath all that ice. The encrypted messages always ended the same way. Leave no stone unturned. Like a whisper from someone watching behind a mirror, waiting for us to dig deeper. With the advanced gear they'd given us, we started mapping gene expressions unlike anything in any known life form. It wasn't just strange, it was revolutionary. At first we were electrified. These microorganisms weren't just unique. They could rewrite the rules of medical science. When we started testing on rats and hamsters, locked inside sealed, pressurized habitats, every day brought fresh data, unexpected and thrilling. Well, the animals healed faster. Some of the older ones even seemed younger, more alive. Stronger hearts, cleaner lungs, clearer eyes. The messages from our handlers turned downright ecstatic. They hinted at upcoming announcements, visits from higher-level officials. The project was gaining heat fast. I remember standing beside Dr. Noonan, both of us watching a glass enclosure. Inside, a batch of rats injected with the new compound darted around like they'd been reborn. One of them, marked with a green tag, stood out. It had bounced back from a nasty respiratory infection in no time at all. Clear lungs, full energy, zero complications. That moment hit us hard. If this worked on humans, we weren't just curing diseases. We might be cracking the code to aging itself. But then, things shifted. Some of the test subjects started to behave off. Erratic movements, mood swings, one moment calm, the next lashing out. At first we chalked it up to stress or environmental quirks, but then the data started screaming. Brain activity spiked in strange ways. One hamster went into a frenzy and gnawed at its enclosure like it wanted out now. Left deep tooth marks in reinforced polyglass. A rat that used to be timid became a savage, attacking others in its cage without warning. We isolated the affected animals immediately and sent samples to Dr. Vasey. He ran the tests. What he found out wasn't just troubling. It was a red flag. Something was multiplying inside them, fast. A new agent, unknown, aggressive, didn't just boost cellular activity. It rewired the body, enhancing some systems while dismantling others, like it was redesigning the host from within. Well, we hit the brakes. Full stop. Shut down the experiments to figure out what the hell we were dealing with. But our handlers, their response was calculated. Proceed with caution, they said, but keep going. The risks were secondary. The payoff was too big. The kind of breakthrough nations would kill for. The kind you don't walk away from. Tension crept in like frostbite behind the polished routines of the station. Graham Park, normally calm, unshakable, started pacing, eyes darting to the walls like he could hear them breathing. He insisted we reinforce certain sections, double-check the generators every few hours, and kept tools close at hand, like he was expecting something to blow. Nina Lopez became obsessive, triple-checking every label, every container, making sure nothing was mislabeled or unsecured. She looked over her shoulder a lot more than she had before. Dr. Noonan, usually a steady force, started to grow distant, quiet. She moved like someone carrying weight no one else could see. One night, long after the lights had dimmed, she pulled me aside. She told me she couldn't sleep, said she had a bad feeling like we were waking something up, something we barely understood and couldn't control. But still, we pressed on. The days blurred into a mechanical loop of logging data, analyzing samples, arguing over theories. Whatever doubts we had, the work didn't stop. It couldn't. I remember wanting to reach out to someone, maybe a contact at a university, just to get a second opinion. But everything we did was locked down tight. No outside comms. The only line out was the encrypted government channel, and they weren't exactly taking questions. And then it happened. Small, barely a blip at first. We got a fresh shipment of test rodents. One of them had been injected with a strain Dr. Vasey had isolated, something he'd flagged for close observation. That afternoon, Nina was running standard checks in the animal containment area. She was suited up, gloves, goggles, lab coat, the works. I was in the next room prepping slides, mind half lost in microscope settings. Then I heard her. A sharp cry came through the intercom. Quick, panicked. I dropped everything and bolted. I found Nina clutching her hand, her face pale. She said one of the infected hamsters had lunged at her, bit straight through the glove like it had been waiting. No warning, no hesitation. Well, this one had never shown aggression before. It shouldn't have acted that way. The bite wasn't large, but it was deep. Too deep for comfort. Dr. Noonan came in fast, cleaned the wound and bandaged her up while barking at the rest of us to tighten our safety protocols. Nina was moved to the med bay and placed under quarantine. Well, of course, we reported it immediately, thinking we got set standard protocols. What we got instead was a cold jolt of unfamiliar orders. Full biological analysis of Nina, halt all non-essential research and prepare for further instructions. It was the first time we'd heard panic in their voices. Well, we did what they asked. Nina didn't fight it. She was shaken but steady. We ran the blood work, scans, thermal imaging. For 2 days nothing changed. No fever, no symptoms beyond soreness in her finger. But the waiting felt heavier than anything we'd faced before, like we all knew something had already started. We clung to the faint hope that the bite had been a one-off, a fluke. But the lab results crushed that illusion fast. Nina's blood markers started to shift, mirroring the same patterns we'd seen in the infected animals. Subtle at first, then unmistakable. The government moved fast. They sent in a shipment of high-priority antivirals from some off-the-books facility. No instructions, no explanations, just vials and urgency. We were told to administer them immediately. No time to second-guess. Nina was thinking it was just a precaution, though. It wasn't. I remember the silence that wrapped around the break room like a noose. Nobody said it out loud, but we were all thinking the same thing. Something was seriously wrong. Graham ran constant checks on the internal locks, like he was waiting for the place to turn on us. Dr. Vasey buried himself in samples, digging for a way out, a cure, a delay, anything. And Dr. Noonan, she took it all on her shoulders. She gave Nina the injections, monitored her vitals, tried to keep her stable as she faded. Oh, Nina was pale now. She'd slowed down and her eyes lost focus, like her mind was slipping somewhere else. By the third night, she was barely responsive, muttering nonsense and flinching at shadows. Dr. Noonan checked her vitals and found more changes. Her skin was starting to go rigid, tight in strange patches like something beneath was pushing out. We moved her to a containment chamber with cameras in every corner. Official orders said keep her under strict observation, no exceptions. Well, it felt like locking up an old friend, but we knew better. Something was growing inside her. I stood with Dr. Vasey in front of the observation window, listening to the low, constant hum of the filtration system. Inside, Nina moved like her bones were too heavy. Slow circles, dragging her feet. Her arms hung limp. and her back stayed straight as steel. Then, sometime past midnight, the monitors went haywire. Her heart rate spiked. Neural activity lit up like a storm. We tried to talk to her over the intercom, but no answer. She walked to the window, stared through us like we weren't there. Then she placed her hand on the glass and slowly scraped her nails down the surface. The sound was nothing, barely audible, but it chilled the room to silence. Well, we'd seen this before. Agitation without reason, movement without purpose. The same patterns that played out before the animals turned violent. The next morning we gathered around the main table, our eyes bloodshot, our nerves shot through. Dr. Vasey wanted to hit her with another dose. Maybe there was still time. But Noonan, she just shook her head. The change had accelerated too fast. Whatever was happening to Nina, it was past anything we could fix. Well, our data had made it brutally clear. The organism had flooded Nina's system. It wasn't just infecting her, it was rewriting her, reshaping the foundation of her biology. I watched the video feed and saw the shift myself. Nina, once sluggish and pale, was now pacing with renewed energy, her movements sharper and more deliberate, like she was hunting for a way out. Part 2. We sent an emergency transmission up the chain, requesting immediate evac. Officially, we framed it as a medical emergency, something only top-tier specialists with sealed labs and military-grade containment could handle. Well, the reply came fast. A rescue team would arrive within 48 hours. Well, the speed should have calmed us. Instead, it felt like a delay disguised as a promise, just another layer to a mystery we still hadn't cracked. Well, before that team ever got close, Nina's condition escalated violently. She started slamming her fists against the steel door of the containment unit, smeared her face against the observation glass, eyes wild and empty. We tried sedation, no effect. Noonan, grasping for anything that might slow the process, suggested dropping the temperature in the chamber. Maybe the cold could buy us time. We made the adjustment, and for a few hours it seemed to work. Nina sank into a corner, her energy dimming like a dying bulb. While she quieted, Dr. Vasey stayed locked in his lab, slicing samples, running tests on the other infected animals. What he found was worse than anything we'd seen before. The creatures weren't just aggressive, they were hard to kill, resilient in ways that didn't make sense. Oh, and something else. The microorganisms inside them were hijacking basic metabolic functions, turning them into predators driven by one primal urge: to spread, to bite, to infect. Well, it hit us like a hammer. This thing could pass through saliva, through open wounds. It didn't just mutate its host, it weaponized it, made it contagious. I spent a long night in Dr. Noonan's office, surrounded by half-lit screens and notes scrawled in panic. She showed me something. Old logs, sealed records from decades past. Early researchers at Palmer Station had stumbled into something similar, a microbe that could spark dead tissue back to life. Well, the project was buried, classified and erased. The logs ended abruptly, like someone had cut the tape mid-sentence. Whatever they'd found, it had scared them enough to shut everything down and hide the truth. No, we weren't pioneers. We were just digging up someone else's nightmare. Later, in a whispered conversation with Graham, he told me about intercepted transmissions. Fragments, broken signals, half-heard orders. He caught one phrase again and again, though: extreme measures. And another: extermination protocols. Whatever we were dealing with, they'd known about it, and they were ready to erase us if they had to. At first, I wrote it off, just paranoia, the kind that festers in isolation. But the feeling stuck with me, heavier by the hour. Our calls for rescue had been answered too quickly, like they'd been waiting for the alarm to go off, like they already knew exactly how bad things had gotten. The next 48 hours crawled by. Then confirmation came. A special operations unit was en route. They'd touched down on a makeshift runway a few clicks from the station. Officially, they were here to evacuate us and sanitize potential threats. Well, that word, sanitize, stuck in my throat. That morning, I woke up running on fumes. Days of stress had stripped me down. I'd skipped meals, lived off coffee and adrenaline. Everyone looked the same, hollow-eyed and drained. The monitors still showed Nina pacing her cell. Her movements were jerky and unnatural. Every now and then she'd stop dead and stare into the camera like she could see us watching. Then the secure line lit up, and a voice, cold, distorted, masked, cut through the static. Probably someone from the agency. They told us the rescue team was authorized to enforce full containment protocol. Even said it twice. Well, that phrase hit like a punch to the gut. Dr. Noonan asked for clarification and was met with silence. No response, just dead air. Well, that was when we started asking the real questions. Graham was tense and alert and ran a sweep of the perimeter cameras. The feed was half blinded by snow and ice, but we caught the outline of a convoy creeping across the ice field. No visible markings, no insignia, just black shapes moving slow and deliberately. Then everything cut out. Comms went down across the board. Radio, satellite, even the backup relay. Dr. Vasey tried a manual reset, but it was useless. The lines were dead. No static, no signal, just gone. Like someone had jammed the entire station. We gathered at the main entrance, bracing for a rescue, or something else. When the outer doors finally hissed open, they came through like ghosts. Full tactical gear, faces masked, weapons at the ready. No greetings, no questions about our health. One carried a tablet, and the rest carried guns. They scanned the room, eyes behind black visors, and asked one thing. How many are still alive and uninfected? Dr. Noonan tried to explain, told them about Nina, about the research. They didn't care, they just repeated that question. Graham stepped forward, his voice tight. Who's in command? No answer. Instead, one of them held out a handheld scanner. It beeped slowly, sweeping across the room. They were checking for contamination, checking us. Dr. Noonan kept her cool, though, and pointed them toward the containment chamber. That's when another one stepped up. No introduction, no pleasantries, just a demand. Hand over every scrap of data. Samples, logs, and research notes. And the tone was ice-cold and final. There was no room to argue here. I led them to the BSL-4 lab myself. Noonan stayed behind, unsure of what to make of these silent, heavily armed strangers. Inside the lab, they inspected our containment protocols, took air samples, and swabbed surfaces. They didn't speak unless absolutely necessary. Well, it was clear. This wasn't a rescue. This was a lockdown. They made us open every locked cabinet, every sealed container that held samples of the microorganism. No hesitation, no ceremony, just orders. They asked precise questions about replication rates, vectors of transmission, using terminology too advanced for outsiders. Whoever they weren't guessing. No, they knew our research, inside and out. We caught a glimpse of Vasey leaning in to whisper something to Noonan. Her face shifted then, was tight and pale. Whatever he'd said had rattled her. Once they catalogued everything in the lab, they demanded to see Nina. Well, by then she was slipping fast. Her movements had turned sharp and unpredictable, like a predator reacting to phantom sounds. Every creak, every whisper set her off. She bared her teeth at the glass, her jaw twitching with rapid-fire clacks. She tested the barrier, trying to find a weak point. The masked team wasted no time. They deployed specialized gear around the chamber, devices that we didn't recognize. One of them readied a weapon, maybe a tranquilizer, maybe something final. No one tried to talk to her. There were no sedatives and no medical evaluation. That's when the truth really sank in. These people were not here to help Nina. They were here to erase her, and possibly us. Dr. Noonan stepped forward, her voice steady but burning. She told them that Nina could be saved still. We just needed time. We were the closest anyone had come to understanding the organism. With direct access, we could develop a countermeasure. But the reply came cold and clinical. Containment overrides research. End of discussion. Then came the words none of us would ever forget. All compromised personnel must be neutralized. Silence slammed into the corridor like a gunshot. I scanned the masked faces, hoping for even a flicker of hesitation. There was none, just calculated movement, tight formations, clean angles. They took positions at every exit, weapons lowered but ready. Dr. Vasey, who'd stayed quiet until now, stepped forward. He tried to appeal to reason, argued that destroying the samples would cripple decades of progress. Said we'd already gathered evidence that could change the future of medicine. One of them cut him off, though. We'll handle the next steps. You're no longer essential. Graham leaned in close, hand on my shoulder, voice low. Don't fight them, he whispered. Not yet. His tone made it clear. He didn't think we were getting out of this. Not unless we played it smart. The speed of their operation, the blackout of our communications, and the surgical lockdown of the entire station, this hadn't been a reaction. No, it had been a plan, laid out long before we ever called for help. While we scrambled for answers, someone had already decided how this story was going to end. An alarm wailed from the far end of the station, and the hallway lights snapped to red. Breach protocol. One of the containment zones had failed. Some of the infected lab animals were loose. The leader of the tactical unit didn't waste time. He barked out a command, splitting the squad in two. Half would sweep the station and hunt down anything infected, and the rest would stay behind, focused on Nina's chamber. Dr. Vasey and I bolted for the lab, our hearts hammering. When we got there, it was worse than we'd feared. 2 red enclosures had been tampered with. One was completely empty. Claw marks ringed the vent near the floor, and a thin trail of blood smeared along the edge. They'd escaped. Into the walls. We relayed the news to the masked unit. They didn't flinch, but you could feel it in the air. This wasn't containment anymore. It was now damage control. And then the gunfire started. The sharp pop of a rifle echoed from the direction of the living quarters. One of them had made contact with an infected animal and opened fire. The tension in the station snapped taut. No one spoke, but the message was clear. We were losing control. And the leader turned to us, his voice flat and final. Any host carrying the microorganism must be destroyed, he said, including your colleague, if she's past the threshold. There was no emotion, no hesitation. He gave us a choice then. Stand down or be treated as threats. Dr. Noonan looked at me, and for the first time I saw real fear in her eyes. Not panic, dread. Well, she stepped forward, pleading, said we could still try an antidote, if we just had more time. But they didn't budge. One of the masked operatives pressed something on a handheld console, and a hiss filled the air as a gas began flooding Nina's chamber. Inside, she erupted, screaming, throwing herself against the reinforced walls. Her body slammed against the glass over and over again. Tiny cracks began to spiderweb across the surface. Dr. Noonan tried to stop them, but another operative grabbed her and pulled her back. For a second, the whole world tilted. It was all unraveling fast. They weren't going to wait for science to catch up. To them, Nina was already gone. Just another vector, another risk. And they were here to eliminate risks. And then it happened. A violent crack echoed through the containment area, and the glass shattered. Nina burst through, bloodied and wild, her movements almost inhuman. She lunged, moving fast, faster than anything I'd ever seen, straight at one of the operatives. They didn't hesitate. The rifle snapped up and a burst of rounds tore into her. She dropped, then twitched. Then the squad leader stepped forward, calm as stone, and fired a single shot from a different device. The kind meant to end things permanently. Part 3. Nina went still. No one said a word. The only sound was the soft, fading hiss of gas leaking from the cracked containment system. Her body lay twisted on the floor, motionless. Dr. Noonan turned away, fighting to keep herself together. Dr. Vasey looked paralyzed, eyes locked on what was left of Nina. Graham's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles had gone white, but he stayed silent. One of the masked operatives stepped forward, checked her vitals, and gave a slight shake of the head. The team leader nodded once. One threat contained. That was it. No ceremony, no remorse. They didn't give us a second to mourn, just barked an order and marched us down the corridor to the station's communal hall. Their boots echoed off the steel floors, a cold rhythm that matched the growing knot in my stomach. Every door we passed slammed shut behind us. Locked. Final. One of them carried a metal case. I caught a glimpse inside. Vials, neatly labelled with our station's ID codes. The last remnants of the organism. A trophy, or maybe evidence. The rest of the unit spread out like clockwork, planting small black devices throughout the station. They didn't say what they were. They didn't have to. Their shape, their placement, it was obvious. Charges, enough to burn the place clean. When we reached the hall, the leader addressed us like we were items on a checklist. A helicopter was en route, he said, to extract relevant personnel, but only after the station was sterilized. He let that word hang there in the air. And then he dropped the real bomb. He said our exposure to the pathogen made it impossible to guarantee we were uninfected. Translation? We weren't going anywhere. Another operative chimed in, dry and clinical. The official report would state we died during the outbreak. I stared at them, my heart pounding, realizing exactly what this was. They weren't rescuing anyone. No, they were cleaning house. No witnesses, no leaks, no survivors. Graham's eyes met mine. Then we glanced at Dr. Vasey. We were boxed in, but not yet broken. No, not yet. Noonan subtly stepped toward a nearby storage closet, masking her movement as compliance. We all knew what was in there. Tools, gear, maybe even something we could use as weapons. Now, our odds were slim, but not zero. The masked squad began their final sweep, securing equipment, prepping the last detonations. One of them warned us, stay put. Any escape attempt will be met with force. Dr. Vasey was quiet and calculating and leaned toward me and whispered fast. There was still one way out, a forgotten storage level beneath the old meteorological wing. A maintenance deck that strike team hadn't touched. Maybe they didn't even know it existed. Well, if we could get there, we might be able to move around the locked corridors, maybe even find a way to disable the explosives or call for help. We just needed a window. Well, it came faster than we expected. Somewhere down the hall, a sensor tripped, and a door alarm screamed. Another infected rat, or maybe a hamster, had triggered it. Well, the operatives reacted fast, storming off to neutralize this threat. All but one, that is. One guard remained to keep his eyes on us. Well, that was our moment, and we took it. Dr. Noonan gave a sharp nod to Graham. He got the message and rammed a heavy equipment cart straight into the lone guard. The impact knocked the bastard off balance, just long enough, and we bolted. Noonan and Park took point, cutting through the corridor with purpose. Dr. Vasey and I were right behind them, though, boots pounding on metal. We drove into a narrow service tunnel, barely used outside of maintenance runs. Every step down the rusted stairwell echoed like a death knell, and the structure was groaning beneath us. Our flashlight shuttered as we descended, casting broken beams over dust-caked walls and rows of sealed doors. This part of the station was old, forgotten. Over the years it had been chopped up, expanded, patched with newer systems, but the bones were still here. We found the door we were after. The paint was peeling, and the lettering barely legible. Meteorological storage. Inside, it was a graveyard of equipment. Shelves of obsolete weather tech, crates of yellowed files, and a few portable generators left half buried under tarps. The overhead lights flickered like a dying pulse, and the cold seeped into our bones. Dr. Noonan dropped to her knees, digging through crates for anything we could weaponize. Graham fumbled with one of the generators, trying to breathe life into a control console that might let us bypass the station's lockdown or punch through the comms jamming. Above us, we heard movement. Footsteps, shouted orders, muffled but getting closer. Dr. Vasey found a station blueprint. It was faded and brittle. His finger traced a path from our position to a maintenance corridor that, according to the drawing, connected to a surface exit. The problem was, no one had used it in years. It could be sealed, could be a dead end. But it didn't matter. Staying here was suicide, and so we pushed deeper into the sublevel. Dust swirled with every step, cobwebs breaking across our faces like brittle thread. The hallway narrowed until we reached a dust-covered hatch. Time to find out if the escape route was myth or miracle. Park and I grabbed crowbars from a broken tool locker and forced the hatch open. The metal screeched as the seal broke. Behind it, a ladder stretching upward into freezing darkness. A blast of Antarctic air slapped us right in the face, and snowflakes spiraled down from above. Good news? We'd found a way out. Far above, somewhere beyond the vents, we heard them. Boots pounding, metal clanging, faint beeping sounds. They were arming the charges now, and the countdown had begun. Noonan, normally as calm as stone, turned to the rest of us, her eyes fierce, and said, "Climb, now." The plan was simple. Reach the surface, loop around the station, hijack one of their convoy vehicles, and get the hell out before the whole place went up in fire and silence. So one by one we climbed. Each breath hit the air like smoke, a cloud of panic and frost. Vasey went first, Noonan followed, then Park. I waited at the bottom, my flashlight sweeping the dark behind us. That's when I saw it. Movement, subtle, smooth, and deliberate. A figure at the far end of the corridor, stepping through the shadows, masked and armed. One of theirs. They raised their rifle, and I shouted, "Move! Go!" The figure advanced, careful not to rush in the tight quarters. They wanted a clean shot. I bolted up the ladder, my boots slipping on frost-slicked rungs. A round cracked through the corridor, ricocheted off the wall inches from my leg. We burst out into chaos. The hatch opened into a cramped outbuilding tucked against a jagged ridge of ice, and beyond that, the storm. The snow howled around us like it was alive, a whiteout devouring the sky. Visibility was shit, but we were out for now. The wind tore across the ice like a blade, flinging snow in every direction. The sun was a ghost behind thick clouds, casting no warmth, no clarity, just a sickly grey haze. We had no sightline to the main station, only the deep, distant thud of explosions as the masked crew laid their charges. Dr. Noonan signaled for us to stay tight and low. We moved as one, circling the base of a small ridge, hoping to spot the convoy or, if luck still had any meaning, a chopper coming in through the storm. Then, as we crested a rise, we saw them. The convoy vehicles were parked in a wind-sheltered clearing. The engines were still warm. There were footprints everywhere. They weren't done here. These bastards were planning on leaving after lighting the place up. We dropped behind a thick snowbank, our breath tight and our adrenaline spiking. Graham whispered that he could hotwire one of the trucks if we could get there unnoticed. The storm worked both ways now. It marked us, but it also erased our tracks within seconds. We moved, crawling low, barely more than shadows against the white background. Every gust stung like shrapnel. Noonan scanned the ridge behind us, while Vasey clutched a salvaged box of gear from the old meteorological storage. Among it, a flare gun. We were almost there. The first truck loomed just ahead, dark and still. And then we heard shouts, muffled but sharp. 2 masked operatives near the second vehicle. They spotted us and had their rifles raised. Standoff. Graham ducked behind the fender, fingers ready, working the ignition wires. Dr. Noonan raised her hands, calm, trying to stall. But Dr. Vasey hesitated, and then slowly lifted the flare gun. Before anyone moved, the sky lit up. An explosion rocked the earth behind us, back toward the station. Fire and debris spewed into the storm-torn sky, a brief inferno swallowed by the cold. The masked soldiers turned, caught off guard. Their operation had started, but ours was about to break. Dr. Vasey fired the flare. It hissed past them and slammed into the ground, and the blast of light and smoke scattered them for just a heartbeat, but that was all we needed. We piled into the truck. Park twisted the wires, cursed, twisted again, and then the engine roared. Bullets peppered the vehicle as we peeled out, tires slipping on the ice, steel whining under the impact. But we were moving. The storm swallowed us whole. Part 4. For long minutes, none of us spoke. The only sound was the engine straining and the heater barely pushing back against the deadly chill. Noonan tapped at the dashboard, searching for a radio. Nothing but static, no signal, no backup. Dr. Vasey sat hunched at the window, staring out into the white abyss, the reflection of fire still flickering faintly in his eyes. We were alive, for now, but the world we'd left behind was already ash. Graham clenched the wheel like it was the only thing anchoring him to the moment, hell-bent on putting as much frozen ground between us and the smouldering ruins of Palmer Station as possible. I scanned the horizon, nothing but a dead white void stretching in every direction, swallowing thought and time. In the back of my head, the pieces tried to fit. Nina was gone, the station lightly blown to dust by the charges planted by that masked execution squad. Whatever data we managed to save clung to a few portable drives jammed in a pack at my feet. Whether the rest of our research had been torched or scooped up by the strike team, we didn't know. Either way, it was out of our hands now. We drove for hours, direction more guess than science. Park used a compass and what he remembered from old station maps, guiding us blind through the wasteland. The fuel gauge dipped lower with each mile. Well, eventually the landscape shifted, ice giving way to jagged rocks in the distance. The sun was technically setting, but out here that just meant the grey got a little darker. That's when we saw it. A squat, weather-beaten structure buried against a rock formation. Probably an old expedition shack, abandoned decades ago, a leftover from some other doomed crew. We didn't care, it was shelter. We killed the engine and pushed through the wind. The inside was a wreck, damp, cold, and forgotten. Crates scattered like the place had been looted years ago. Tools rusted to the point of being useless. But in the corner sat an old stove. Ugly thing, beat to hell, but it might have been salvageable. We drained the last of the spare gas can into it and sparked a flame. It wasn't much, but it was heat. We gathered around like the last survivors of some ancient war, all of our faces drawn and hollow. Dr. Noonan checked each of us. No tremors, no discoloration, no sign the infection had followed us, at least not yet. But it still clung in the air like a shadow. Dr. Vasey sat cross-legged, rubbing his hands together over the small fire. His voice was quiet and heavy. Just days ago, he'd said, he thought he'd cracked the code. On aging, on regeneration, on cheating time, but now we were fugitives, hunted by the very system we'd been working for. And we didn't know if the outside world had any idea what had happened, or if more cleanup squads were coming. We stayed awake longer than we should have, trading theories, trying to hold off the silence. Graham suggested heading for the nearest international base, maybe finding a working radio to reach another station, if any were still online. But none of us believed a rescue would come. If the team that hunted us down was government-sanctioned, then we were already ghosts, and ghosts don't get rescued. No one really slept that night. The wind screamed through the gaps in the shack, and the cold was an animal creeping under our clothes, into our bones. We took shifts on watch, peering through a narrow window into the storm, waiting for headlights, the crunch of boots, the end. Well, none of us said it out loud, but we were all thinking it. Nina's eyes, blank and gone. The team's answer to her, swift, ruthless, and permanent. Whatever we'd unleashed back there, it wasn't done with us yet. There was always that nagging possibility one of us might already be infected and not know it. The pathogen didn't need much. A touch, maybe, a breath. Just the wrong moment. Just before dawn, Dr. Noonan dug up an old radio transceiver buried in one of the crates. God, it was a relic, probably from the 70s, all dented casing and frayed wires. Still, she and Graham got to work, determined to breathe life into the damn thing. If we could get even a flicker of transmission, maybe we could raise another station, or catch a signal from a passing aircraft. We spliced what was left of the vehicle's generator into it, praying it wouldn't fry the circuits. Static poured out, the kind that felt like it came from the void itself. We turned the dials, hunting for a voice, a tone, anything human. And then, something, faint and warped, garbled like it had clawed its way across half the earth to reach us. Dr. Vasey leaned in. He thought he heard a call sign, maybe Russian, maybe European, could have been a weather report even. Could have been a distress call. It didn't matter. Every time we tried to answer, the damn thing cut out, slipping back into silence. In that hollow lull, Dr. Noonan finally talked. Told us how she'd ended up at Palmer Station. She'd been pulled from academia by a black-budget agency no one talked about. Promised answers, breakthroughs, a chance to chase legends buried in the ice. She'd always been fascinated by the whispers of ancient pathogens frozen beneath the poles. Immortality frozen in time. Regeneration, power. But now, well, that same dream was eating people alive. Graham said what we were all thinking. The government had plans for this. Backdoor protocols, wipe it all clean contingencies. And those weren't made overnight. No, someone up top had always known this was possible. Dr. Vasey leaned back, his eyes cold. He said if they destroyed the station already, they'd probably sell it as a mechanical failure, a meltdown, maybe blame the weather. The truth was that they'd pulled the trigger themselves, and that would be buried with the rest of us beneath the polar dark. When the storm broke just enough to let in a sliver of grey light, we packed what little gear we had. We had no real plan, just movement. Drive until the gas ran out and then keep walking. We didn't know where the hell we were going, only that we couldn't stay still. Maybe there was another station out there. Maybe someone still human. Someone not in the pockets of the ones who'd sent killers in lab coats to erase us. We left the shack behind. The fire inside had burned down to a whisper. The vehicle sputtered to life, the wheels kicking snow and slush into the wind. And, just like that, we were ghosts chasing hope across a dead continent. We moved slowly and deliberately, threading through a frozen maze of crevasses marked on an old, half-faded map. Every hour we tried the radio. Nothing but static and ghosts. The route twisted around towering ridges of ice, jagged and cold, like silent gods watching us crawl beneath them. Eventually, the last drop of fuel coughed through the engine. The vehicle sputtered, choked, and died. We We sat in silence, staring into an endless graveyard of fractured ice, knowing we'd have to finish this on foot. No cavalry, no backup, just raw survival. We poured what we could from the wreck. Coats, boots, scraps of food. Dr. Noonan stepped close and slipped a flash drive into my hand. Her face was tight, drawn with guilt and fatigue. "This is everything," she said, her voice barely cutting through the wind. "All the data, all the promise and the fallout. The world needs to know." And then we walked. The cold chewed at our bones, and every step felt like dragging dead weight through a frozen hell. Graham took point, compass in hand, muttering bearings to himself. Dr. Vasey and Noonan followed, their boots crunching in rhythm, while I stayed at the back, my eyes scanning the white void behind us, watching and waiting. We didn't know if the masked bastards were still hunting us. Maybe they were. Maybe they weren't. Either way, the storm had given us cover. If the infection had spread this far, it wasn't showing yet. Not out here. But we all knew it was only a matter of time before it did. At one point we paused for a water break to catch our breath. Noonan stood quietly, staring out over the frozen horizon. The light hit her eyes just right, catching something fragile buried in the ice of her stare. "I used to believe in this," she said. "Thought we'd end disease, give people more life. Now look at us." Graham tried to offer something like comfort. We couldn't have seen it coming. Not the mutation, not the purge. None of us said the words out loud. Fugitives, targets, liabilities, but the truth hung in the air between our exhales. We were the last thread connecting the truth to the world, and powerful people were counting on that thread snapping quietly in the cold. Our tracks vanished behind us as fast as we made them, the wind wiping the slate clean. The days bled into each other, blurred by frostbite and fatigue. Our rations had dwindled. Vasey barely spoke now. His silence wasn't fear, it was just the weight of knowing. Park kept moving, driven by something between instinct and defiance, but even he wasn't sure if we were walking towards salvation or a slow, frozen death. And then, when our hope was nothing but frost-bitten breath, the radio sputtered. Static, then a whisper, broken, garbled, but real. A beacon, automated and repeating. It was a signal, a station. Somewhere out there in the white wasteland, there was life. It kept looping, coordinates and a cold mechanical message in a dozen languages. Unmanned weather relay site. Not a rescue, not salvation, but maybe shelter. Maybe a chance to get a signal out that wasn't choked off or intercepted. We changed course, our boots crunching over the ice, weaving between ridges and frozen chasms, the kind you don't come back from if you misstep. Late in the day, we finally saw it, a thin antenna stabbing up from a ridge. The weather station was nothing more than a steel box bolted into the ice, barely big enough to hold us. Inside, it was tight and rust-stained. Basic instruments, small generator, a radio console that looked like it had been through 2 wars. Graham got it humming again, though, siphoning the last drips of fuel from old canisters stashed in a frozen locker. Static filled the air, then faint signals crackled through, just noise and scattered weather reports from places far away. Well, we broadcast anyway. Our location, a request for help. We waited. The minutes dragged. No answer, no voice, just the same ghostly transmissions cycling on a loop. Still it beat, dying out in the open. We stayed, and the relay station gave us steel walls and a roof, however thin. Dr. Noonan took point on the radio, tweaking frequencies, listening and hoping. Dr. Vasey inventoried what we had left, a few rations in a dented crate, a half-functional water filter, a slim chance, but better than none. While they worked, I opened the flash drive Noonan had given me. Well, it was all there, raw files, blood data, behavioral logs, timeline breakdowns. The moment we crossed the threshold from discovery to disaster. Notes about the aggression, the cellular transformation, the loss of control, the thing growing inside Nina. And worse, fragments from older logs, data going back decades. Quiet warnings buried in classified documents. Researchers before us had seen this organism. Some tried to weaponize it, others tried to cure with it. None of them made it to a press release. Now we were next in line. We all carried the weight of what had happened to Nina, to the others, to Palmer Station itself. We weren't just survivors, we were liabilities, witnesses to something the powers that be would never want making headlines. If we ever reached civilization again, maybe we could speak, maybe, but more likely they'd come for us before that ever happened. Oh, the night was brutal, the wind never let up. The metal groaned and shivered like it was alive. Park spent the daylight hours scouting, looking for paths out. Vasey stayed buried in the old notes, trying to find something, anything that might matter. Noonan lived at the radio, cycling through static, trying to punch through to anyone listening. And me? I wrote. Every hour I could, I recorded it all, the truth as we lived it. Not for glory, not for vengeance, just to leave a trace. Some days it felt like screaming into a void, but other days, like it might be the only thing that kept the truth from freezing with us. Well, we heard the planes, high up, just shadows against the clouds, too far to help. Not a single one came close. Every time we tried to scream into the open frequencies, all we got was static, dead air or deliberate silence, as if someone was still jamming us. Or maybe the storm itself was the enemy, drowning our signals in white noise. But we didn't quit. Somewhere beyond this frozen hell, there had to be someone who would listen, someone who would believe us before it was too late. Because the truth is, what we'd uncovered, what we'd unleashed, could still be buried in other glaciers, sealed in ancient pockets of ice just waiting for another set of curious hands to dig too deep. If it gets out again, if it spreads among a larger population, it won't stop. Nina's last moments haunt me like a curse. She wasn't just a technician. She was loyal, sharp, one of us. And they'd erased her like she was nothing. The mast team didn't ask questions, didn't offer help. They came in cold, clinical, and ready to burn everything down. I replay it constantly. How a single bite in a sterile lab kicked off a cascade of violence and infection. One wound, one breach, and suddenly we were watching everything spiral into chaos. It happened fast, too fast. We carry the memory of the fallen. We speak her name when the wind dies down, Nina. Dr. Noonan says it over and over. The data has to survive. Someone has to know. And Dr. Vasey's already dreaming up a countermeasure, something we could cook up if we ever reach a real lab again. As for Graham, he's just trying to keep us breathing. And me, I write. It's all I can do now. Document the truth while there's still breath in my lungs and a charge in the battery. The flash drive holds what's left of the science. This holds the soul of it. The station's long gone, reduced to blackened steel and scattered bones. But the threat isn't dead. We don't know what the mast team took with them. Sealed samples, life cultures, raw data. If another outbreak starts, we may not be there to stop it. But we know what it is, and we understand the stakes. Maybe more than anyone else on Earth. The organization I was officially working for had bases all over the United States. Who knows how they're involved? Every single day I remind myself, the truth matters more than comfort, more than orders, more than safety. The world needs to know what happened at Palmer Station. It can't just disappear under the ice. Not again. And so if this message finds you, listen. Be careful. Don't trust what's frozen. Some things are meant to stay buried. Some discoveries cost too much. And this is where we are now, trapped in Antarctica's endless dark, holding a secret heavier than the ice around us. Survivors of something worse than a nightmare. And only time will tell if we die as witnesses or live long enough to deliver this warning about the silent horror beneath the glaciers, the one that brings dead things back and doesn't let go. Zombie Outbreak, Chicago PD. by Augustus Cordoba. Part 1. It's messed up how fast your brain rewires itself. One second you're flinching at the blood smeared across the tiles. Next thing you know, you're stepping over it like it's nothing. Like it belongs there. This place used to be a police station. Now, it's a crypt with busted lights that flicker like dying stars, glass crunching underfoot, and every so often a scream echoes down the corridors. Far off, hopeless. I move like a ghost through the halls, littered with overturned chairs, shattered lockers, and cold, dead silence. This was once the heart of law and order. Funny how I feel safer in here than I ever did outside, where those things run wild, sprinting through the streets like rabid animals. Well, I've lost track of time. A day, maybe 2 since the world turned inside out. A lifetime ago, I was someone else entirely. Dan Marino, career screw-up. Well, I was small-time, boosting wallets on the L train, grabbing cash registers when the clerk turned their back, slipping past window latches in neighborhoods that still believed in locking doors. Nothing flashy, nothing worth headlines, just enough to keep myself fed, high and one step ahead of the gutter. Then came the job. A local fixer named Rico had eyes on a pawn shop in South Ashland. Nothing special on the surface, but word was it fronted for a stash house. Supposedly behind the racks of fake Rolexes and beat-up guitars, there was a vault. Not a real-deal bank vault, more like a reinforced backroom stacked with dirty cash, pills, and unregistered handguns wanting to move. Well, the job was simple. In and out, 2 minutes tops. Grab what you can, don't get fancy. I wasn't even supposed to go in. Just play lookout, hold the car. But when the crew bailed last minute, one got spooked, the other shot up and vanished. Well, I saw an opening. Greed can feel a lot like courage when you're desperate enough. I went in alone. Used a tire iron to pry the back door open. Tripped over a sleeping pit bull on the other side and nearly lost a hand in the process. Shot it once, missed. The second shot landed. Well, that noise, it brought the neighborhood down like hell's own siren. Found the cash, found the guns, but the sirens were already closing in by the time I dragged the duffel bag back through the alley. I tripped an alarm, then a security camera, one I didn't even notice. Got a clear shot of my face under the flicker of a busted neon sign. Well, the cops were waiting 2 blocks away. Ran, slipped on wet asphalt, sprained my ankle. Tried to crawl through a storm drain but was hauled out by my collar like a stray mutt. Looking at 6 years, armed robbery, animal cruelty tacked on. Well, the real nightmare started when they came. Infected, raging, mindless. They stormed the station and tore everything apart. Plans didn't matter, mine, the cops, anyone's. Everything crumbled in seconds. Yeah, so maybe I should rewind a bit. All of you know the headline. Thief busted in pawn shop heist. Oh, you'll never understand what it means to walk these halls now. Peeking through the coats of the fallen, checking radios that crackle with static, hoping just once to hear a real voice. So, yeah, let me tell you how I got here. I wasn't looking to get rich. I had debts to bury. Dreams of buying a busted garage in Cicero and maybe, just maybe, getting out of the game for good. But fate doesn't give a damn about your plans. Like I said, some tiny silent alarm I'd overlooked tripped 5 minutes in. Chicago PT hit the scene like lightning. Barely had time to zip the bag shut before the front windows lit up in a mess of red and blue. Panic hit hard, and I bolted for the back. Didn't make it. In seconds, I was face down on the pavement, cuffs biting into my wrists, half a dozen cops shouting over each other, all telling me not to move. I didn't. Next hour or so I spent parked on a cold steel bench inside the district station, not far from the loop. They brought me in with no lights, no sirens, just an unmarked car and a long, quiet ride south to the 1st District Precinct on South State. Normally the place would be buzzing. Friday night chaos. Drunks hauled in for brawls, pickpockets, trespassers, the usual downtown grind. You'd hear the clatter of keys, the occasional slamming of cell doors, radios spitting static, the hum of overhead fluorescents buzzing just out of rhythm with everything else. It had its own pulse. But that night, it felt wrong. The sky outside was a weird color, rose purple fading into fire orange at the edges. The air was heavy with something I couldn't name. Inside, the cops moved like they knew something was coming, like they were holding their breath. Turns out they were right. They had me down for an interrogation. Not just the pawn shop job, they wanted to hang a few unsolved break-ins on me too. I'd stirred up enough dirt in the past that they figured it'd stick. Toss me in a cell, lose the key, standard play. They stashed me in a cramped side office, and that's where I met Detective David Tennant. Silver hair, cold stare. Moved like he'd been doing this longer than most people stay alive. He asked questions with the precision of a surgeon. Not loud, not aggressive, just calm, focused. Like he already knew what I was hiding and just needed me to say it out loud. I cracked a few jokes. That's what I do. Talk my way out of panic. But Tennant wasn't playing. Didn't blink. Under normal circumstances, I'd have been buried by that guy. But normal was already gone. Midway through our little chat, the phone outside started ringing. Over and over. Tennant ignored it at first, and a young officer popped his head in, eyes wide, breath short. Said something fast. Emergency calls piling in, people going wild on the west side, random assaults near Navy Pier, maybe rabies or something worse. Tennant told me to sit tight, left me chained to the steel loop on the table and slipped out. Through the narrow glass window in the door, I watched the whole station flip. Cops running past, throwing on vests, grabbing riot gear, some shouting into radios. Others looked pale, like they'd seen ghosts. Then some siren or alarm I didn't recognize started blaring. Something internal, deep, urgent. Whatever was coming, it wasn't part of the manual. It wasn't the usual wailing siren you'd expect in a cop shop. This one was sharper. Just a cold mechanical beep-beep over and over, drilling into your skull like it was trying to wake the dead. It set everyone on edge. You could feel the air shift. People snapped into motion like they'd trained for this moment their whole lives. Then the station started bleeding officers. Whatever was coming through 911 had to be bad. End of days bad. I caught words tossed around like full mobilization and all units, no exceptions. Cops poured out from both ends of the building, heading north, south, toward the lake, out to the edges of the suburbs. Something, or rather, some passengers had arrived at O'Hare International, flight coming in from LAX, and it acted like the outbreak of a plague. Well, the reports were insane. People were losing it completely. Some biting, others attacking. Total madness. A few of the least unruly had been brought here, from what I could gather. Those who stayed behind weren't the elite. They were the rookies, the green ones too fresh to be sent into the field, or the unlucky bastards stuck guarding detainees like me. I watched them barricade the front and side entrances, setting up makeshift perimeters like they expected hell itself to walk through the doors. I sat there at that steel table for what felt like a lifetime. Might have been an hour, maybe more. The overhead lights hissed and buzzed, flickering now and then. The radio in the corner kicked out bursts of static and stray words. Containment. Infected. Hold the line. Even with that tension crawling up the walls, it still felt safer in that locked room than anywhere else in the city. At that point, I was still more worried about how many charges they were going to hang on me than whatever was unraveling outside. And then the noise started. I couldn't see the hallway from where I was, but I heard it. Chaotic yelling, a phone shrieking off the hook, the crash of metal on tile. Something heavy, maybe an equipment cart, rolling or knocked over. And then, nothing. Just a thick, unnatural silence that swallowed everything. My mind started spinning. Had one of those rabid freaks made it inside? Was it a fight? A detainee gone berserk? A scream tore through the quiet, muffled, raw, followed by swearing, people yelling for backup. The door slammed. More screaming. Then I heard boots pounding the floor, someone running hard, stumbling. Another scream, cut off like a power line snapped. If my legs had been free, I would have kicked the table off its bolts just to get a look at what the hell was happening, but they had me locked in tight. So I started searching, scanning every inch of the room for anything that could help. That's when I remembered. I'd hidden a tiny metal pick in a slit in my belt, tucked so well I figured even a thorough search wouldn't catch it. Maybe they missed it in the rush. Maybe they never looked. It didn't matter. was my first break of the entire night, and I wasn't about to waste it. With enough twisting and straining, I managed to drag the belt around so the hidden seam faced forward. I yanked my wrists up as far as the cuffs let me and ran my fingers along the underside until I felt it, the cold, slim shape of the pick. My fingers closed around it. Game on. It was my first time picking cuffs, but that didn't make it easy, especially not while chained to a ring bolted straight into the damn table. My arms were bent in ways they weren't meant to be, my shoulders burning, my back locked into some twisted ankle. Every time I thought I had it, another sound echoed from the hallway. Heavy crashes, sickening thuds that made my skin crawl. The lights above me stuttered and flickered, and for a heartbeat I thought everything was about to plunge into darkness. But I kept working, kept scraping the pick into place, ignoring the sounds outside, ignoring the fire in my joints, and then the latch gave. I was loose. I stood, slow and tense, and moved to the tiny reinforced window. Shadows shifted in the hallway beyond. Bodies moving. But under that stuttering, dirty light, I couldn't tell who or what they were. Cops, detainees, something else. The screams had stopped now, and it was all wet. Sick noises, gurgles, tearing, that awful slurping kind of silence that fills the air after something awful has happened. Gunshots rang out now and then, sporadic and desperate. Either someone was still fighting, or had snapped completely. My pulse was a jackhammer in my chest, but I shoved the fear down deep. Panic wouldn't save me, movement would. I crept to the door. The handle turned smoothly. No lock from this side. I cracked it open an inch, and that's when the smell hit hard. Like rust and rot and death. Copper-slick blood and weeks-old garbage, thick and choking. The stench curled in through the crack like a living thing. I gagged. My eyes were watering, my throat burning, but I didn't stop. I pushed the door open wider and stepped out. The corridor was half lit, half shadow, fluorescent lights blinking in a broken rhythm that made everything twitch and warp. Shapes were scattered along the floor. I told myself not to look. I looked anyway. Uniforms, civilian clothes, limbs twisted wrong, blood soaked into the tiles. Right by the door, an officer lay crumpled on his side. I recognized him, barely. I'd seen his face earlier, back when they were booking me. Now his mouth hung open in a permanent gasp, eyes wide and blank. His uniform was shredded like something had clawed straight through it. I tore my eyes away. Survival would come first. Farther down the hall, another figure, face down, unmoving. Then, somewhere deeper in the building, a crash, a loud one. Like a row of lockers were tipped over. Whatever it wasn't over, and I wasn't safe yet. I heard it then, a dry, dragging shuffle that slithered down my spine. Then a whimper, human, weak. It ended fast, cut off like a wire snapped. It was just gone. In any other situation, my first move would have been to arm myself. I didn't want to check the bodies, didn't want to get that close, but I didn't have a choice. It didn't take long to spot a holster lying near the downed officer. The gun, Glock 19, was still inside. I'd handled Glocks before. Comes with the territory when your work involves crossing lines and picking locks. I slid it out slowly, carefully. Magazine was full, one in the chamber, safety on. Kept it close, tight in my grip, trying not to drown in the reality slowly sinking in around me. Part 2. The station's layout was cookie-cutter. Lobby up front, corridor splitting off into offices, interrogation rooms, and the detention wing. Another hall curved off to staff lockers and the evidence room. I made for the lobby. If there was an exit, it'd be there. If not, I'd figure out what came next. I moved slow, every footstep calculated, eyes constantly sweeping, ears straining. The radios had gone quiet now, nothing but dead static. Phone still rang in the distance, unanswered. Some forgotten terminal beeped now and then, a hollow sound in the void. I passed a cluster of holding cells. The bars on most were wide open. One still locked. From inside I heard movement. Something slow. A shuffle. Well, I didn't stop. I didn't want to see what was locked inside. Curiosity is a death sentence when the world's gone sideways. So I crept past and pushed deeper toward the front desk. The whole walk I was followed by a soundtrack of distant dread. Thuds, dragging sounds, the scuff of something unnatural. Every so often a sharp burst of footsteps would echo from a hallway I hadn't cleared, and every time it happened my grip on the Glock tightened. Eventually, I reached the door to the lobby. It had a narrow glass pane, but something on the other side blocked most of the view. I leaned in slowly and cracked the door open just enough to see. And I froze. Bodies sprawled across the lobby floor like broken mannequins. Some wore the navy blue of CPD. Others, street clothes, civilians. The front reception desk was flipped over on its side, its polished wood splintered. The glass entrance was in ruins, jagged shards stuck in twisted frames like teeth. Whatever happened in there had been fast and violent, and whatever caused it might still be inside. A few of those things were still in the lobby, twitching like puppets with snapped strings. Their movements weren't slow or clumsy. Every step was a jolt, like their muscles were locked in a constant seizure. And they were fast, too fast, not like the shambling corpses you'd expect from old horror reels. These bastards moved with purpose, violent, jittery purpose. One of them turned, sudden and sharp. Its clothes hung in rags. There was still enough left of the shirt to see it had once been a cop's uniform, but the sleeves and chest were shredded to hell. Its face was twisted, eyes wide, jaw slack and stained with dried blood. As soon as it saw me, it let out a hiss that rattled like broken glass. And then it charged. It closed the gap in seconds. I barely had time to raise the Glock. My hands were trembling, but I pulled the trigger. Muzzle flash tore through the dim light. The thing dropped, its body crashing into the overturned reception desk behind it. Something deep in my gut screamed at me to run, to hide, but I stayed locked in, focused. The noise had drawn the others now. 2 more twisted shapes snapped their heads in my direction. Then they came. Not creeping, not stumbling, but sprinting. I fired again and again. Each shot echoed like thunder in the hollow space. The first one collapsed mid-charge. The second dropped just short of me, sliding across the tile like a sack of meat. And then silence. Awful, stifling silence. Only the flicker of broken lights and the smoke curling from the barrel of the Glock reminded me this was real. I turned my eyes toward the doors, what was left of them. Through jagged shards of glass, I saw the outside world. Chicago's skyline still glowed in the distance, casting a surreal light over the chaos. Cars were scattered across the street, some with doors flung open, headlights still burning. Further out, shadows darted between vehicles. I heard distant street sirens, more than one, all from different angles. God, it was a war out there. I couldn't stay, but heading out there on foot, that was a gamble too. Then I spotted it. A cruiser parked crooked just a few feet from the front steps, engine still running. Driver's door open, swaying in the breeze like it was calling me. Well, that was my shot. I didn't wait. One last look over my shoulder, clear for now, and then I burst through the wrecked glass doors and into the night. The air outside hit me like a wall, thick, humid, charged with tension. Every breath felt too loud. My boots crunched through shattered glass as I moved, Glock up, sweeping the street left and right. The cruiser was right there. All I had to do was reach it. Inside, the police radio hissed with broken chatter, ghost voices trying to push through static. The headlights carved through the dark, sweeping over the dead streets. I slid behind the wheel, slammed the door, and locked it down. The dashboard glowed a dull orange, systems humming quietly. I dropped the Glock into my lap, fingers fumbling over the steering column, hunting for the gear shift. A standard issue Ford, wired for lights and sirens. I jacked enough cars to know the layout by heart. But this one was already idling, no hot wire needed. I shifted into drive, the wheels stiff and cold in my grip as I eased the cruiser forward, weaving through the metal graveyard of stalled-out vehicles. I kept it slow. Silent movement felt safer than speed. Noise was a beacon. Chicago was crumbling in real time. Storefronts shattered. A city bus sat cockeyed in an intersection, hazard lights clicking uselessly. Shadows darted everywhere, some screaming, some twitching and sprinting like marionettes on frayed wire. Caught a glimpse of a lone cop unloading a shotgun into one of them, his target rushing fast, too fast. The muzzle flash flared, painting everything in bursts of firelight. But I didn't stop. No detours. Survival was the only game now. The old me might have ducked out quietly, melted away into the alleyways. Not anymore. Instinct told me to find cover, grab gear, and make a plan. I veered left, headed toward Michigan Avenue. For half a second, my brain flickered back to that old pawn shop I'd once tried to hit, like it might offer shelter. Pfft, dumb thought. That place wouldn't hold back a broom closet's worth of hell. Instead, I turned west, skimming past the black silhouette of the Willis Tower. Streets were mangled, wrecks blocking lanes, forcing me into tight turns and detours. I kept one eye on the road, the other hunting for sudden movement. I'd started calling them the infected now. Whether it was rabies, some parasite, or a weaponized virus, it didn't matter. All that counted was staying ahead of it. I tuned the radio, trying to catch something solid. Most channels bled together. Screams, gunshots, garbled calls for backup that would never come. Some voice with a badge was barking about setting up quarantine zones around the city's edge, ordering units to herd civilians there. But from what I was seeing on the streets, that plan was already dead. I had to stay sharp, think smart. Where the hell was I going to go? Hospitals were already war zones. Cops? They were the first to drop, ironically. Maybe the suburbs, maybe not. Could be peace, but could be a death trap crawling with the infected. A warehouse crossed my mind. Storage depot, something with locks and steel doors. Then I remembered Hoffman, old street contact, kind of guy you kept in your back pocket for dirty favors. Years ago, he'd offered me a safe place if the law ever came down on me. Tiny apartment block in Brookfield, near the zoo. I doubted he'd be thrilled to see me now, but we weren't living in then anymore. Well, the rules were gone. I decided to risk it. I kept moving, snaking through Chicago's battered streets, headlights cutting through smoke and shadows. Here and there I caught flashes of hell, shattered buses with movement inside like something was still fighting to escape. A diner frozen in time, bodies slumped in booths, others twitching on the tile like spilled meat. Lights flickered overhead, throwing wild dancing shapes across the ground. The deeper I drove, the more the city felt like a coffin. Then, someone pounded on the cruiser's window. I jerked the wheel and nearly plowed into a mailbox. A woman, ragged clothes, blood on her arms, panic carved into her face. She was screaming at me through the glass. Behind her, a shape sprinted like an animal let off a chain. Well, I didn't hesitate. I reached across and popped the lock. She dove in just as I slammed the gas. The thing chasing her slammed against the cruiser, smearing something red and oily across the window. But we were gone. She collapsed forward, hands on the dash, gasping like she'd outrun hell itself. Her name tag caught my eye. Zhao Yu. Retail somewhere in the loop. Oh, her arms were cut up, but it looked like glass, not teeth. I kept my Glock resting in my lap just in case. She didn't seem infected, just wrecked. Hollow eyes like she'd seen too much already. After a minute, she croaked out, "You a cop?" I shook my head. "Nope. Found the cruiser, that's all." She nodded, barely caring. "What the hell's happening?" she asked, her voice breaking. I sighed. Wish I knew. People are snapping, some kind of infection. The force is scattered. I'm heading west, looking for somewhere safe. Zhao Yu pressed her forehead against the glass, watching the ruins crawl by like ghosts. We didn't speak after that. The silence said more than words ever could. "God, it's everywhere," she muttered, and said it like she was trying to convince herself more than me. She'd been on a night shift when the emergency calls started pouring in, people on the street going feral, lashing out at strangers. Customers bolted outside to watch, and then the front windows exploded inward. That's when she ran. We all did. After that, words were scarce. No point in talking when survival is the only thing that matters. She noticed the Glock in my lap. Didn't flinch. Maybe it made her feel safer, or maybe she just didn't give a damn. Chaos does that. Burns away fear, leaves you numb and ready. We made our way to the edge of the city. The roads loosened up. Storefronts thinned. Houses got fewer and darker. Even with night draped over everything, the city still pulsed with flickers of life, random lights here and there. But some blocks were already drowning in black. During a lull, I pulled over in a half-lit alley to check the cruiser. Half a tank. I scanned the area, hoping for something better. Another car, a truck, anything. But everything was either gutted or abandoned. No dice. I gave the radio another shot. This time I caught something. Garbled chatter from the Illinois National Guard. The voice was thin, cutting in and out, but clear enough. Remaining officers were to steer civilians toward evacuation points. One was near the United Center, another further south. Sounded like a half-baked plan held together with spit and tape. I looked at Zhao Yu. She already knew. Crowds that side? One infected slips through and the whole place turns into a buffet line. We weren't about to gamble our lives on that. So we kept heading toward Brookfield. On the way, we swapped what scraps of knowledge we had. She'd seen how they moved. Fast, brutal, no fear, no hesitation. Like cornered animals with no survival instinct, only rage. Some of them dropped after a few hits, but others kept coming even when half their guts were spilled out. And one bite, that was all it took if the bleeding didn't stop, or if you didn't get clear. Dispatch had thrown out the word rabies early on, but this was too fast, too mean, too damn infectious for any rabies I had ever heard about. We circled the city, steering clear of main highways. They were either jammed up or crawling with whatever was left of the government. Neighborhoods slipped past, some still lit like nothing was wrong. I didn't stop, couldn't risk it. The deeper we drove, the quieter it all became. But silence didn't mean safety. It just meant the screaming had moved somewhere else. Part 3. Every so often a shadow darted across an empty intersection, and I'd hit the gas, pushing the cruiser a little faster. Eventually I turned into a quieter street, lined with tired trees. Brookfield was close now. I recognized the side streets, the run-down storefronts. An old bakery shuttered for the night. A small grocery with iron bars on the windows. Well, it used to be this place felt calm. Now, it was wrapped in a slow-burning tension that clung to every corner like smoke. Hoffman's spot was in a 3-story brick apartment complex nestled beside aging single-family homes. I parked a block off, hiding behind thick hedges. The engine's idle felt loud. Too loud in the dead stillness. I glanced over at Zhao Yu. She gave me a small nod, ready for whatever would come next. My plan was simple. Get in, find Hoffman, hole up until we figured out the next move. The building's front door was locked tight. No problem. Years of lockpicking came through again. A few seconds with my picks and the pins popped free. Zhao Yu stood watch, her eyes darting. Inside, the hallway lights flickered weakly, casting jittery shadows as we climbed 2 flights of stairs. Guns drawn. Well, mine was steady. Zhao Yu gripped a baton that she'd pulled from the cruiser's trunk, her hands trembling. The hallway was dead silent. I reached Hoffman's door. Knocked softly. No answer. Tried the knob. Locked. Another quick pick, and I was inside. The apartment was cold and stale, like someone had bailed in a hurry. AC still humming, windows left wide open. On the counter, a half-eaten sandwich lay wrapped in greasy deli paper. No dust, no signs of struggle, no blood, It was just empty. For a moment I wondered if Hoffman had caught wind of this nightmare early on and taken off, maybe scavenging somewhere safer. Zhao Yu closed the door behind us without a sound. She spotted a laptop blinking faintly on the dining table. The screen showed an email, half-typed. Going south, too. Well, that was it. Hoffman must have left in a rush, trying to warn someone or maybe begging for help. The cursor blinked at us, cruel and empty. And with no other choice, we locked down there for the night. Found some canned food in the cupboards, soup, beans. Not much, but enough to keep us breathing for a while. The water still ran, though the pipes sputtered like they were on their last legs. We filled every container we could find, knowing the supply might vanish any time. And then we stayed quiet. My head spun, replaying the hell I'd witnessed in the last few hours, chaos looping endlessly like a broken record. I could feel the same knot twisting in Zhao Yu's gut, though we never said it out loud. Both of us knew this was a new world now, one we didn't recognize and weren't ready for. I wish I could say the morning brought hope, but as the sun climbed, all it did was pull back the curtain on fresh nightmares. From the apartment windows, we watched the infected tear through the streets like wolves, sprinting after anyone still breathing. The roads were choked with stalled cars, some with doors left open, others smashed and stripped. The looters had been busy. Further off, smoke blared into the sky from downtown Chicago, two thick plumes twisting upward like broken promises. Every so often a chopper cut across the clouds, too far up to see clearly, but the thump of its blades had a sharp edge to it, like it knew exactly where it was going. Zhao Yu and I knew we couldn't last long without more supplies. That apartment was a temporary shelter, nothing more. We tore the place apart looking for anything useful. Dug up a half box of 45 rounds. Not helpful for my Glock, but maybe worth something in trade if we ran into anyone. Found a hammer, a multi-tool, and a roll of duct tape in a utility closet. Enough cleaning chemicals under the sink to rig up a half-assed disinfectant, though we had no clue if it worked on whatever this plague was. By midday, the lights were twitching, the power grid starting to fail. Then we noticed the front door to the building was ajar. Either someone got in or someone ran. The hallway was dead quiet, but from one of the ground floor units came the sound of furniture being dragged. A voice, low and hoarse. We didn't investigate, just backed off and climbed the stairs, pulse hammering in our ears. We weighed up our options then. Stay put, risk getting boxed in, or leave and face whatever waited outside. Neither path looked good. The longer we stayed, the more we realized this wasn't temporary. This was the new normal. Survival wasn't just about staying fed. It was about outlasting the horror. God, I kept seeing that damn station. Bodies scattered across tile floors, glass everywhere, and that first moment when the infected burst through like animals let loose. It looped in my head over and over. Nights weren't quiet anymore. The screams always came, distant, desperate. Sometimes gunshots, sometimes explosions. I jolt awake, my fingers gripping the pistol, eyes fixed on the door, waiting for it to be ripped open. Zhao Yu hardly talked now. Just stared out the window like she was watching for a storm on the horizon. Maybe she was. On the third day, we decided to move. Couldn't just sit and wait to die. The plan was basic. Hit nearby shops, grab what we could, food, water, medicine if anything was left. We ditched the cruiser. It was too loud and too obvious. Moved on foot, hugging walls and ducking shadows. Eyes sharp, nerves frayed, and always listening for footsteps that didn't belong to us. The neighborhood looked like it had taken a direct hit, like the front line of a war zone. Doors dangled from twisted hinges, windows shattered into jagged mouths, and trash fires hissed in the gutters, casting greasy smoke into the air. Down the main road, a pack of infected hunted something or someone, I couldn't see, shadows sprinting like wolves in the distance. We kept to the back alleys, ducking behind fences, hugging walls, watching every window. Eventually we came across a strip mall, pharmacy, sandwich shop, and a convenience store lined up like three broken teeth. Well, the sandwich shop had already been torn apart. Counters splattered with God knows what. glass crunching underfoot. The convenience store was wrecked too, but we scraped together a few dusty cans of fruit and some half-smashed water bottles someone had missed. It wasn't much, but it would stretch. Zhao Yu found a first aid kit tucked away in the back of the employee restroom. Still sealed. Small miracle. And then there was the pharmacy. Front doors locked down hard. Whoever had gotten in before us didn't want anyone else following. I pulled out my pick set and got to work, hands slick with sweat. Well, the lock fought me, but I fought back. After what felt like forever, it clicked. We eased the door open and slipped inside. The place was dim, lit only by a dying skylight overhead. Most shelves were bare, emptied in panic or looted clean, but there were scraps left. Gauze, aspirin, a few boxes of antibiotics behind the counter, enough to be worth the risk. And then we heard it. A sound, soft but sharp. Something moving just beyond the door to the back room. I froze, my hand tightening around the Glock. Then another noise, a low shuffle, like feet dragging across the tile. I glanced at Zhao Yu. She nodded once, gripped her baton tighter. I crept forward, gun raised, and nudged the door open with the muzzle. He stood there. A man, or what was left of one, in a ripped lab coat, skin pale and clammy, dead eyes staring through me. Blood leaked from a torn-up arm. Then it moved so fast, and it lunged, snarling, arms outstretched like claws. I fired twice, but it didn't stop. It slammed the door into me with the weight of a battering ram, pain tearing through my wrist as I staggered back. Zhao Yu surged forward, swinging the baton hard. It hit, but the thing barely even flinched. I let up one more shot, careful not to clip her. And this time it dropped, hard, crashed into the threshold like a sack of bones and blood. The echo of the gunfire rattled through the shelves, glass shaking and falling into tiny crashes. For a second, everything was still. And then the fear came creeping back in. I stepped closer, made sure it wasn't getting up. Well, it wasn't. We didn't say a word, just grabbed what we could, bandages, pills, anything that looked useful, and we ran. Out into the quiet, hearts pounding in sync with footsteps, the silence around us loaded like a trap waiting to spring. Outside, the afternoon sun beat down hard, gleaming off the jagged shards of broken glass, like some kind of warning. A few infected wandered near the main road, but they were too far off to notice us. We slipped down a side street and fell back to Hoffman's apartment. That night we whispered in the dark about what would come next. Were we planning to hole up here forever? How long would the food last? Was there even a government zone still standing, somewhere we could actually get to? Every plan felt like a gamble, and outside the walls the city was unraveling by the hour. Smoke curled into the sky from new fires. Gunshots popped off in the distance, and now and then a fighter jet screamed overhead. Probably National Guard, though God knows what they were doing. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, the memories surged up. Always in the police station, slick with blood. The wide-eyed looks of cops who never thought they'd die in their own damn building. Civilians, too. Just regular people stuck in the lobby for dumb shit like parking tickets or picking up a drunk friend, now twisted up on the tile floor like broken dolls. And me, the criminal in cuffs, walking free because the world outside collapsed even faster than my own screwed-up life. After a week in Brookfield, it was clear we couldn't stay. The neighboring apartments were getting hit. We heard doors being kicked in, the screams of people who thought they could outlast the plague until it came knocking on their doors. We weren't going to wait for that. At dawn, we'd move. We decided to head west, get out of the dense population zones. Maybe farmland, a small town, something easier to defend. The old police cruiser was still parked where I'd left it, but it was wrecked now. Windows shattered, tires knifed through. No way that was getting us anywhere. So we went on foot, sticking to alleys and back roads. Each of us carried a pack. I kept the Glock at my side, always in reach. Zhao Yu had knives strapped to her belt, plus the baton. We figured if we came across a ride, preferably something solid like a pickup or an SUV, we'd make our move. The next 2 days were a slog through ruined suburbs. Survivors passed on rumors like currency. Some said the National Guard had barricaded the major highways, turning people back to stop the spread. Others claimed a few communities had fortified big box stores or schools, setting up their own little kingdoms. But darker stories floated around too, about gangs carving out turf, raiding whoever was too slow to run. Well, we never stuck around to find out which ones were true. We kept walking, but every now and then my mind dragged me back to the beginning. Me cuffed to a chair in that interrogation room, hearing chaos building in the hallway, not knowing the whole damn world was already going under. The irony hit hard. If I hadn't got busted that night, I'd probably have been out there on the street when the whole damn thing erupted. Maybe trapped, unarmed, bleeding out in some alley. Funny how that arrest, the worst night of my life, had ended up saving it. On our third day pushing west, we came across a half-collapsed auto shop just outside Lagrange. The place had clearly been stripped clean by looters, but out in the lot sat a rusted old pickup. Doors swung open like it was just waiting for us, keys still in the ignition. Our front end was banged up, sure, but the tires were good. I slid into the seat, muttered a quiet thanks to whatever ghost had left this behind, and turned the key. The engine sputtered, choked, then kicked over with a low growl. Both exhaled, like we'd been holding our breath for a year. There were a couple of half-full gas cans in a busted shed out back. We siphoned off what we could, scanned the area for any shamblers, and then rolled out, keeping to the narrow, cracked back roads. We picked up an old paper map back at the pharmacy, and it became our Bible. Every major route was a no-go, too risky. If a road was jammed with wrecks or fenced off by the guard, we doubled back and tried another path. At one barricade near a crossroads, we came across a chilling scene. A dead National Guard unit sprawled around their wrecked Humvee. Slammed against a lamppost, doors torn open, weapons scattered. No movement. No infected. Just silence and blood-soaked asphalt. Another brutal postcard from the end of the world. We kept moving, deeper into the rural sprawl, until the landscape opened up into miles of farmland. Fields rolled out in every direction, knee-high grass shivering in the wind beneath a brooding sky. Up ahead, a small farmhouse leaned against the horizon, barn door hanging off its hinges. A windmill lazily spun above it, creaking like an old, tired man. The house looked untouched, windows intact, no signs of a break-in. We pulled into the long gravel driveway, tires crunching loud in the stillness. Before stepping out, we scanned for movement. Nothing. I crept up to the porch, each board beneath me moaning in protest, and knocked. No answer. I tried the knob. It turned. Inside smelled like dust and old wood. Sunlight slashed through the blinds in beams thick with floating motes. The furniture looked frozen in time, like the family who'd lived here had just stepped out and never came back. We did a quick sweep. Clear. The kitchen held a few cans, some sealed water jugs. Most of the fridge stuff had gone foul, but we found a jar of peanut butter and one of pickles still sealed. In a back room, we hit pay dirt. An old gun cabinet locked. I jimmied it open. Inside sat a Remington 700, scratched but solid, with a few boxes of ammo beside it. Well, not much, but enough to keep us breathing one more night. I slung the rifle over my shoulder, a weird flicker of gratitude settling in. Armed now, and not just with hope. That night we decided the farmhouse could work, at least for now. We shoved furniture against the doors, left a back exit half clear in case we had to bolt fast, hauled the rest of our gear from the truck and lit a few candles. We didn't trust the power to stick around. The generator out in the barn was bone dry, so we made a silent pact to hunt for fuel if this place became our base for more than just a few nights. Part 4. Days bled into weeks. We scraped by raiding nearby farms and driving to the next town over, always on the lookout for untouched shelves or unlocked storerooms. The infected were around, always were. Lone stragglers, tight little packs drifting through the fields. They still ran when they saw us, but out here in the open we had the space to see them coming. Oh, the rifle was a godsend. Kept us alive more than once. Still, the police station haunted me. I couldn't shake the memory. I wondered if any of the cops had made it out. Detective Tennant, calm and unshaken even then, or that rookie who'd poked his head in during my first round of questions. What about the others who'd been locked up? Some probably waiting on bail, some mid-interrogation. Were they left behind in those metal cells, screaming as the infected tore through the hallways? The thought twisted something in my gut. One evening, we sat on the porch watching the horizon. The sun sank low, bleeding orange across the farmland. I must have looked lost in it because Xiao Yu nudged me with a boot and said, "Hey, you keep drifting. What's eating you?" I gave a hollow shrug. I'm just thinking about how it all kicked off for me. The station. "The station?" she asked, her eyes narrowing. "Yeah," I said, cracking a grim smile. "I was cuffed when it started. Had a pick hidden in my sock. If they'd searched better, if I hadn't had that sliver of luck, I might still be in that cage when the walls came down." Xiao Yu nodded, thumbing the baton in her lap. Crazy, huh? How none of that shit matters now. Jobs, arrests, money. It's all just dust. We're all the same. Just try not to die. "You said it," I muttered. Silence stretched between us. Not awkward, just heavy. The kind that settles in your bones. Wind stirred in the tall grass. Something moved by the barn, probably a raccoon, maybe a cat. But out here, even the quiet felt like it could break at any second. One wrong sound, one flicker of movement, and the whole illusion of safety would tear wide open. Fear crouched just beyond the edge of the candlelight, always waiting. After dark, it felt like something was watching, silent and patient. Well, we didn't stay holed up in that farmhouse forever. Word came drifting in from ragged travelers. The National Guard was trying to lock down a wider zone out near Gary, Indiana, supposedly building a perimeter. Some claimed it was holding. Others swore it had already been torn to pieces. The truth was anyone's guess, but even the faintest hope of a stronger group, real shelter, maybe some kind of order, well, we couldn't ignore it. Over the leaks, we got leaner, sharper. We moved quietly, carried only what we needed. Night watches were a given. If we got split up, hand signals would bring us back together. Xiao Yu rigged a makeshift alarm system around the property, fishing line and old tin cans. Her dad had taught her that trick on camping trips back when the world still made sense. I practiced with a Remington every day, snapping off quick shots at junk propped up in the fields. Got used to the weight of it in my hands. Well, our routine boiled down to one thing: stay alert, stay alive. Eventually, we made the call. One cold, brittle morning, we loaded the pickup. Supplies, rifles, Glock, spare mags. I topped off the tank using gas we'd siphoned from a dead neighbor's tractor. Xiao Yu and I stood on the porch a final time, staring out over the silent fields. The peace of those quiet nights felt like some weird dream now, out of place in a world drowning in chaos. Then I fired up the engine and we rolled out. No idea if we'd ever see that place again. We pushed farther from the ruins of Chicago. On the horizon, a grey smear of smoke still hung over the city like a curse. The suburbs fell away to open land, flat, empty, exposed. Now and then we passed other survivors in dusty caravans, but no one stopped. All trust was dead. Strangers meant danger. Every so often we heard shots ring out in the distance, or the low thunder of trucks tearing down roads somewhere close. Didn't speak much, no point. We knew the truth. The infection hadn't stayed in the cities. It had spread like fire through dry grass. But we never made it to Gary. A pack of hollow-eyed refugees we ran into swore the perimeter had failed. Another wave of infected tore through the line like it was paper. They told us to head north, maybe Wisconsin. Some mentioned Iowa. Nobody really knew if anywhere was safe anymore. But still, we kept going. What else was there to do? Years of running from the law had trained me well, always watching for angles, exits, danger in the dark. We stuck to forgotten back roads and farm lanes when the highways were blocked or too exposed. And life boiled down to a grim pattern. Move, scavenge, rest when you could. When supplies ran dry, I'd slip into whatever was left. Abandoned hardware stores, gas stations, barns. I'd pick the locks if I could, kick 'em in if I had to. Funny how the same skills that once made me a criminal were now the only thing keeping us fed and breathing. Out here, a locked door could mean salvation, or starvation. On the road, we kept running into more of them. Fast, rapid. They come sprinting out of dark alleys or over cracked parking lots, teeth bared, eyes wild. No matter how many times it happened, it still shook something loose in my gut. But Zhao Yu and I had learned. Stay calm, act fast. One clean shot, a sharp crack of the baton, and we'd disappear before more caught the scent. Sometimes we came across others, wounded, broken, barely clinging on. We'd toss them a bottle of water, maybe a can of soup if we could spare it. But we never stayed, not long, not anymore. Trust, that was well and truly dead, same as the cities. You couldn't take the risk, not when desperation made even the kindest faces turn savage. Yet I couldn't stop thinking about the station all the time. Damn station, it had split my life in two, before and after. Every time I kicked a door shut behind me or raised my weapon, that moment came flooding back. The glass shattering, the first wave crashing into the precinct lobby, my cuffs clinking open, me stumbling out into hell. At night I'd remember the ones in the holding cells, the junkies, the thieves, the lifers. I wonder who got out. Wonder if any of the cops made it. How many were torn apart trying to do their job? The truth is my past, as dirty as it was, had kept me breathing. Lock-picking, street sense. Reflexes honed from running my whole damn life. It all mattered now. Funny, right? The life that nearly ruined me was the one that had saved me when the world fell off its axis. But that place had left its mark. The infected officer's eyes when he lunged, the way his name tag caught the flickering light like some cruel badge of what we'd lost. That station showed me just how thin the line was between order and chaos, how everything can fall apart. Weeks then blurred into months. Zhao Yu and I drifted county to county. We hooked up with survivor groups when it made sense, trading food, sharing routes, comparing scars. Helped a crew fortify a community center in some forgotten town. But it never lasted. Sooner or later, someone got greedy. Someone snapped, or supplies just dried up. We met Tom in a ghost town, a nurse, off duty when everything had collapsed, traveling with his sister. He still had medical gear from his old clinic. He stitched Zhao Yu's leg when she caught it on some jagged rubble. In return, I showed him how to jumpstart a car with nothing but a screwdriver and nerve. That was the deal now. Skills for survival, lockpicks for stitches, a scalpel for silence. We never stopped moving. Hordes roared through like storms. Safe houses ran dry, and so we roamed. Wanderers. Eyes always on the edge of the map, always looking for either salvation or the next threat. And through it all, every abandoned street, every bullet spent, every life spared or lost, I carried the weight of that night at the station. A constant reminder that everything can break. That I'd broken, and yet somehow I was still walking. Sometimes I think back on how twisted it all turned out. Life spent pulling small-time jobs leading right into the biggest score of my career. I got sloppy, caught red-handed mid-heist, and hauled off to the station like every other dumb crook. And the world itself tore apart. Irony hit hard. The same apocalypse that buried millions broke the lock on my cage. No trial, no cell, just screams, blood, and chaos. My criminal past, once a death sentence, suddenly the only thing keeping me alive. I knew how to move quiet, how to take what wasn't mine, how to disappear. Of course, the guilt's still there. I've hurt people, stolen things that didn't belong to me, but guilt doesn't count for much anymore, not when survival's all that's left. Doesn't matter what the law says. Hell, there is no law. All that matters now is waking up tomorrow. If I've got to steal, lie, even kill to make that happen, so be it. If someone ever asked how I made it out of that station alive, really made it out, it wouldn't be a story you could ever tell over a campfire. The mess of flashes burned into my brain. But I'd start with this. Never assume the world can go to hell in a single night. Then I'd tell him about the moment the power flickered, the bars of fluorescent lights fading under the sound of shrieking infected, the station glass doors caving in, screams echoing off tiled walls. I remember fumbling with a gun, not even mine, my finger twitching on the trigger, each shot ringing like a gavel in a courtroom with no judge. I stepped over officers, uniforms soaked in blood, guns still holstered. They'd never seen it coming. Their sanctuary became a slaughterhouse. I was still cuffed when it started, locked in an interrogation room, eyes on the clock, not knowing these were the last seconds of the world I knew. One forgotten pick tucked in my boot turned into salvation. Funny, right? Came to rob a pawn shop, ended up stealing my own life back. Well, there's no grand takeaway here, no neat little message. Just the truth. Sometimes the only thing separating you from the grave is dumb luck and bad intentions. Now, I've lost track of how long it's been since the dead rose and the rules died. The seasons are shifting again, the air's colder, leaves turning amber and rust before littering roads no one drives anymore. Xiao Yu and I are pushing north. Heard whispers of a settlement near the Wisconsin border, a place that still has walls and watchmen. Might be a lie, might be suicide, but hope's a hard thing to kill completely. Every now and then we pass a weather-faded billboard or a busted newsstand. Headlines about high school football, corn festivals, promises from politicians whose names are long forgotten. They belong to a world that's gone, maybe forever. But I keep walking, keep driving, keep breathing, because I can, because I must. Because even in the ruins of everything, I've still got a choice, and that's something worth fighting for. Well, that's my story. It ain't noble, and it sure as hell ain't clean. Wasn't the life I pictured the night I strolled into the pawn shop with a lockpick and a plan, but it's the truth. As true as anything can be when the rules of the world snap in half and bleed out in front of you. I've seen neighbors rip each other apart over scraps, watch institutions crumble like cheap drywall. Those infected things, they move like they've got jet fuel in their veins, faster than anything alive should. Well, if you're listening to this, it means I found a way to speak, to scroll it down, without getting ripped open in the process. Maybe I made it somewhere safe, some pocket of civilization, a fire pit, people swapping horror stories like old legends. Sometimes I think about that motto etched into the lobby of the Chicago PD, serve and protect. Those words still echo in my head whenever I picture the last hours inside that station. Cops held that line until the walls cracked and the sky fell in. But the truth, the city was bigger than them, and the outbreak was bigger than all of us. Me, I was just a crook, an opportunist who used to crack safes and dodge patrol cars. I survived by doing what I was always good at, breaking rules, slipping through cracks. The system tried to bury me in a cell, and I outlasted it. Well, that's true irony for you. So if there's any kind of message in this mess, it's that survival doesn't always come from the clean-cut or the well-prepared. Sometimes it comes from the shadows, from people like me. The hardest part is not letting the world turn you into something cold. As twisted as it sounds, I learned that from the cops who never got the chance to finish booking me. They could have left us in those cells, could have saved themselves. But they didn't. I saw badges dragging civilians to safety while the walls shook. I saw perps and officers fighting side by side as the infected tore through the halls. And that's the image I carry when sleep turns on me. That moment when the lines blurred, when uniforms and rap sheets didn't mean a damn thing. Only survival did. That's how I like to remember it. That's what got me through the doors of that dying station into the chaos outside. That's what gets me through every door since. Never knowing if I'm stepping into safety or a bloodbath. Maybe my past made me fit for this broken world. But this place, it's no heist. It's something meaner, something hungrier. It's not done with me yet. Maybe one day these things will turn around. Maybe we'll stumble into a cure, or the infected will burn out like dying embers. Maybe the scattered camps will stitch themselves into towns again, and those towns will grow into something like cities. Maybe the memories of that night, inside that cursed station, will finally fade. But deep down, I know better. That night's burned into me like a scar that never quite closes. That was the moment it all shifted. The night that I stopped being a petty thief and turned into someone who crawled through hell just to see another sunrise. So if you're ever out there, walking past some old, gutted farmhouse with chairs stacked against the doors, or if you spot a crumbling precinct, brass shell casings glinting in the dust, or even an abandoned squad car with busted-out windows, engine cold, and silence thick in the air. Maybe that was us. Or maybe it was someone else, someone like us, trying to hold the line for just one more night. Either way, tread like death's whispering in your ear. Because the infected, they're still out there. Still fast, still starving, still hunting. You don't want to be caught inside any building, cop shop or not, when they decide to crash the party. I learned that the hard way. So if you take anything from this, let it be this. When the screams start, when the shadows move, don't freeze. Don't stare. Don't hope someone else will make the first move. Run or fight, but do not stand still. Out here, hesitation isn't just a mistake, it's a death sentence. A cell might have held you back in the old world, but at least its walls were solid. Out here, nothing holds, nothing's safe, nothing lasts. I've been on both sides, locked up behind bars and locked in a precinct as the old world caved in. And I still don't know which one scared me more. At least jail has rules, but this is chaos, stripped of order, soaked in blood. So stay sharp, keep your ears open. If you ever end up in Chicago, or any place crawling with the fast ones, don't think a police station is safe just because it used to be. I learned that the second I stepped into the hallway and saw the blood smeared beneath flickering lights. Don't get lured in. If the doors are open and everything looks calm, it's probably already too late. Don't go inside. The dead are already there. Zombie Outbreak in Michigan by Augustus Cordova. Part 1. The broadcast didn't even sound like news at first. It slipped in between chatter about gas prices climbing and another dry spell rolling in. The kind of filler stations throw at you when they don't have anything real to say. The anchor's voice was flat, bored even, as he mentioned isolated disturbances in a few nearby counties. No urgency, no edge. But the wording made me freeze where I was. I was in the backyard, crouched low by the gate, gloves black with oil, trying to fix a hinge that wouldn't hold. The air was sharp with late-day chill, and a gust kicked dry leaves skittering across the grass. I straightened up slow, wiped my hands on my jeans, and listened through the open kitchen window as the radio droned on. Authorities are monitoring the situation, the announcer said. Residents should remain calm and avoid speculation. Well, that was it. That was all I needed. I'd heard that sanitized bullshit before. The careful language they use when the truth's too ugly to say out loud. It meant something had already gone bad, and if I sat around waiting for the official story, I'd already be dead too. I went inside, killed the radio, went straight for the sink. Some people would have kept listening, hoping for scraps of detail, but not me. I'd learned long ago not to trust that water would always pour when you twisted the tap. One blackout, one contamination alert, and suddenly people are clawing each other in grocery aisles, fighting over plastic bottles, or drinking from gutters. Yeah, I'd seen it before. Panic moves fast. Shelves empty faster. So I didn't wait. I started filling everything I could get my hands on. Glass jars, empty milk jugs, 5-gallon buckets, the busted camping cooler I hadn't touched in years. I filled them till they sloshed heavy in my arms. By the time the pressure dropped in the pipes, the counters and floor were covered in dripping lids and stacked containers. Then I opened the gun safe. Rifles, pistols, carbines, steel laid out across the dining table like old friends. My hands fed rounds into magazines on autopilot, a rhythm etched from years at the range. I racked shotguns and stashed them where they'd count. One behind the bedroom door, one in the hallway closet, another in the kitchen. The house was quiet, except for the sound of shells sliding into place. Normally I kept everything locked down tight, but tonight the safes weren't protection. They were dead weight. I wasn't panicking. This was muscle memory. My name's Ethan, and I already knew this wasn't the kind of storm you'd ride out in a day or two. Well, I'd been ready for years. Not because I thought the world was doomed, but because life had shown me how fast it can gut you. My old man died on a construction site when I was a kid, crushed under scaffolding because some company figured safety checks cost too much. Well, the lawsuit dragged on forever, but in the end, nobody paid. Nobody ever does. Mom didn't last much longer. She drowned herself one bottle at a time until there was nothing left of her but slurred words and empty glasses. After that, it was my grandmother, cancer eating her alive. Carried her to every appointment, followed every instruction like gospel. And one mistake. Wrong dose, bad order, maybe just a pharmacist in a hurry, and she was gone in weeks. That's when it burned into me. Nobody's coming. Not the government, not the courts, not the doctors. When it mattered most, every system would fail. I swore I'd never let my life hang in someone else's hands again. By the time night fell, my house didn't look like a home, it looked like a bunker. Machetes and katanas leaning against walls, firearms staged in every room like chess pieces. I sat at the kitchen table with a lantern burning low, listening to the far-off thrum of helicopters cutting across the sky. The news anchors were still parroting the same line. Stay calm, stay home. Easy words when you're safe behind glass and cameras. I slept light in the living room, rifle by my side. When morning dragged itself in, the wail of distant sirens tore me awake. I climbed into the attic, brushed dust off the window and peered down Main Street. Military trucks lined the road like a blockade. Soldiers shouting orders, corralling neighbors into groups and marching them toward buses parked at the school. The loudspeakers cracked over the rooftops with a single command. Evacuate, now. I watched from the dark as my neighbors filed out of their homes, bags slung across their backs, kids clutching at their parents like lifelines. I didn't move. I knew what those safe zones really were. Gymnasiums crammed with bodies, food gone in days, sickness spreading like wildfire. Being locked in one of those camps was worse than staying here alone. I climbed down and spent the morning barricading. Extra braces across the doors, boards hammered over the windows, burning through every scrap of lumber I had left in the shed. Each nail I drove home was a little more time bought if someone or something came looking to get inside. By afternoon, the street was dead. No cars, no voices, not even the hum of engines on the highway. Just silence. Too much silence. The kind that presses on your skull until you notice how loud your heartbeat is. I cracked a can of soup, heated it on the camping stove, and sat at the counter with the steam rising in the dark kitchen. I called Lucas. He picked up on the third ring, his voice trembling. Told me to get to the city. Said the guard had quarantine zones set up there. Swore it was safer. I told him no. I had food, I had water. I had weapons and walls. I wasn't trading all that for a tent under barbed wire. I told him if things went to hell, he, his wife, and their boy could come here instead. He didn't like it, but I hung up before the argument started. That night the gunfire came. Distant at first, just faint cracks carried on the wind over the hills. But the rhythm of it kept building, bursts rolling one after the other. Then the screams. Short, sharp, gone as quick as they came. The silence that followed was worse, though. I killed every light, sat in the corner of the living room with my rifle across my knees and waited. The house was black and heavy, every creak of the wood sounding like footsteps. And then I heard it, the scrape of movement in the yard. I slid the back door open, low and quiet, and crept toward the shed. The motion light snapped on, flooding the grass in cold white. A dog, skin and bones, fur patchy, ribs sharp against its sides. It froze in the glare for a heartbeat and then bolted into the trees. I shut the door behind me and went back inside. The rifle never left my hands, not even when sleep finally caught me. By the third morning, I knew I had to move. Supplies weren't going to restock themselves, and I needed eyes on how bad things had really gotten. I strapped on a chest rig, slung the rifle over my shoulder, and stepped into the dead street. Main Street was a graveyard. Cars sat crooked, doors hanging open, left behind like their drivers had been ripped out mid-motion. Barricades by the school were torn to splinters, sandbags scattered, proof the soldiers had tried and failed to herd the panic. I stuck to the alleys, cutting through shadows until I reached the hardware store. Windows smashed, glass crunching under my boots. Inside had been stripped bare. but I still pulled nails, screws, and a roll of chain link from the wreckage. They went in the pack, along with a pair of bolt cutters ripped off the wall. And the pharmacy was worse. Shelves gutted, only scraps left behind. But I dug deeper and scored a few bottles of painkillers and antibiotics hidden behind a busted rack. I didn't linger. Being caught inside an open building was a death sentence. Then back on the street, I froze. He was there, staggering at the far end of the block, clothes shredded, skin bleached and veined, dark like rot spreading over the glass. He went down hard on the pavement, and then he stood up again. I slipped into an alley, rifle leveled, and his head turned toward me. The eyes were not eyes anymore, just a cloudy film, dead and blind, but locked on me all the same. He lunged forward faster than his broken body had any right to move. I fired once, and the crack tore through the street, echoed off the walls, and he dropped like a dead weight. I didn't wait to see if he stayed down. No, I ran, low, fast, weaving through alleys until I hit the edge of town, slammed the door shut behind me, threw the lock, and dragged a dresser across it before I let myself breathe. The rest of the day I went to hardening the perimeter. Double-wired the trip lines, hung tin cans on fishing line to catch even the smallest movement. Took stock of my supplies, reorganized the bunker so I could reach what mattered fast. By the time I finally sat down, the house felt like a fortress. But it didn't feel safe. Not with the memory of that knocking from the night before creeping back into my head. Whoever had tried the door hadn't returned, but I knew damn well they hadn't just walked away either. There were still people out there, drifting, scared, hungry, and that made them dangerous. Desperation rots the mind fast, and desperate people can't be trusted. The radio snapped to life that evening, cutting through the silence with a burst of static. A voice bled through, low and urgent.
Attention residents of Greene County and surrounding areas. Mandatory curfew is in effect from sunset to sunrise. Comply with evacuation orders. Designated safe zones are at full capacity and will continue to process arrivals for as long as possible.
The message repeated twice, and then vanished into dead air. I shut the radio off. I knew what safe zones meant. Buses hauling families into gymnasiums, cots stacked in rows, soldiers with rifles deciding who stayed behind the fences and who didn't. Supplies run dry, and then it turns into survival of the meanest. I'd read enough disaster reports to know how quickly order breaks down. So I made my rounds. Every lock checked, shutters bolted, weapons loaded and staged where my hands could find them in seconds. No safes, no delays. If someone came crashing through, I'd be ready before they cleared the doorway. Darkness was settling when my phone lit up. It was Lucas. For a second I thought about letting it buzz out, but I answered. No small talk. His voice came fast, urgent. He'd seen footage from the city. Crowds tearing at barricades, soldiers beating them back. The guard was walling off quarantine centers. Anyone outside after curfew was either dragged away or dropped where they stood. He begged me to come, to hole up with him and his family where there was protection. I told him no, flat. Silence pressed through the line. Then the accusations, me being stubborn, paranoid, reckless. I told him the truth. Stepping into one of those zones meant handing over control to the same machine that had failed us over and over, and there was no guarantee I'd even make it inside before the walls sealed shut. I said what I'd said before. If it got bad, he needed to bring his family here. We didn't want to hear it, but I killed the call before it turned into a fight. That night, the world outside shifted. Not just gunfire anymore, but explosions. Deep, rolling blasts that rattled the glass in their frames. Smoke plumes clawed at the horizon. I lay on the couch, rifle across my lap, every muscle wired tight, ears straining against the quiet between the echoes. Once I thought I heard voices whispering close to the house. I crept to the window, hard punching at my ribs, but it was only the wind curling through the trees. Sleep never really came. Morning broke with another grim voice crackling over the emergency broadcast. Evacuation centers were at the edge of capacity. Any stragglers were ordered to report to the county school by 3 p.m. for transport. The announcer's tone was brittle, clipped, like he didn't buy the words he was reading any more than I did. I killed the radio and went back to work. The next 12 hours blurred into sweat and silence. I braced the doors with thick planks bolted into the studs, stacking layer after layer until the frames groaned under their own weight. Out back, I ripped old fence posts from the shed and drove them into the dirt at jagged angles, a makeshift barrier for anything stupid enough to charge straight in. Fishing lines stretched tight across choke points, tin cans stuffed with pebbles dangling low. Trip an alarm and I'd know before they hit the walls. I wasn't building a fortress. That was impossible. What I needed was warning. Seconds bought in advance were the difference between survival and getting torn apart. By evening, I ducked into the bunker. The layout was tight and suffocating, but every inch had its purpose. I dragged the heavier ammo crates deeper inside, stacked the canned food in rows by expiration date, checked the water barrels for leaks. Freeze-dried meats I pulled closer to the hatch, easy to grab if I had to move fast. I sat on the cot, breathing in the stale air, listening. Even underground I could swear I could hear it. The low hum of distant engines, a city groaning under its own collapse. When I came back topside, the sun was bleeding out behind the tree line. I sealed the blackout curtains, cut the lone lamp, and let the house sink into black. Outside, the silence was heavier than the night before. I ate fast, nothing more than fuel, then planted myself by the front door, rifle propped against my shoulder, eyes fixed on the barricade. But my thoughts kept drifting back to the knock from nights ago. If it had been someone desperate, would they come back? Or was it only a matter of time before something worse found its way here first? Part 2. Day 5 kicked off with the thrum of rotors. I dragged myself up to the attic window and caught sight of 2 birds slicing low across the rooftops, gear dangling beneath them like carcasses on hooks. They didn't scout, didn't hover, just cut straight across the sky and vanish beyond the hills. I climbed down and tried Lucas again. Dead air, nothing but silence. The hours bled together after that, tightening the wire, checking the kill zones, making sure nothing had slipped loose in the night. I worked myself ragged because stopping meant thinking, and thinking dragged me places I couldn't afford to go. Every snap of a branch outside had me on edge. Once I spotted some bastard crouched low in a yard 2 houses over, moving quick, rat-like. He didn't come closer. I didn't call out. Just watched until he melted around the corner. By dusk, my nerves were coiled like razor wire. I skipped cooking. No way I was letting the stink of hot food drift into the dark. Ate cold out of a can, hunched at the kitchen table with the lantern dialed so low it barely cut the gloom. Just past midnight, the cans on the north wire clattered. I froze. Didn't move a muscle. At first, it could have been the wind, metallic chime blending with the hiss of branches. But then it came again, sharper, deliberate. Someone brushing the line. My fingers tightened around the rifle as I crawled toward the window. The yard was drowned in pale moonlight, clouds dragging shadows across the grass, the fence cutting jagged lines into the night. And at first, there was nothing. It was empty. But I knew the wire had been touched. I cracked the window and slid the barrel through. My own breathing felt like a roar, so I strangled it down and listened. Far off, a dog barked once, low, sharp, and cut off mid-note. Then came the faint scrape of weight shifting on dry leaves beyond the fence. I tracked the sound, crosshairs sweeping the tree line, but the shape never showed itself. Well, the minutes stretched, and the noises died out. Just the hum of insects and the restless whisper of wind remained. I stayed wired through the night, nerves stretched thin, circling the perimeter twice before the horizon even hinted at dawn. Whatever rattled the cans didn't come back, but I wasn't stupid enough to think I was alone. Morning dragged in with the chop of rotors again, low and heavy. I climbed the attic ladder, pressed my face against the grime-caked glass, and caught sight of 2 National Guard birds carving circles above the town. On the ground, convoys had locked down the intersections. Troops herded people toward makeshift checkpoints. Loudspeakers spat orders, reported the buses at the school. I stayed, swallowed in shadow, watching. Families stumbled through the streets, bags over their shoulders, kids clinging like anchors. Relief showed on some faces, raw fear on others. Soldiers threaded between them, pushing order where chaos wanted to break loose. The buses swallowed them whole in waves, each one heavier with bodies than the last. Across the street, an old neighbor of mine stood stiff on his porch, ignoring the shouts from below. After a while, he caved in, though, dragging a scuffed suitcase, stepping into line like a man walking to his own execution. By afternoon, silence had reclaimed the street. The engines faded into memory, leaving only me in the emptiness. I leaned back against the attic wall, breathing in dust, wondering if I'd made the wrong call. Maybe those buses did mean safety, maybe not. Didn't matter. I remember my grandmother wasting away in that hospital bed. Nobody came for her. My father crushed under steel and scaffolding. Nobody saved him. Nobody was coming for me. When evening crept in, I already knew my next move. Supplies don't last forever, and with the town bled out, I had a window before scavengers or the infected cleaned it to the bones. So I packed my gear, slung the rifle, and stepped into the street as night smothered the rooftops. The silence pressed in hard. No engines, no voices, no heartbeat of life. I cut through alleys, hugging shadows, checking corners, ears hunting for the faintest wrong sound. My first stop, the gas station on Main. The front was locked, but the side window hung in shards. I slid through, boots crunching on glass, dropping behind the counter. Shelves were stripped bare, but I scraped together a few bottles of engine oil, lighter fluid, and a half-dead box of snack bars. In the back, I cracked open the register. Nothing but wrinkled bills. Worthless now, but I pocketed them anyway. Next stop was the hardware store. Didn't bother with the front entrance, too exposed. Bolt cutters made short work of the lock on the loading dock, and I slipped inside. The place smelled of rust and dust. But I moved fast, stripping shelves for screws, nails, spools of wire, padlocks, lengths of chain. Everything went into the bag, neat and tidy. Only what I could carry, though. Only what I'd need. The pharmacy was worse, riskier. Windows had been smashed out, glass glittering across the pavement like a warning. I dropped low and scanned the inside. Darkness swallowed most of it, the only light bleeding in from the street. Nothing moved, at least nothing I could see. So I slid through the broken frame and kept low. Shelves had been gutted, but I clawed up a few bottles of antiseptic and antibiotics hidden behind makeup displays. They disappeared into my bag, and then I froze. A sound. Soft. Cloth against steel. Then a groan, low and hollow, crawling up my spine. I hit the floor behind the counter, rifle tight against my shoulder. The noise grew closer. A figure lurched out of the shadows, head tilted at a wrong, broken angle. Its steps were jerky, stuttering, but it carried speed, the kind that could close the gap if it caught the scent of me. I didn't move. Didn't even breathe. It twitched toward another noise deeper inside and then staggered off, its shuffling fading into the dark. I slid out through the glass the way I came, silent as I could manage. I made it back to the house clean, but the picture of that thing had stayed burned in my head. The way it moved, the way it snapped its head when my boot crunched glass. It wasn't blind. Sound ruled them. Sound could be turned into a weapon. Day 8 opened with more scavenging. Places I'd avoided when the street still had traffic. The auto parts store coughed up tools and a jug of stabilizer. A hunting shop gave me ammunition and thick gloves. I steered clear of the grocery stores. Too obvious. Too many desperate eyes still chasing crumbs. But every trip cut deeper into danger. The infected were thicker now, drifting in pairs, sometimes alone. Their paths were never straight, just wandering, stopping like they were listening. I learned to wait them out, to stay in shadow until they moved again. Once, sneaking through the back alley of a strip of shops, I found one crouched over a carcass, A dog. Its shoulders hiked and flexed as it ripped strips of meat from the bones, wet tearing echoing in the silence. I backed away slowly, finger locked on the trigger, but it never looked up. I got home heavy with supplies and something better, knowledge. Yeah, sound pulled them like a hook through water, and once they had it, they didn't let it go easy. That night I wired more traps around the property, laying distractions to pull them off toward the far edge if they got too close. By the 9th day, the town was a corpse picked clean. Grass split the blacktop like veins, and the wind dragged scraps of paper and trash through streets that used to breathe. I spent the morning staring from the attic window, watching the rot spread. The infected were showing up more and more now. I spotted 3 of them drifting down Main, moving like wolves that didn't remember how to hunt, sniffing, pausing, heads twitching. Well, that was it for me. No more trips into town unless I was desperate. Supplies would last. Risk wouldn't. That night I killed the lights early and sat in the dark by the front door listening. The neighborhood had grown a new kind of silence by then, stretched thin and mean. Somewhere close, one of them let out a low groan, followed by the sharp clatter of one of my tripwires. I froze, didn't move a muscle for nearly an hour, just stared at the boarded windows, waiting for something to try and break through. Nothing came. Whatever had tripped the line wandered off, but the scrape of its feet stuck in my skull long after. That was the moment I knew. Waiting wasn't going to save me. Time to turn this place into a proper fortress. Dawn came. I was already moving. I worked the yard slowly, mapping it all out in my head. Every blind spot, every funnel point, anywhere I could steer them into open ground where the rifle would speak. I sketched rough diagrams in a battered notebook, marking sight lines from the upstairs windows, pacing out distances I could cover with lead. The fishing line went. It was too soft. I swapped it for steel wire, threading it through the yard like veins of a trap. I tied on old wrenches, rusted sheet metal, propane canisters, anything that would scream when touched. Yeah, I wanted sound. Sound meant I'd know where they were. Sound meant they'd step into the kill zone. Next came the barricades. I drove fence posts into the dirt at angles, weaving rusted chain link between them like razor teeth. The weak spots along the perimeter I patched with whatever I had. Splintered planks, warped plywood, anything that could take a nail. I hammered until my arms shook, sweat cutting through the dirt on my skin. By the time the sun dropped again, the house was no longer just a hiding place. It was a snare. By mid-afternoon, I'd turned the yard into a total kill zone. Any breach past the outer barricades funneled intruders into tight corridors I could sweep from the upstairs windows with overlapping fire. Well, I wasn't fooling myself. If a crew with tools or real fire came knocking, they'd punch through eventually. But they'd bleed time, and that was enough. Against the infected, though, the mindless bastards who only knew how to smash and lunge, the choke points might hold a little longer. That night I made another circuit, checked the traps, reset lines where they'd sagged. The quiet pressed in heavier than ever now. The distant crack of rifles I'd heard that first week, gone. No more thrum of helicopters, no sirens. Just the whisper of wind through the trees, broken now and then by a low, gut-churning moan that drifted in with it. Day 11 opened in silence. I was swapping batteries in one of the motion sensors when I caught it, though. Footsteps in the gravel. Not the dragging scrape of the infected. These were human, controlled. I slid low behind the fence, rifle leveled, breath caged in my chest. Then the steps halted, and a voice tore through the stillness. "Hello?" Hoarse, ragged at the edges. "Please, is anyone there?" I stayed stone still, finger brushing the trigger guard. "Please," the voice begged again, and closer this time. "I got nowhere else to go. I'm not sick, I just need food. Just for tonight." Through the gaps in the fence, I caught sight of him. A thin man, maybe late 20s, early 30s. Clothes in tatters, something clenched tight in his fist that I couldn't make out. His eyes flicked across the yard like a hunted animal, twitching at shadows. My gut screamed, "Don't move." If I let him in, he could be a threat. He could be infected and hiding it. He could mark the place, bring others later. But as he stood there, bent beneath some invisible weight, I couldn't shake the ghosts of all the voices I'd ignored these last few weeks. Voices that had cried out for help and died unheard. Oh, my pulse hammered, my instincts clawed at me to stay silent. And still, I forced myself to move. I dropped the muzzle toward the dirt, a few feet from his boots, and squeezed the trigger. The blast cracked through the empty street like thunder. He flinched hard, whatever he was clutching clattering to the ground. His eyes darted toward the fence and found nothing. Then he bolted. Within seconds, he was swallowed by the tree line. I held my aim a full minute longer, just in case, before lowering the rifle. My hands shook as I bent down, plucked the hot casing from the ground, and slid it into my pocket like evidence. All of that day, he haunted me. Thin, wasted, probably unarmed. Maybe that warning shot sealed his fate. Maybe he'd starve. Maybe he'd stumble into someone less cautious, someone who'd actually help. Or maybe the woods would eat him alive before morning. God, I hated knowing that I'd never find out. That night, I doubled the watch. Every shadow made me twitch. I half expected him to return, maybe dragging a pack behind him, but no one came. The silence grew heavier, pressing on the house like a heavy weight. Driving him off had just proven what I already knew, but didn't want to say out loud. I couldn't trust a soul out there. Day 12 bled in with new trouble. I woke to the sound of something creeping along the outer fence, dragging itself slowly. I slid to the window, careful not to rattle the glass, and finally saw one of them up close. An infected, plain as day, standing across the street. Its head cocked like it was listening, skin pale and drawn tight like old leather, scraps of hair peeling away in clumps. Every few seconds it spasmed, shifting its weight, never quite still. I froze behind the curtain, my lungs locked. The minutes dragged. Then it let out a groan, deep and rotten, and spun in a slow circle like he was sniffing for prey it couldn't quite locate. A tin can tripline whispered in the wind, and its head snapped toward the sound like a whip. It shuffled forward a few steps, then stopped, waiting, watching. God, I stayed there nearly an hour, sweat soaking through my shirt, until it finally drifted down the road and melted into the distance. That image stuck in my skull all day. These things weren't like animals that spooked and wandered off. No. Once something hooked their attention, they locked on. That meant if one ever crossed into my yard, it might stay there for hours, maybe days, until something stronger dragged it away. Well, that particular truth rewired me completely. From that moment on, nothing outside these walls felt survivable. I spent the afternoon resetting my snares, dragging them further from the house so the sound wouldn't lead the infected straight to my door. I wired the outer yard with noisemakers, diversions meant to pull them off in the wrong direction. By nightfall, I felt safer, but not safe. The window for mistakes was closing. The infected were creeping in, mapping the bones of the town, sniffing out the hollow spaces left behind when everyone had run. Sooner or later, one of them would blunder into my traps and test the line. Dawn broke on the 13th day, and I already knew I needed structure. Sitting still when waiting was poison. It made fear louder, made my hands unsteady. I forced myself into a rhythm, up with the light, choked down a plain meal, then walk the perimeter. Every trap, every barricade, every stretch of fence got checked, logged into a battered notebook. I wrote down shifts in the dirt, footprints in the mud, broken wires that needed fixing. Then came the runs into town. I didn't linger, and I never went near the obvious spots, grocery store, the big chain outlets. Those had long been picked clean, or worse. Instead, I hunted the forgotten places, sheds behind shuttered shops, half-abandoned gas stations, hollow houses left in a rush. Kept low, hugging corners, cutting through alleys, never trusting the open street. Luck finally broke my way behind an old repair shop. I found a spool of industrial cable, still wrapped in plastic, heavy enough to strengthen every snare I had. I dragged it back through side yards and empty lots, keeping my head down. I scored a couple of flashlights too, plus a case of fresh batteries. That night I stashed them in the bunker and scratched them onto my supply list with a grim sort of pride. The bunker was the only thing keeping me steady. My anchor in a world gone rotten. Part 3. Every night when the sun bled out and the streets turned lethal, I shut myself into that suffocating little room, hunched on the cot with the lantern whispering light. I read old survival handbooks, field guides, anything I'd stockpiled over the years. I combed them for tricks I might have missed, scraps of knowledge I'd forgotten. It kept the gears in my head turning and reminded me why I'd wasted years preparing for a nightmare I once prayed would never come. Day 14 shoved me closer to the infected than I'd been since it all began. I'd been testing a new cable, rigging snares along the far edge of the yard, hoping for stray animals, bait, maybe food. Midday, the line screamed and the cans clattered like gunfire. Rifle in hand, I crept low through the brush. What I found made me freeze. One of them, an infected, snared in the steel. I thrashed like a rabid dog, twisting, clawing at the air. Not fresh. Its skin had gone grey, peeling off in sheets. Its clothes were stiff with dirt and blood. But it was strong. Every jerk tightened the cable, slicing deeper into its flesh. But it never flinched. No scream, no groan, just blind hunger. I crouched in the shadows of a tree and watched. Minutes bled into hours. The sun slid lower, shadows stretched, and it still never stopped. The steel bit into its muscle, tore it raw, but the thing never faltered. It snapped its teeth at me, reaching, straining, as if pain didn't exist. By the time night swallowed the yard, I knew the truth. Once these things were fixed on you, they never broke off. No fatigue, no pain, no retreat. When I couldn't see any more, I raised the rifle and put a single round through its skull. The body dropped limp, and I cut the cable loose. I dug a shallow pit near the edge of the property, rolled it in, and marked the grave with a stone. But its frenzy stayed with me, the memory of that endless struggle, gnawing at me all the way back to the house. That night, I wrote down the lesson in my journal. They don't get tired, they don't feel pain, and they don't stop unless you give them something else to chase. And that knowledge would shape everything that came after. By day 15, I stopped thinking about getting through the next hour and started thinking about how the hell I could outlast this thing for however long it dragged on. If rescue was coming, it would have come already. Nobody was coming. I needed enough food and water to limp through a few more weeks, but after that I'd need to grow something, hunt something, or start tearing the world apart for scraps. That morning I ripped planks from the shed and nailed them across the windows, heavy braces that would hold against a hard push. Built shutters too, rigged so I could snap them open from the inside and shoot out if I had to. Upstairs I jammed together a barricade in the hallway, something I could slam into place in seconds if they got through the ground floor. By noon I was in the yard digging. Small pits lined the fence like graves. I filled them with kindling, set up scrap metal covers, fire traps, smoke traps, distractions for when things got bad enough. Marked everything downwind of the house, controlled and ready. When my hands weren't working, my head was. I drew maps of the house and yard, making choke points, kill zones, lines of fire. Wrote lists, more nails, more tools, anything sharp, anything heavy. That night I sat in the bunker and realized the only thing holding me together was this routine. Wake up, check the perimeter, maybe scavenge if it felt safe. Fix the traps, read at night to quiet the noise in my head. A rhythm in a dead world. But I knew it was only borrowed time. Day 16 opened with a sound that made my stomach churn. The far-off chop of rotor blades. Low, heavy. They came before I could even see them, before they even broke the horizon. I crawled into the attic and pressed my face to the glass. 2 black dots streaked across the sky. Military transports, heavy birds flying fast and low. No patrol, no rescue, just passing by. Then the first explosion cracked the hills, a deep rolling thunder that told me exactly how bad things had gotten. The blast was distant, but it still rattled the attic glass like a warning. I stayed put for nearly an hour, eyes fixed on the horizon as thin trails of smoke clawed into the sky. Some were small, the kind you'd expect from houses catching fire, but others were monsters, huge black plumes, the kind you only see when whole fuel depots or city blocks go up in flames. I'd known for days the collapse was accelerating, but watching it unravel in real time twisted that vague dread into a blade point. Whatever command structure had been left was pulling back, abandoning ground, maybe whole districts. The thought made me run the perimeter again. I spent most of the day on my belly in the dirt, checking every tripline and barricade. That's when I noticed the details that didn't sit right. The tripwire was loose, not the way I'd set it. A stretch of fencing bent inward like someone had leaned hard against it. I froze there, staring at the earth until I caught the faint outline of a boot print pressed into soft soil. Not the infected, no, something human. Yeah, someone had tested my defenses. My skin crawled, cold, every hair standing on end. I spent the rest of the daylight shoring up weak spots, stacking second lines of traps closer to the house, shifting barricades so I could sweep them from the upstairs windows. I carved crawl tunnels under the shed to the bunker, camouflaging the exits with plywood and rotted leaves. If the house got breached, I'd need a back door. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner of the darkened living room with the rifle across my lap, replaying scenarios over and over. Whoever had prowled the perimeter hadn't forced entry, not yet. But the idea of eyes on me, unseen, dug into my brain like barbed wire. The 17th day was the quietest yet. No distant choppers, no rumbling detonations, not even the guttural moans of the infected rolling through the night air. The silence wasn't peace, though. It was wrong. Like the whole world was holding its breath for something. I paced the house, room by room, checking every gun, repositioning blades, machetes, katanas, leaned against door frames. I kept a pack half stocked and left it at the bunker hatch. If I had to bolt, I wouldn't waste seconds doing so. By afternoon, the isolation had its claws in me. Oh, every groan of a floorboard had me snapping my head around. I checked the basement doors 3 times in under an hour. Once I swore I heard footsteps in the yard. I crept up to the attic window, heart hammering, but the yard was empty. That night I barely touched food, just sat in the bunker staring at shelves, counting cans, measuring how long I could stretch what was left. Another month, maybe, if I didn't risk town, that is. Day 18 kicked off like all the others. Quiet, routine, deadly dull. I was working the trap lines by the yard when a sound cut through the wind. An engine. My stomach dropped. Nobody drove anymore. Fuel was nearly gone and the infected didn't touch vehicles. I dropped low by the fence, my ears straining. West. It was coming from the west. Cough and sputter of a motor on its last legs. Minutes dragged on before I saw it. A beaten-up SUV crawling down the old county road, tires chewing gravel like bones. I knew it on sight. It was Lucas's. I broke into a sprint, reaching the gate as the thing rolled to a stop, the engine dying with a rattling choke. He climbed out, gaunt and hollow-eyed, scanning the horizon like death itself was trailing him. Anna came next, clutching Dale tight against her hip. The kid looked more ghost than boy. Skin pale, eyes half closed, too weak to cry. All 3 of them wore the same uniform, dirt, sweat, and shredded clothes. "We barely made it," Lucas rasped. His voice was sandpaper. "Quarantine zone's gone. Breached 2 nights ago. We just ran. Drove till the tank gave out." I yanked the gate wider, waved them in fast, eyes sweeping the road like a sniper's. Only when the chain clanged shut behind them did my chest loosen, just a notch. Inside, I cleared a patch of floor for them while my nerves burned holes through me. I checked the perimeter again. Nothing moved out there, but I didn't trust the silence, and my head was already crunching numbers. 3 more mouths, 3 more targets to guard. When I came back in, Dale was out cold on the blanket I'd thrown down, his mom trying to get water past his cracked lips. Lucas sat hunched over, his hands buried in his face, like the weight of the last 72 hours had finally dropped now that he wasn't running, for the moment. We didn't say much that night. They were wrecked, and I was too busy tearing holes in my own routines inside my head. Supplies wouldn't last. Defenses would have to be doubled. Everything had just shifted, and survival was about to get a whole lot harder. Day 19 broke with a sound I hadn't heard in weeks. Movement inside the house. The floorboards let out a tired groan as Anna crept down the hallway, careful not to stir her kid. Lucas was already up, hunched at the kitchen table with a chipped mug of water clutched in his hands, eyes hollow, staring like he'd burned out the last of his thoughts somewhere on the road. His knuckles were torn raw, a reminder of how long he'd strangled that steering wheel. Breakfast was dead quiet. The boy pushed a chunk of stale bread around his plate and barely took a bite. I couldn't stop counting the jars and cans we'd cracked open. Every scrap we'd swallowed felt like another mark on a debt we'd never pay off. Once we'd eaten, I laid it out plain. Maybe 3 weeks of supplies left, and only if we rationed like monks. No waste, no exceptions. Nobody touched the bunker stockpile without my say-so. Well, Lucas didn't like that. Bristled at the idea of me calling the shots. Said one man shouldn't hold all the power. I reminded him it wasn't him who'd been holding this place together, laying traps, shoring up walls, and keeping the bastards outside from tearing through to us. Well, my rules were the only reason we were still breathing. The silence after that was heavy, but eventually he gave a short nod. We spent the day hardening the perimeter. More hands made the work faster, but also messier. Lucas didn't know the first thing about barricades or pressure traps. His wife tried to help, but half her focus was on the boy, too young to understand why the yard was off limits. I showed Lucas where the wires went, how the noise traps would drag the infected away from the walls if they triggered. He got restless quick, always rushing, and as a result my patience wore thin. By afternoon we'd thickened the outer fence with chain link and busted planks, carving choke points I could cover from upstairs. Trenches dug shallow near the gates, lined with broom-handle stakes. Anyone rushing us would bleed for it. When the sweat finally dried, we sat in the shed's shadow, drinking warm water that tasted like rust. Lucas asked what I planned to do when the food ran dry. I told him the truth. I hadn't decided. Hunting was suicide with the infected this close. Scavenging was slim pickings, and town was almost stripped bare. He suggested raiding farms. Open fields, though, no cover. I didn't like it, but I didn't shut the door on the thought. That night the house felt smaller, suffocating. Dale whimpered in his sleep while Anna whispered him calm. Lucas shifted and twisted on the floor, always restless. I lay awake, listening to 3 different sets of lungs pulling air in the dark. And I realized something I hadn't before. Solitude hadn't been the real danger. This was. Day 20 started with another sweep around the perimeter. Having my brother along slowed me down, but he had to learn. I walked him through the weak spots, places I'd found tampered snares, snapped branches, prints where no one should have been. We patched them with extra wire, rattling cans strung up as warnings. He kept asking about the infected. Said he'd seen them swarming in the quarantine zone, said their numbers were climbing fast. He told me how soldiers had tried to hold the line, only to watch the fences crumble under a tide of flesh. I kept quiet about the one I'd snared, the one I'd watched thrash and claw for hours without tiring. He didn't need that truth. After we ate, we turned to the house, reinforced the upstairs windows with more planks. I ripped a doorframe out of the garage, bolted it across the back door with scrap metal until it looked like a tomb. Lucas helped, but it was always an argument. He pushed for speed, I demanded precision. By nightfall, we settled on shifts. He'd watch first, I'd take second. Anna stayed holed up in the bedroom with Dale, who barely spoke anymore. Day 21 is when the seams started tearing. We moved deeper past the fence, stretching out a second line of traps through the trees. Extra distance meant extra warning. The work was brutal, and Lucas's temper boiled over. He snapped, said I was obsessed with hiding lines no one would notice, wasting time while food was running thin. I snapped back, told him one slip meant all of us dead. The fight fizzled out quickly, but the sting stayed. Anna wouldn't meet my eyes, and even the kid picked up on the silence. That night, rifle across my knees, I kept watch at the front window. Thought about how much heavier everything had become since I'd let them in. I didn't regret it, but the math was merciless. More mouths, more thirst, more strain on the walls, and the affected out there didn't care about our cracks. They'd come sooner or later. Day 22, and I knew we were out of options. We had to push farther. No way around it. My brother and his wife gave me that look, fear wrapped in silence, when I told them that we'd be stripping farms and houses beyond the town line. They didn't like it, but the food was almost gone. Rationing tighter wouldn't save us. Hunger doesn't bargain. We needed animals, if any had survived, and whatever canned scraps people had missed in the first waves of flight. We moved out at first light. Lucas had the rifle, though it sat wrong in his hands, and Anna carried one of those pistols I'd stashed months earlier. I drilled her on how to use it, even though she hated the weight of it, hated the reality that it meant. We crawled the SUV down forgotten roads, engine barely breathing, rolling slower than a walk. Noise was death out here. The first farm was nothing but bones. House gutted, windows smashed, cupboards stripped clean. The barn stood yawning and empty, stinking of long abandoned animals. And we found scraps, ruined feed bags, a generator missing parts, but nothing that could keep us alive. Next farm, same story, and the one after that. Each mile dragged us deeper into dead land. By midday, I was already further away than I wanted to be, but turning back with nothing wasn't an option. And then we saw it. A small farmhouse tucked behind a wall of trees. Still standing, shutters closed tight. But the front door, splintered, pried open not long ago. I signaled Lucas and Anna down, and then we crept forward, our weapons up. The yard was silent, except for the trees whispering in the wind. We slipped through a side door, clearing the rooms one by one. Empty, but not abandoned. A trash pile sat in the kitchen, fresh enough that it hadn't rotted away yet. Part 4. I should have walked away right then. Every instinct told me someone would be back. But the pantry, God, the pantry still held cans of vegetables, sacks of rice, bottled water. A jackpot in this wasteland. I stuffed my pack until it wouldn't take any more. Lucas filled his with what I couldn't carry. And all the while the silence pressed in, heavy, waiting. That's when I heard it, the groan of a floorboard under weight at the back of the house. I snapped my rifle up, signaling Lucas to cover me as I crept toward the noise. Two shapes stepped into the hallway, both clutching shotguns. Not infected, but the look in their eyes was just as bad. Predators sizing us up. The tall one, patchy beard, clothes stiff with weeks of sweat and dirt, growled for us to drop our weapons. I didn't move, but Lucas froze, waiting on me. This is our house now, the man rasped, voice cracked from disuse. Put it down and maybe you walk away. I didn't buy it. Didn't want to start a firefight in a place we couldn't hold. I gestured for Lucas and his wife to back out slowly. The man edged closer, but his shotgun trembled, just enough to show me the crack in his resolve. Well, we're leaving, I said, calm and steady. We'll take what we already pulled and nothing else. His partner, barely 20, muttered something sharp, accusing, and lifted his gun higher. Well, that was it. I snapped around into the wall above their heads. The blast inside that small house was like a grenade going off, plaster raining down as both men ducked by instinct. I yanked Lucas by the shoulder and dragged him toward the door. We bolted for the SUV, their shouts chasing us. But the shot had carried too far. As we hit the car, the first groans drifted out from the tree line. Shadows broke into the open. Infected, 7 at least, sprinting straight for the house. We slammed the doors shut as the pack burst from the brush. Lucas floored it, Dyers screaming in the dirt, SUV fishtailing down the narrow drive. I looked back in the mirror. The swarm didn't slow. They hit the house like a flood, crashing through the open door in one heaving wave. That was the first time it hit me. How lethal they were in numbers. 1 or 2 of the infected you could dodge, put down with a clean shot if you stayed sharp. But 7 moving as one, well, they'd bury you alive before you even pulled the trigger. Back at the house, I pulled Lucas and Anna into the living room and laid it bare. Food, maybe 2 weeks' worth now if we stretched it. But food wasn't the real problem. The infected were changing. They'd started hunting in packs, drawn to any sound, and if enough came at once, our walls would not stop them. Their faces said everything. Fear, resignation, no time for comfort. I told them straight. They needed to start fighting. Lucas gave a stiff nod. Anna froze for a moment, but she knew there was no way around it. I started with the basics. How to hold the guns without shooting yourself in the foot. How to load, clear jams, keep your hands steady instead of flailing like prey. Every mistake burned me raw. It wasn't just clumsy training, it was a death sentence waiting to happen. But by the 23rd day, they could at least put rounds into a target without wasting half the magazine. The next morning, I dragged them out of the trap lines, showed them how the noise rigs worked, how the deadfalls snapped down with enough force to crush bone, how each choke point was set to bleed the swarm dry. They didn't have my eye for detail, but they were catching on. That afternoon, we shored up the secondary perimeter, more barricades along the fence line, reset the snares that had already bagged a few of the things. I drilled them on silence, working without a word, hand signals only, no slip-ups. By sundown, we stumbled back inside, spent and filthy. But for the first time, I felt something I hadn't in weeks, a sliver of belief. Maybe, just maybe, we could hold this ground when the storm came. That night, I sat in the dark by the upstairs window, rifle resting cold against my shoulder, when I caught movement in the tree line beyond the fence. 4 of them, at least, drifting like shadows, their heads snapping at every whisper the wind carried. I didn't twitch, kept the barrel fixed just beyond the fence, waiting, breathing slowly. They hadn't spotted me, but watching them unsettled me more than if they had. One would peel off, staggering toward a rustle in the brush, then lurch back to the others when it came up empty. Not organized, but not mindless either. Like predators circling, trying to decide if the kill was worth it. I held my fire. The shot would sing out like a beacon, and we couldn't afford to bring more down on us. So I watched. Minutes crawled into hours before they finally slipped back into the woods, swallowed by the dark. I stayed wired, eyes glued to the fence line until the first smear of daylight broke the horizon. 25th day started with repairs. No breach overnight, but the perimeter was wearing thin. Weeks of strain and wind had bowed sections of the fence inward, stakes rattling loose in the earth. Lucas and I spent the morning tightening wire, jamming whatever rotten planks and scrap we could scavenge into the weak spots. While we worked, I caught my nephew staring from the back porch, quiet as stone. His mother hovering at his side like she could shield him from a world already ruined. I couldn't help but wonder what this life was carving into him. Fear as the air he breathed, violence as his lullaby. By the time the perimeter was patched, noon had crept up on us. We found signs they'd been close in the night, branches cracked, leaves scattered near the trap lines. Nothing had tripped, but still I reset the deadfalls, tightening the triggers so even a careless step would snap the weight loose. No chances, not anymore. That afternoon, I was out fixing one of the noise traps that had buckled, sweat dripping into my eyes as I drove a post back into the dirt. I was mid-swing when a shout cut through the air. My brother upstairs window, arm waving frantically. I dropped the hammer and bolted inside, lungs burning by the time I hit the top of the stairs. He pointed toward the tree line. Two shapes crouched low in the brush, half hidden but not well enough. Not infected, no. Their movements were too controlled. One had binoculars trained on the house, glass glinting when the sun hit just right. They were watching us, studying. We stayed still, silent, eyes locked on them as they scanned our yard like wolves sniffing for weakness. They didn't move in, but they didn't need to. Their intent was clear. Scouting, marking us for later. I didn't want to spray blind lead and spark a war I couldn't finish, but I also wasn't about to let them think they could just sit that close and get away with it. I pushed the rifle barrel through the window frame, lined up the dirt 10 feet in front of them, and squeezed. The crack tore through the air, sharp enough to rattle the walls. Both figures dropped flat, scrambling backward, and then vanished into the trees like smoke. I held position for another half hour, waiting to see if they circled back. Nothing. Well, that night, sleep never came. My nerves wouldn't shut off. It wasn't the infected that had me wired anymore. It was the sight of those two watching us from the tree line, proof of what I'd already suspected since the first time my traps were tampered with. Survivors. And they knew this place was fortified. They knew it was stocked. And they'd be back. The 26th day bled into one long grind. I pushed Lucas and Anna hard, kept them working even when their arms shook with fatigue. Every weakness left standing was a welcome mat. We braced the front gate with extra barricades, added a crossbar to the back door. Then I studied mapping fallback options, escape routes. I walked them through the bunker hatches and showed them how to crawl under the shed if the house got overrun. Well, Lucas didn't like it. He thought abandoning the house meant giving up. I told him the truth. Walls fail, plans burn. Survival needs layers. By afternoon, the tension was eating at us. Lucas snapped when I corrected the way he wired a trap, and I snapped right back. Anna tried to play peacemaker, but I saw it in her eyes. Same anger, same fatigue. They weren't used to living with pressure sitting on their chest every second of every day. They didn't get that one mistake, one slip, was enough to bury all three of us. That night, we split the watch again. When my shift came, I hauled myself into the attic with a rifle and kept the tree line in my sights. For a long stretch, nothing moved. And then I saw them. Different from the pair before, but no less deliberate. At least 3 of them, slipping through the woods like shadows, each step measured to stay quiet. They never closed the distance, just far enough to stay out of reach, close enough to remind me they were there, testing us, probing, learning. I tracked them with the barrel, every muscle coiled to fire, but I held off. Instead, I studied their routes, burned their positions into my memory. 20 minutes later, they vanished into the black, leaving me staring into the trees longing after the forest had swallowed them whole. Day 27 opened with chaos. A noise trap went off at first light, and when I hit the outer fence, 3 infected were already tearing at the wire. I dropped them quick with clean shots, but the crack of gunfire pulled 2 more out of the woods. We cut them down before they reached the barricades, but the fence was shredded. Repairs could not wait. As we patched the wire and reinforced the posts, I felt the weight of it all pressing down on me. The infected weren't hiding anymore. They were becoming bolder, and the other survivors, the ones circling us in the dark, meant isolation wasn't a shield anymore either. This place was holding, but only just. That night, I pulled everyone into the living room and laid it out plain. We couldn't keep stumbling from one crisis to the next. We needed a plan to lock this place down for the long haul, or sooner or later we'd be losing it. Nobody argued. They didn't need to. The fear in their eyes said everything. Anna clutched Dale while he slept, her arms wrapped around him like she already saw the worst coming. Lucas asked what kind of plan I meant. I told him the truth. I didn't know yet. All I knew was the walls wouldn't hold forever, and the traps wouldn't save us when they failed. The 28th day slid by without a single incident. No infected, no noises in the woods. Just silence. And that silence was worse. For weeks there had always been something. Groans, howls, distant screams. And now nothing. Too quiet. Lucas and I walked the perimeter again, checked every trap, tightened every weak board, while Anna kept Dale busy inside. Everything looked solid, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Eyes on us always. That night I kept the watch longer than I should have, eyes burning, nerves raw. The dark outside felt oh so wrong, like the forest beyond the fence was holding its breath, waiting for an attack. Just past midnight, they appeared, shapes sliding along the tree line. At first I thought it was the scouts again, those survivors who'd been circling us, but no. Their movements were off, staggering, heads twitching at every noise, a dozen of them at least. The infected. I slipped down from the attic and shook my brother awake. His eyes went wide when I whispered what I'd seen. No time to argue. We woke Anna, grabbed what weapons we had, and braced ourselves. The first trap snapped with a crash, and suddenly the whole night was alive with shrieks and pounding bodies. The horde threw itself at the fence, claws raking at the barricades. We moved from window to window, firing slowly, measured, saving every bullet we could. My brother's hands trembled working the bolt, but he didn't stop. Anna held the hallway with the pistol, guarding the room where Dale was locked down. Oh, they hit us hard. The outer fence buckled in minutes, shoving us back to the second line. Deadfalls came down with brutal cracks, crushing bodies, but the tide didn't break. One of them smashed straight through the back door before I'd put a round through its skull. Another ripped in through a shattered window, clawing trenches into the floor before we dragged it back out. Lucas nearly lost an arm trying to slam the door shut behind it. Well, the fight stretched like an eternity, though it couldn't have been more than half an hour in real time. When the last corpse twitched its last, the yard was wreckage. Barricades splintered, wire torn open, windows blown out. We had seconds to breathe no more, because then I saw them. Shapes slipping between the trees. Survivors. Not the infected, not shadows, but people. The same ones who'd been stalking us for days, waiting for the dead to bleed us dry before moving in. I spat a curse and called Lucas to the door. We were still reloading when they reached the fence, testing it like wolves, searching for weak spots. The first shot cracked and dropped a man clawing his way up the fence near the driveway. Lucas nailed another as he tried to sprint for the back door. At least 5 of them out there, maybe more. None of them had fear in their eyes. They weren't backing off. One of them slipped through the chaos. We heard the back door slam, followed by a scream, sharp and raw, from the hallway where Anna guarded Dale. I bolted, but I was too late. By the time I hit the hall, it was done. She stood there shaking, pistol still raised, the body sprawled at her feet. Blood pooling under his face. Knife in his hand less than 3 feet from where Dale had been hiding. Anna didn't speak. She didn't need to. I eased the gun from her trembling hands and set it aside. When we swept the house, the others were gone. 3 corpses lay twisted near the fence, and the rest had melted back into the tree line, their footsteps fading into the dark. We stood under the moonlight, the stink of blood and gunpowder thick in the air, and it hit me just how close we'd come to losing everything. The rest of the night we worked in silence, dragging bodies, patching what we could. Anna clung to her boy on the living room floor, her eyes hollow, refusing to let him go. Lucas moved like a ghost, helping reset the traps, his face pale and drawn. By dawn, the property was patched up again. But it was a lie. We all knew it. The outer fence had folded like paper, the second line barely held, and the fight had drained too much ammo. Food was low again. Every weakness was lit up for anyone watching. This wasn't a fortress. It was a cage waiting to snap shut on us. As the sun bled across the torn-up yard, I faced it. We couldn't stay here, not like this. I pulled them together and told them the truth. We'd have to change, adapt. The bunker, the yard, the traps, they weren't enough anymore. We had to think bigger, move past survival, build something stronger than a single house wrapped in barbed wire. Lucas said nothing, just nodded. Anna only held Dale tighter, her silence a kind of agreement. And for the first time since it all began, I let myself picture a future beyond counting days and bullets. But I knew that vision came with a price. The world outside wasn't going to wait for us to be ready. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. It really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.